Institute of Social Sciences. Philosophical. Foundations of Scientific Socialism. Progress Publishers. Moscow, 1985. Editorial Board. Professor Fel. Zakharov. Associate Professors V.V. Sushinsky, Dr. S.C., A.V. Shiastopol. The textbook is prepared by Professor F.I. Zakharov, with the co-authorship of Associate Professors and Lecturers, R.A. Fizenko, A.N. Filatov, A.G. Grigoryants, A.A. Ignatenko, G.G. Krombit, V.M. Pasika, Y.M. Pavlov, A.P. Popov, L.S. Sentibov, A.V. Shiastopol, D.A. Silikev, V.V. Sushinsky, K.M. Treyevsev. Utopian Socialism. From Utopian to Scientific Socialism. Scientific Socialism of Marx and Lenin. 2. The social role of philosophical knowledge. The revolutionary world outlook, ideology, and philosophy. The fundamental question and partisanship of philosophy. Concept of philosophical method. Preconditions of the philosophy of scientific socialism. Chapter 2. Philosophical Science on the World and Man's. 41. Unity of Materialism and Dialectics. Mutual conditionality of dialectical and historical materialism. Scientific substantiation of categories and principles. Fundamental unity of theory and practice. Leninist stage in the development of international philosophy. Activity in transforming society. The materiality of the world and its laws. The concept of matter and its significance for practice. The universal attributes of matter and forms of being. Motion and development of matter. Space and time as forms of the existence of matter. Social being and social consciousness. The origin of man as the bearer of social phenomena. Social being concept. Material basis of the consciousness. Interaction of social being and social consciousness. 3%. The activeness of consciousness and the objective laws of nature and society. Activeness of consciousness in social life. Objective laws of nature and society. Application of objective laws. Social laws of war and peace. Chapter 3. The universal laws of history and human Tier-Edom, B.Seaccd Eve Kliaktsisia 660 SIXS. 4. The material causes of social development. 80. The primitive society. The early class society. The feudal society. The capitalist society. The socialist society. 2. The modes of production and historical stages. 93. The concept of the mode of production. Basis and superstructure. The concept of the socio-economic formation. The general and the particular in historical development. 3. Historical necessity and freedom. Necessity and freedom of revolutionary action. The role of the masses and the individual in history. 2. The dialectical method of scientific cognition and practical action. Chapter 4. The laws of dialectical development and their significance for revolutionary practice +124. 1. The struggle of opposites is the source of opposite and contradiction. Forms of contradictions. The basic contradiction and a system of contradictions in social development. 2. The transition from quantity to quality, and vice. The concepts of quality and quantity leaps in development, evolution and revolution, revolution and reform. $3. Development from the old to the new. Continuity in development and nihilism. Negation and traditions. Dialectical negation and stages of development, negation and historical progress. _3. Chapter 5. The Principles of Scientific Cognition and Revolutionary Action 22. 1. The Essence and Levels of Knowledge, 2. 158. The Practical Nature of Knowledge. The Subject and Object of Cognition, Sensory and Rational Cognition. 2. Scientific Truth and Practice. The Concept of Truth. Criteria of truth and methods of its scientific cognition. Dogmatism and relativism in cognition and practice. 3. The distinguishing features and principles of scientific philosophical method. The distinguishing features of scientific dialectical method. Methodological function of dialectical categories. The essential principles of dialectical method. 3. The dialectics of social structure and political relations. Chapter 6. Class relations and class approach. Scientific concept and the essence of classes, basic classes, social groups, and strata, the class struggle of the proletariat. 2. Class relations in young national states, East 207. Specificity of social structure, the dynamics of classes and socialist orientation. Class struggle during the transitional period, the dynamics of classes under socialism. 4. Class approach in the struggle for socialism. 221. The principle of class approach. The concept of opportunism and its forms. Opportunism in the workers' movement. Causes of opportunism. Pseudo-revolutionary distortions in class struggle. 4. Material foundations of the development of national relations, national question in exploiter society. 2. National question in former colonies and specificity of the national question in Asia and Africa. National relations in Arab countries and their perspectives. 3. National relations under socialism. Socialist experience of solving the national question, flourishing and drawing closer of nations. 4. Scientific socialism and nationalism. The concept of nationalism. Nationalism as a social phenomenon. Varieties and forms of nationalism. Nationalism and prospects of socialism. Chapter 8. Political relations, the state, and social. 1. The state and political system of exploiter. Scientific concept of the state. Historical types of the state and its forms. The concept of political systems. Dictatorship and democracy. 2. Revolutionary states of a transitional type. 278. Revolutionary struggle for power, the class essence of states of transitional type, state of socialist orientation. 3. The state and the political system of socialism. 288. The concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, development of socialist statehood. Aims and essence of social management. Non-Marxist concepts of power and government. 4. Philosophical problems of revolution, culture, and ideological struggle. Chapter 9. Socialist trend of world revolutionary process, point 304. 1. Historical epoch of revolutionary transition. The concept of historical epoch, laws and types of social revolution, prerequisites and factors of revolution, struggle for democracy and struggle for socialism. 2. Prerequisites of socialist revolution, prerequisites of revolution in countries of state monopoly capitalism, socialist prospects of countries of different development levels of capitalism. 3. National democratic revolutions of socialist, essence and stages of national emancipation, confrontation between revolution and counter revolution, national revolutionary democratism and socialism. 324. Chapter 10. Ideological struggle and formation of revolutionary consciousness of popular. 4. Revolution in world outlook and culture. 339. Revolutionary practice and culture, types and levels of social consciousness. 2. Struggle of ideas in various forms of social, specificities of forms of social consciousness, scientific socialism, religion and the church, spontaneity and consciousness in the socialist movement. 3. Anti-socialist essence of imperialist ideology, Crisis of bourgeois consciousness and mode of life, socio-philosophical myths of anti-communism, specific features of modern anti-communism and neocolonialism. 362. Preface. The present age of profound social changes is characterized, above all, by consolidating and expanding positions of world socialism. From the scientific and philosophical standpoint, socialism has opened up a genuine history of mankind, marked the beginning of a transitional revolutionary epoch, and determined the socialist orientation of all the streams of the world revolutionary process, including the national liberation movement. In the context of the revolutionary renovation of the world, each champion of freedom and social justice, once he has made his historical choice, should have a correct understanding of the current developments, what causes them and what they may bring. To consciously and purposefully fight for a better life, one must master the science of the revolutionary transformation of the world. As is generally known, this science is called Marxism-Leninism, or the theory of scientific socialism. Its founders saw the main goal of the revolutionary transformation of society in abolishing exploitation and setting up a socialist system. Marxism-Leninism as a science, as a system of social knowledge, has many merits distinguishing it from other social theories. Relying exclusively on actual facts, this sentence does not recognize the existence of any supernatural forces. The theory of scientific socialism emancipates man from superstitions and prejudices and prompts his independent, free, and consistent thinking, and calls upon him to actively fight against exploitation and oppression. A scientific theory helps not only better understand a complicated social situation but also foresee the future course of events, providing the basis for a sound revolutionary policy. A politician basing himself on his wishes is sure to find himself in a position of an idle dreamer or be left behind, for history is not dictated by the desires of individuals. Scientific socialism grows out of the revolutionary experience and progressive thought of all nations and accords to the interests of all working people, the working class in the first place, destined to act as the vanguard and leader of the great emancipation movement of all the oppressed and exploited. 8. Millions of people on our planet are drawing from scientific socialism the great ideals of liberation movement and an inexhaustible energy needed for putting these ideals into practice. Armed with the scientific revolutionary worldview, one becomes a man of principle, spiritually strong and staunch politically, with unshakable ideological convictions which help him endure any hardships. The fundamentals of the contemporary science of socialism may be most helpful to fighters against imperialism and reaction, to the revolutionary forces of young nations in particular. The age-old colonial oppression deprived the peoples in these countries of an opportunity to get themselves acquainted with the revolutionary theory, or with the historical experience of struggle for socialism. The progressive forces, notably the revolutionary parties and organizations in these states, face a primary task to arm themselves and their peoples with the scientific theory of social development, to apply the general principles of scientific socialism in specific conditions of their countries, and to consciously and actively fight for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. All the countries of Europe, America, Africa, and Asia, especially the young states, are confronted with numerous complex social and national problems. To successfully resolve them, to build a new society free from any exploitation as soon as possible, and to advance forward historically, the knowledge of the experience accumulated by mankind, the history of human society, the laws of its development is indispensable. Mastering the revolutionary social science helps to avoid errors and failures. The necessity to master the scientific socialist theory is dictated in the present-day conditions by its growing social role, which is due to a number of reasons. First, this is the establishment and development of world socialism, with a number of socialist countries reaching the stage of mature socialism or approaching it. Second, this is the growing impact of world socialism, which has become the main trend in mankind's social progress and made itself felt in socialist orientation of the revolutionary struggle characteristic of our transitional epoch. Third, this is the constantly growing number of people involved. 9. In the revolutionary process, conscious history makers. Just as the scientific knowledge should be disseminated among the masses and assimilated by them, so should the experience of the masses be theoretically substantiated, scientifically and ideologically comprehended. Fourth, this is current revolution in the world outlook, the assertion of democratic and socialist ideas in social consciousness and in culture as a whole. Inculcation of socialist ideas into spiritual culture of the present-day society is going on under conditions of acute ideological confrontation, reflecting the ideological and political crisis of the old world, the crisis of imperialism and neocolonialism. It is not accidental that the end of the 20th century is marked by the intensifying counter-revolutionary terror, ideological, economic, military and political counter-offensive of imperialism and reactionary forces against the national liberation movement, against the historic-al advance of world socialism. However, fighters for the just cause of peace and security of nations, for the interests of working men are backed up by the great truth of the Marxist-Leninist theory. Thus, the historical conditions of the transitional revolutionary epoch make it imperative that all genuine revolutionaries master the scientific principles of political activity, and the scientific world outlook, the laws governing development of the world, ways of its cognition and remaking. A creative revolutionary science is of vital significance for those nations which, defying the diktat and expansion of international imperialism, have opted for socialism or made first strides along the socialist road of development. The political vanguards in these countries must be firm and unshakable in their confidence in victory and in the correctness of the road they have chosen, which increases hundredfold the revolutionary energy and enthusiasm capable of performing miracles. 10. The philosophy of the revolutionary transformation of the world. Chapter 11. The birth and development of philosophy. The emergence and assertion of contemporary socialist world outlook were preceded by a long history of immature and even erroneous concepts of the world in general, and of a just human society, in particular. One dreams of a just society and the science of socialism. From time immemorial dreams and ideas of social justice held a noticeable place in the history of social thinking and in the spiritual traditions and culture of each nation. These dreams of working men, of all the enslaved and humiliated, expressed their discontent with the inhuman oppression and ruthless tyranny of the exploiters. Separate ideas were gradually united into more or less common concepts of a just social structure, into socio-political teachings. Thus, in the Europe of the 16th to 19th centuries, a number of theories of a just socialist society were put forward, but all of them proved unfeasible and were social utopias. Degree. The theories of utopian socialism. Utopian socialism conceived the ideas of the material production based on public property, of equal and free distribution of products, and of each man's right and need to work. In addition to that, the teachings of utopian socialism allotted a considerable place to social protest, the rejection of the tyranny of the rich, private property and social inequality. The strongest point of utopian socialists is in their sharp criticism of social evils, injustice and incurable sores of the exploiting societies, the bourgeois society, in particular. The word utopia literally means an imaginary and indefinitely remote place. However, all the theories of utopian socialism were historically limited. Separate brilliant ideas did not change naive and primitive picture of a just society speculatively drawn by the utopian socialists. Equally erroneous were their concepts of ways of building socialism through the propagation of socialist ideas, the setting up of model production associations, improvement of morals, enlightenment, dissemination of scientific knowledge, and so on. The struggle against social injustice proceeded, as a rule, under the slogan of returning to an old society, the men's natural state, allegedly disturbed and distorted by the existing social systems and certain rulers. In their content, pre-capitalist peasant plebeian heresies were a religious outward form of social protest, an ideological slogan of anti-exploiter peasant wars, with an ever-present gap between dreams and theories of utopian socialism and revolutionary actions. Only in a few of the peasant rebellions the political programs drew closer to the ideas of egalitarian utopian socialism. Therefore, utopian socialists, failing to comprehend the outlines and prospects of social development and the real motives behind the people's revolutionary activity, did not link the socialist ideals with the revolutionary activity of popular masses. So, socialism was originally utopian. Its representatives criticized the exploiting society, dreamed of its elimination and of a better social system, and convinced the rich that exploitation was immoral. Utopian socialists' plans were impractical, for they dreamed of a peaceful transformation of the contemporary society into socialism without due account of such vital issues as classes and the class struggle, the winning of political power by the working people, the overthrow of economic and political rule of the exploiter class. Defining the place and the role of utopian socialism in history, one should take into account the following aspects. 12. Utopian socialism provided profound and convincing criticism of the bourgeois society, pointed to its numerous internal contradictions and vices, and raised the question of replacing capitalism by a new, just society. Utopian socialists correctly regarded private property as the main cause of existing relations of domination and subordination, inequality and exploitation of man by man. Utopian socialism graphically described the principles of social justice, freedom, equality, and fraternity. Developing the ideas of an ideal future society, utopian socialists advanced far-reaching principles of eliminating the antithesis between mental and manual labor, and of labor becoming man's vital necessity. Many of them believed that public property would be the economic basis of this future society, which would ensure a genuinely human existence. Utopian socialists were first to quest for methods and means of destroying the exploiting society and ways of building socialism, and this is one of their great services to history. At the same time, it is here that utopian socialism's weakness and historical narrowness were most fully revealed. Highly appraising the ideas of utopian socialism, modern science of the society at the same time discloses the objective causes of its historical narrowness, the historical conditions that gave rise to social utopias, the immaturity of social relationships and the weakness of the proletariat which had not yet become an independent political force fully aware of its position in society, its potentials, and its historic mission. To the crude conditions of capitalistic production and the crude class conditions corresponded crude theories, such was the conclusion drawn by Engels on the issue under consideration. The historical significance of utopian socialism is great, for it served as a powerful ideological stimulus in the search for a scientific conception of society, becoming a direct predecessor of scientific socialism. But it belongs to the past. In the present-day context it cannot be a guide to revolution-reaction. It should be noted that revolutionary socialists are today confronted with some varieties of primitive egalitarian utopias. 7 cf. Engels, Anti-Düring, Moscow, 1975, p. 305. 13. One of them views a new society as a kind of barracks communism where everything would be compulsory and citizens would be given equal social rights by military and physical methods. The same methods would be operative as regards the obligation to work and material security. Another variety, on the contrary, features socialism as the domination of socialist ideals in people's consciousness and behavior, as a combination of supreme spiritual, religious, and moral values. And still another widespread variety of socialist views in the young states of America, Asia, and Africa is cooperative socialism, based solely on peasant communes. As for the capitalist countries of Europe and America, they have their own utopian theories of ethical, democratic, cooperative, humane, and European socialism. All these theories are an attempt to substantiate a possibility of a new socialist society emerging without the struggle of the exploiters and the exploited, without the establishment of political power of the oppressed popular masses, and without a socialist revolution. That is why all primitive egalitarian and other pseudo-socialist theories in the present-day conditions are not only purely utopian but are often a serious obstacle to the revolutionary liberation movement and to a really socialist remaking of society. Hence the urgent necessity for the theory and practice of scientific socialism to be studied and applied in practice. The conversion of socialism from utopian to utopia to science became possible. Scientific socialism only at a particular stage of mankind's historical maturity. In the first half of the 19th century, the advanced positions were held by some European countries which surpassed the rest of the world thanks to the development of capitalism. The very development of capitalism, the changed socio-economic conditions of life, and the growing working class movement demanded the theoretical analysis and scientific explanation of the past, present, and future of human history. One should bear in mind that even in the advanced countries there was no uniform scientific view of society, with a number of serious errors predominating in its interpretation. Many regarded that the history of peoples and states was made by leaders, rulers, or heroes. Others believed that men were guided by God, still others asserted that a blind chance determined men's destiny. Such concepts of history made the oppressed popular masses reconcile themselves with all injustices and social evils and patiently wait for a change for the better, to remain socially and politically passive. We may add here that in the exploiting society the working masses were deprived of any opportunity to study history and social life, while socio-political concepts and theories, due to the existing opposition between mental and manual labor, were largely elaborated by representatives of the ruling classes. Therefore, even the best achievements of socio-political thought, with all their original ideas and even elements of scientific knowledge, provided neither scientific understanding of history nor scientific substantiation of a society of social justice. Broadly speaking, scattered sprouts of the scientific socialist world outlook were prepared by the entire world history, the revolutionary practice and the development of scientific knowledge. The socialist world outlook absorbed the best achievements of the world culture and grew directly out of the teachings of the great thinkers of various nations. It was Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the great European thinkers and revolutionaries, who were commissioned by world history to work out a really scientific revolutionary world outlook. The revolutionary practice of the 1840s urgently demanded theoretical answers to such questions as the essence of man in general, and of man in the bourgeois society, in particular, and the place and role of classes and nations in history. To answer these questions, Marx and Engels had to critically evaluate the prevailing views and to master the main achievements of social and natural sciences and to study the international historical experience of the revolutionary, working class and peasant movements in various countries. Marx and Engels were not mere continuers of the preceding philosophical, economic, and socialist ideas. Their teaching is fundamentally different from those of the bourgeois economists and socialists of their time. The former tried to explain the nature of social classes but failed to disclose the economic prerequisites of their existence, historic role, and prospects of the class struggle. The latter rightly protested against social oppression, subjected capitalism to sharp criticism and offered schemes of a just socialist society which, however, remained dreams isolated from economic development and revolutionary struggle. In contrast to them, the socialist revolutionary world outlook is characterized by an internal unity of its component parts with socialist convictions and ideals relying on a scientific theory which substantiates the revolutionary transforming activity. In the broader context, the scientific socialist world outlook of Marx and Lenin is named Marxism-Leninism after its brilliant theoreticians Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. All the component parts of Marxism-Leninism, major stages of its development and especially its ever-growing significance in the contemporary revolutionary practice are studied within the framework of the specialized sciences philosophy, political economy, and scientific socialism. Here we shall only deal with the ideological struggle round scientific socialism. Among its numerous falsifications one should mention the allegations that Marxism violated the continuity of theoretical thinking and broke off with the Western culture. Another falsification, on the contrary, maintains that Marxism-Leninism is a purely European, German, or Russian phenomenon supposedly alien to the countries of the East, Asia, Africa and Latin America. Current attempts of the ideologists of the imperialist reaction and their accomplices to distort the content of the socialist revolutionary world outlook serve only to prove that they are forced to acknowledge its magnetic force and its ever-growing influence in the world revolutionary process and social life. The conversion of socialism from utopia to science was primarily due to Marx's two great discoveries. In the first place, Marx gave a scientific materialist interpretation of human history free of subjectivism and contemplativeness of 16. The previous theories with their characteristic gap between the explanation of the world and its transformation. Marx was the first to introduce the notion of socio-historical practice, e.g. the practical activity of man who makes nature obey his will, creates material and cultural values, changes life conditions and himself in the process. For this reason the Marxist explanation of history is centered not on the motion of consciousness but on the revolutionary transforming activity of men, with consciousness so characteristic of them. Marx thereby evolved scientific theory of social progress, showed the decisive role of the popular masses, and substantiated the inevitability of the revolutionary transition from the exploiting societies to socialism. It means that Marx's theory, in addition to the scientific explanation of the world, includes well-grounded ways of practical transformation of social relations and abolishment of social inequality, all forms of oppression, discrimination, and enslavement. Marx's economic theory was of no less importance for the scientific substantiation of socialism. Marxist political economy revealed the economic causes of human development, the secrets of capitalist exploitation, the historical place of capitalism and the inevitability of its replacement by socialism. Basing itself on these discoveries of philosophical and economic science, socialism emerges not as a utopian dream but as a law-governed logical stage in the development of human society. The theory of scientific socialism is inseparably linked with revolutionary practice, and is constantly enriched by the latter. That makes this theory effective, purposeful, and creative. Lenin's theoretical and practical revolutionary activity is an example of creative development of the revolutionary socialist world outlook. Lenin's defense, substantiation, and development of each component part of the scientific socialist world outlook, and his contribution to the revolutionary socialist practice are so great that it is only natural that the modern science of socialism is called Marxism-Leninism. So, it is vital to understand that Marx, Engels, and Lenin by means of philosophical and economic argumentation turned socialist utopias and separate socialist ideas from a dream. 2-0370a. About a just society cherished by the oppressed and the exploited into a scientific theory and program of overthrowing the exploiting system and of conscious building of socialism. Ce igli of the preconditions, general social and political laws, ways, forms and methods of a socialist transformation of human society. This science studies and generalizes the experience of the world communist, working class and national liberation movement, ways and patterns of transition of different countries to socialism, the practice of building socialist society. The intense ideological and theoretical struggle of today and the growing demands set up by the revolutionary practice stress the necessity for a profound and comprehensive study of Marxist-Leninist social science. The experience shows that one cannot be a conscious and active revolutionary, if he neglects the revolutionary theory, tolerates stagnation of ideas or pays less attention to ideological and theoretical issues. The main purpose of studying philosophy, political economy, and the theory and practice of scientific socialism is to learn to solve specific tasks involved in remaking society and arising in the practice of each revolutionary party and each revolutionary socialist. The study and understanding of the historical preconditions of the emergence and development of philosophy, its main concepts and laws is an important step towards this goal. 2. The social role of philosophical knowledge. Those who make the first steps in studying philosophy must attach special attention to its place and role in social life, to the historical preconditions of its development, and to the scientific meaning of its main concepts and laws. In their attitudes to the revolutionary world surrounding world, their outlook, ideology, and activity, behavior and way philosophy of life people are guided by. One should make it a rule to be most accurate as regards the meaning of each concept, the content of which in science does not always coincide with the everyday usage of the given word. A.k. certain views and convictions which are formed in the process of assimilating by each man of the social and production experience of the past generations, practical skills and types of activity and elements of scientific knowledge. Each of the component parts forming man's general view of the world plays its role in his life. The acquired skills and production type the elements of scientific knowledge, set man right in his choice of the means of human activity. Man's traits and sentiments, and his social activity in life depend on the convictions, principles, and standards regulating human relationships and behavior as well as on individual psychological and emotional features. Men's feelings and moods, their opinions, convictions, and views being shaped under various socio-historical conditions produce certain combinations expressed in science by the definite concepts. The growing links between various ideas, the elaboration by individuals of similar views as regards the common interests and goals of social groups, of which they become aware form a unity of opinions which is called ideology. Ideology expresses, in the long run, the common viewpoint on the socio-economic conditions of classes and groups of individuals, their interests and goals. Alongside the views of specific interests there develop and become deeper ideas and concepts of universal laws of natural existence and social being, human cognition and activity. These are studied by philosophy. Ideology and philosophy in their interconnection make up the essential social content of world outlook. A world outlook may be defined as the sum total of principles, views, and convictions of individuals, which determines their attitude to reality, underscore their practical and social activity. It might seem that a world outlook invariably constitutes a purely individual combination of philosophical, scientific, political, moral, religious, or atheistic convictions and ideals of men. This interpretation would be wrong since, despite a wealth of individual notions, a world outlook of individuals always has a certain community of their social content. The initial meaning of the term philosophy coined by the ancient Greeks is love of wisdom. 49a. And social role. It is this community of social content and role that makes it possible to classify all the existing individual world outlooks according to various characteristics. For instance, there may be atheistic and religious world outlooks distinguished for their attitude to religion and its influence. By their socio-political role world outlooks are divided into revolutionary and reactionary. For revolutionaries engaged in real activities the classification of world outlooks according to their class nature is most important, for it shows the interests of which class a world outlook expresses and defends. In this context the revolutionary practice distinguishes feudal and peasant, bourgeois and socialist world outlooks. The identification of world outlooks according to the above criteria is of great significance and widely used in the ideological and political struggle. At the same time, world outlooks may be analyzed in a broader context, proceeding from the specific ideological role of philosophical views and convictions. The specific role of philosophy lies in the following. First, it systematizes heterogeneous elements of world outlooks. Second, it theoretically substantiates and generalizes the aggregate data of science and practice. Third, philosophy answers the question of the essence of human existence, the place and mission of man and mankind in the surrounding world, and their prospects. Systematizing various concepts. The fundamental question of the natural and social and partisanship of being, and of man's place and philosophy makes up the basis of entire system of men's views and identifies two principal world outlooks, materialist and idealist. In this case the criterion for the identification rests on the philosophical and theoretical base, upon which various elements of world outlook, namely, philosophical materialism or philosophical idealism, are grouped. The role of philosophy and its influence on man's practical orientation may be correctly appraised only if one has thoroughly understood the content and role of major philosophic and trends. No matter how diverse the content of numerous philosophical systems and schools may be, They always offer their answers to the questions of man's place in the world, and in particular, of the relationship between human consciousness, thinking, reason and the objective external world, being, and matter. The solution to this most general, fundamental question of philosophy, predetermines the nature of the entire system of world outlook and splits philosophers into two great camps: materialists and idealists. Materialism proceeds from the dependence of man's sensations, views, and consciousness on the surrounding world, from the primacy of matter. Idealism, on the contrary, proceeds from the primacy of consciousness or of any other spiritual factor. The fundamental question of philosophy singles out not only the natural essence of the world but raises the question of its knowability. Regarding consciousness as the reflection of the objective external world, as a product of matter, philosophical materialism thereby recognizes, in principle, the knowability of the existing phenomena and processes. As for idealism, it, as a rule, tends to deny the possibility of objective cognition, i.e. veers towards agnosticism. As time went on, the concepts and arguments of philosophical materialism changed. At the early stages of human history, in the early class societies, philosophy embraced all knowledge of the world and man. The existing sources indicate that materialism of antiquity was naive. It accorded the material primacy to concrete widespread physical phenomena, processes and bodies. The greater achievement of the philosophical thought of the time was atomistic materialism, which regarded all that exists as a mere combination of atoms, indivisible material particles. The materialist trend in the history of philosophy is called the line of Democritus, after one of the founders of the ancient Greek atomism. Various forms of naive materialism, to a greater or smaller extent, were characteristic of social consciousness of many nations and even of the now extinct civilizations which were at the early stages of historical development of classes. The latter point is significant in two respects. First, it shows 21. The socio-historical conditionality of the emergence and development of philosophical forms of social consciousness, and of the formation of philosophical traditions of each nation and the latter's potential contribution to the world material and intellectual culture. Second, it lays bare the scientific untenability of attempts to present either Europe or the Middle East, or other regions as the sole world center of philosophy and intellectual culture. The appraisal of historical forms of materialism includes not only the elucidation of its content. It is also important to ascertain their consistency in examining nature and society, the degree of their effectiveness, the scope of links with social practice, and the extent of expression of interests of certain social groups. Thus, ancient materialism, due to its idealistic interpretation of history, its contemplative and class nature, could not become a spiritual weapon of the oppressed and exploited, a slogan of slaves' rebellion. Neither could ancient philosophical idealism be such a slogan. Idealist philosophical teachings emerged in the early class societies as a counterbalance to the spontaneous materialist convictions of people in the objective existence of the external world, and are opposed to the ancient philosophical materialism. Proceeding from the assumption that the spiritual is primary, idealism theoretically developed the ancient religious mythological illusions and especially the dogma of the divine essence of the world. Among the varieties of ancient idealist philosophy mentioned should be first made of objective idealism. In contrast to subjective idealism, which asserted that the world and any knowledge of it are dependent on individual consciousness of the subject, objective idealism believed in the primacy of the incorporeal, such as universal spirit, absolute idea, and so on. The most prominent philosophical system of objective idealism was created by Plato, a philosopher of ancient Greece, after whom was named the whole line of idealism in the history of philosophy. Without dwelling here upon the merits of this philosophical system, we would underline its key premise on 22. The primacy of incorporeal forms of things, or, according to Plato, their ideas. The early idealism of the slave-owning aristocracy revealed its contemptuous or negative attitude to manual labor, the production activity and the transformation of the surrounding world. Criticism of the philosophical and social role of ancient materialism and idealism does not exclude their socio-historical significance. Paraphrasing the well-known idea that without ancient slavery there would have been no modern civilization, it would be right to say that without ancient philosophy there would have been no contemporary theoretical thinking. The philosophy of early class societies gave rise to many of the subsequent philosophical systems and schools, and its study remains an important element of the philosophical knowledge of present-day revolutionaries. The antithesis between philosophical and social original positions of materialism and idealism led to the ideological struggle, still waged today, of the two camps, two philosophical parties, the struggle of the lines of Democritus and Plato. The partisanship of philosophy implies the membership of one of the two camps, one of the principal philosophical parties, materialism or idealism, determined ultimately by their socio-class motives and historically expressing some definite social function. Therefore, the modern philosophy, as Lenin put it, is just as partisan as philosophy was 2,000 years ago. The struggle between materialism and idealism went on in the extremely hard spiritual atmosphere of the Mediterranean and European Middle Ages. The feudal and clerical domination, the raging obscurantism, particularly persecutions on the part of the Catholic Inquisition, and the conversion of philosophy into an obedient servant of the Church failed to defeat champions of scientific truth and strength of human reason. The above features were also characteristic of the development of philosophy in countries of Asia and the East. Thus, intense struggle raged between materialism and idealism in the Arab medieval philosophy. Materialist ideas of the law-governed character of natural phenomena and of their causal conditionality were expressed by Al-Kindi, a prominent representative of the Oriental Aristotelianism. Ibn Rushd was another eminent medieval thinker who developed the materialist aspects of Aristotelianism and rejected the religious dogmas of the creation of the world by God from nothing. Such prominent thinkers of the Middle Ages as Al-Farabi, Al-Biruni, Ibn Sina combined materialist trends with theological religious views in their teachings. Among the noted materialists in the history of medieval philosophy was Ibn Khaldun, who, among other things, raised the question of the impact of the climate and the environment on the development of society. The teaching of Al-Ash'ari, on the contrary, marked an attempt to philosophically substantiate a religious doctrine. Beginning from the 13th century, that teaching was acknowledged as the philosophy of Ilan. According to Al-Ash'ari, the first and sole cause of all that exists and happens is God. The works by many Arab thinkers, for instance, by Ibn Tufayl, the writer and idealist philosopher, were widely known in the medieval Europe. The development of the medieval Arab philosophy shows that it was based primarily on the struggle between materialist and idealist trends, which reflected eventually their socio-class requirements. The same is true of the whole history of world philosophy. The newly born bourgeoisie, as the exponent of capitalist production, headed the anti-feudal popular movement in Europe and acted as the predominant force of bourgeois revolutions. In response to these new social requirements, materialism changed its form while idealist philosophy changed the content of its problems. The materialism of the 17th to 18th centuries in Europe became mechanistic, explaining the world and man in accordance with the laws and theories of classical mechanics. The mechanistic picture of the world, despite its one-sided nature, corresponded to the level of scientific knowledge of the time and served as a destructive weapon in the struggle against the Aristotelianism is a philosophical teaching of Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher and scholar, well known in many countries. 24. Feudal and clerical rule. Mechanistic materialism was closely linked with natural science and called for scientific experiment and the education and enlightenment of the popular masses. It was thereby more effective than ancient materialism, though, as a whole, it was also of contemplative nature. The European materialists of the day were rather consistent in their materialist explanation of nature but remained idealistic in their interpretation of historical processes, society and man. Thus, the world-renowned French enlighteners encyclopedists believed that ideas rule the world and therefore saw the historical progress only in the enlightenment of the popular masses but not in the revolutionary transformation of society. In its social role, this form of materialism was a philosophical substantiation of the world outlook of the newly born exploiter class and was progressive at the time. However, after winning political power, the European bourgeoisie did not wait long to give up its materialist philosophical slogans. Various forms of religious idealist world outlooks better corresponded to the interests of its class domination in the economic, political, and cultural spheres. In contrast to materialism and in accordance with the individualistic character of private capitalist relations, there flourished various schools of subjective idealism and dualism. 7. Admittedly, some idealists by their formulation and elaboration of philosophical concepts pertaining to the process of cognition, logical thinking, forms and activity of human consciousness, largely contributed to the development of theoretical thinking. A special interest is presented by the connection of philosophy with the world outlook of revolutionary democrats. As a social phenomenon, revolutionary democratism is the product of the specific conditions in the countries which, due to a number of causes, lagged behind the historical progress in the 19th and 20th centuries. Revolutionary democratism is international in character, though chronologically its appearance in various countries does not coincide. As an ideological, dualism is a philosophical teaching which regards the material and the spiritual equally valid. Most graphic examples of dualism as an attempt to reconcile materialism with idealism are the philosophy of Descartes and that of Kant. 25. And political trend. Revolutionary democratism constitutes a transitional link between social movements headed by the arising bourgeoisie and the proletarian, socialist emancipation movement. The philosophical foundations of the world outlook of revolutionary democratism depend on the concrete historical conditions and philosophical and revolutionary traditions of a nation. Often than not, the philosophical concepts of revolutionary democrats were inconsistent, combining most heterogeneous and contradictory elements. At the same time, the revolutionary activity and the very conditions of revolutionary struggle made the majority of revolutionary democrats strive for scientific knowledge and critically re-evaluate the prevailing idealist conceptions. Such was the case, for instance, with the philosophical evolution of José Martí, a prominent revolutionary democrat and leader of the Cuban national liberation movement in the 19th century. The materialist trends were vividly manifest in the 19th century in the philosophy of the Russian revolutionary democrats. But the Russian revolutionary democrats also failed to overcome the idealist interpretation of social development. That is why their ideas and hopes for a peasant revolution to take place in Russia in the middle of the 19th century, where capitalism was already underway, were no more than a social utopia. A deeper and special study of the historical forms of materialism and idealism leads to some general conclusions. First, philosophical materialism in all its forms, despite the historical limitation of concrete knowledge of the external world and man, always furthered scientific cognition and formation of the scientific picture of the world. The epistemological elements of philosophical materialism allowed it to form the basis of the world outlook of the most advanced classes and social groups of the time. But owing to its philosophical inconsistency, idealist interpretation of histo-re and contemplative nature, materialism of the past ages was unable to provide a scientific and philosophical substantiation. CVI. Lenin, In Memory of Herzen, Collected Works, Volume 18, pages 25 to 31. 2t. For a revolution of the oppressed and exploited masses. Second, philosophical idealism, for its part, revealed the historical fallaciousness of its theoretical and social orientation. The idealist pictures of the world consolidated the centuries-old errors, hampered the development of scientific knowledge and secured the ideological and political power of the reactionary forces of the exploiter classes. The impact of idealism was especially evident in doctrines and conceptions of socio-historical development, forcing the traditionally idealistic interpretation of history upon the idealists and ideologists of the ruling classes and even upon representatives of the old materialism. The predomination of historical idealism gave birth to the basic fallacies of social orientation such as utopianism, fatalism, voluntarism, and contemplativeness. By the middle of the 19th century, these historical limitations of the earlier philosophy, its theoretical and social functions lagging behind social requirements, made themselves so evident that a fundamental revision of the previous concepts was brought to an issue. The methodological function of philosophy had also to be basically changed. The effectiveness of concept of philosophical fickle knowledge and its in-method fluence on man's practical activity depend on both the content of this knowledge and on the philosophical method applied therewith. A philosophical method is a totality of principles, corresponding ways, and methods used to attain some cognitive or transforming ends. The great English materialist philosopher Francis Bacon compared a method with a lantern guiding a traveler in darkness. We may add that today the scientific philosophical method is a torch and a powerful impetus to scientific research and the revolutionary transforming activity. But its emergence was preceded by a long history of philosophical gropings and errors. Certain rudiments of the two opposing methods, dialect and metaphysics, could be found in ancient philosophy. Explaining the state of the surrounding world spontaneous. 27. Dialectics maintain that everything changes and develops. In contrast to this, the ancient metaphysicists stressed the stability, unchangeability, and immutability of being. As a method of cognition, metaphysics emerged in the natural sciences of the 17th to 18th centuries when scientific data were being accumulated and individual objects and facts studied. For this period in the development of the natural sciences, the metaphysical method was historically justified. But its one-sidedness and narrowness soon became an obstacle to the further progress of scientific knowledge. Considering objects and phenomena in isolation from one another, ignoring their universal connection, motion, and development, and interpreting the changes as only the quantitative increase or decrease of what already existed, metaphysics could not provide a scientific explanation of reality. Dialectics, as a teaching of the universal connection and development of the objective world and thought, and as a philosophical method, developed as a result of requirements of social progress. The idea of infinite change and development forced its way by associating itself with various materialist and idealist philosophical systems, which explains why the history of theoretical thinking abounds in various combinations of philosophical theory and philosophical method, metaphysical materialism and metaphysical idealism, idealist and materialist dialectics. Undoubtedly, the central idea of dialectics, that of interconnection and development, is in principle the most fruitful for man's orientation in his practical activity. However, within the framework of idealist philosophical systems, it was of no help for man in the socio-historical practice and even more so in the revolutionary activity. The dialectical method became a powerful instrument of scientific cognition and revolutionary remaking of the world only after it was combined with the consistent philosophical materialism. The philosophy of scientific socialism combined materialism with a. One should remember that up to the end of the 18th century, and often in contemporary non-Marxian philosophy, metaphysics is the name given to the philosophical teachings studying the allegedly changeless, eternal essence of things lying beyond the physical world. Modern philosophy applies the term metaphysics to the anti-dialectical method. 28. Dialectics and changed their epistemological, methodological, and social functions. The study of the historical, namely, the socio-economic, natural scientific and theoretical preconditions of the emergence of the philosophy of scientific socialism and the stages of its development reveals its social conditionality, the continuity of philosophical knowledge, its international content and specific features of its functions. Moreover, this study proves the untenability of the criticism, repudiation, or distortion of the theory and practice of scientific socialism in the present-day ideological struggle. Characteristic in this respect are the current attempts of the bourgeois ideologists and opportunists to distort internationalism of the philosophy of scientific socialism, or to accuse Marxism-Leninism of violating the continuity in the development of philosophical knowledge. In fact, social requirements of a certain epoch in world history demanded the philosophical and economic substantiation of scientific socialism. It repraised and generalized the experience of class struggle and made use of the best achievements of scientific cognition and philosophical thinking. Socio-economic preconditions. Preconditions of the establishment of capitalism. Philosophy of scientific put, as it was indicated socialism earlier, the European countries on the advanced positions of historical progress. The growth of large-scale industry was accompanied by the revolutionary breakup of the obsolete social relations, transforming the old and giving rise to new classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The antithesis of needs and interests, the class antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat made themselves evident in the first economic crises and, particularly, in the political actions of the proletariat of England, France, and Germany in the 1830s and 1840s. The shift from immature and spontaneous forms of class struggle to political class demands turned the proletariat into an independent revolutionary force. There appeared first material and socio-political preconditions for abolishing society based on class antagonism, and a necessity. 29. Arose to become aware of the proletariat's historic role and to substantiate its socialist mission philosophically and historically. The historical necessity for a theoretical substantiation of the place and role of the proletariat as the oppressed class was essential but not the sole prerequisite for the rise of the philosophy of scientific socialism. The requirements of the oppressed classes, their dreams of and quests for an ideal social system were formerly expressed in various social conceptions. The impact of historical idealism, characteristic of social utopias, resulted in the distorted interpretation of social development and incorrect understanding of ways and forms of social transformation. In contrast to these social theories, the world outlook of the working class was theoretically based on a generalization of the revolutionary practice and the best achievements of scientific and philosophical knowledge. Natural scientific preconditions. Up to the 19th century, the development of the natural sciences remained largely concerned with the collection, description, and classification of numerous facts and natural phenomena and their properties. Thus arose the mechanistic and metaphysical pictures of the objective world that it consisted of the independent parts isolated from one another. The mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, the animal kingdom and the human kingdom. Such an exaggeration of isolation of separate parts of nature, their immobility and immutability did not correspond to the accumulated knowledge, factual data and the social and production practice of mankind. The metaphysical view of the world was refuted by the great discoveries of 19th-century natural science, the cellular structure of vegetable and animal organisms, the fundamental law of the conservation and conversion of energy, the evolutionary theory of the origin and development of all living organisms, including the natural evolution of man out of the animal world, the periodic law of chemical elements. By disclosing the dialectical, contradictory character of processes undergoing in the animate and inanimate nature and the natural laws of their existence, interaction, and development, the great 30. Discoveries in natural science destroyed the old metaphysical picture of the world and demanded a basic restructuring of the prevailing philosophical concepts and theories. Philosophical theoretical preconditions. As it was stressed earlier, the scientific socialist world outlook absorbed the best achievements of world intellectual culture and arose as a direct continuation of the teachings of the greatest representatives of philosophy, political economy, and socialism. The philosophy of class antagonistic societies found its fullest expression in the philosophical systems of the German thinkers George Hegel and Ludwig Feuerbach. Hegel made a brilliant attempt to reveal the universal dialectical character of nature, society, and thinking. From his point of view, the world and man with his consciousness were nothing more than various stages in the development of the objective absolute idea. According to Hegel, pre-natural stage of existence of the absolute idea in its pure, logical form was the eternal primary essence of the world. At a certain stage of development, the pure, absolute idea turns into its opposite, other being, nature. the motion and development of nature, in their turn, give birth to man and a new form of other equals being, consciousness or human spirit. It is in Hegel's philosophical system, supposedly expressing the self-knowledge of the absolute idea, that consciousness develops to the full. Even this outline description of Hegel's philosophy gives an idea of its basic features. Its unquestionable value is the fruitful idea of dialectical development as a self-motion based, as any motion and vitality, on internal contradictions. This idea generalized the progressive findings of the preceding natural scientific and philosophical knowledge and discovered the dialectics of things, which was expressed, however, in the form of the dialectics of concepts. At the same time, the fruitfulness of the idea of self-development for science and practice was seriously undermined by the conservative, idealist system of Hegel's philosophy. Hegel was unable to overcome the irreconcilable contradiction between the completed system of philosophical idealism and the idea of infinite development. It is evident that Hegel's dialectics, confined to the form of the inner motion of the absolute idea, could not become a real dialectical method of scientific cognition and man's transforming activity. The inner contradictoriness of Hegel's philosophy, reflecting the crisis in theoretical thinking of the bourgeois society of the time, gave rise to protracted struggle between the materialist and idealist interpretations of his views. The German materialist Ludwig Feuerbach was among the first to provide a well-grounded criticism of Hegel's objective idealism, declaring that Hegel separated thought from man, whom Feuerbach regarded as a part of nature itself. Feuerbach opposed Hegel with his materialist concepts of the primacy and decisive role of the material being and elaborated the concept of consciousness as the reflection of the material world. From his materialist standpoint, Feuerbach quite justifiably criticized idealism and agnosticism for their limitation or neglect of man's cognitive abilities, and vulgar materialism which regarded thought and man's mental ability as purely physical phenomena. Here lies Feuerbach's service to history, for he revived the materialist principles in his struggle against Hegelianism and other forms of idealism. At the same time, Feuerbach repeated some historical limitations of preceding materialism. His materialism, with metaphysical method and contemplative character, preserved the idealist interpretation of historical process with reason to be its driving force. By regarding man outside the context of his social relationships and historical development and ignoring the role of socio-historical practice, Feuerbach imparted anthropological character to materialism. His major error was the one-sidedness of his criticism of Hegel's philosophy, in which he failed to see positive elements, dialectics, discarding it as something unfit for use. The narrowness and one-sidedness of Feuerbach's materialist philosophy were overcome by the founders of dialectical and historical materialism philosophy of scientific socialism. 3. IEBNEESEE La F. Marxist philosophy. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were commissioned by world history to elaborate the essential components of the scientific revolutionary world outlook. After breaking away with the conservative traditions of their bourgeois families, they were opposed to the existing social order. Their participation in the European revolutionary movement of the 1840s largely contributed to the evolution of their philosophical and political views. At the beginning of their activities, Marx and Engels, taking the positions of revolutionary democrats, overcame liberalism of petty bourgeois democrats. The young Hegelians were revolutionary phrasemongers, who regarded the change in consciousness as the basis for the transformation of reality. Their historical idealism in the revolutionary context of the day impeded the practical struggle against the existing schism. The revolutionary requirements forced Marx and Engels to critically re-evaluate and overcome idealism and metaphysics, prevailing in the views of society, man, and his consciousness. The elaboration of materialist dialectics and materialist understanding of history made up the basic content of Marx's and Engels' early works. For instance, in their book The Holy Family they gave a detailed criticism of historical idealism, conservatism, and utopianism of the young Hegelians, laid bare the epistemological roots of idealism and appraised various idealist and materialist systems and their struggle in the history of philosophy. Moreover, the book contains a materialist conclusion on the popular masses' decisive role in history, as direct producers of the material goods. The Jexman ideology disclosed the material foundations of historical process which gave rise to various forms of ideology. And, finally, Manifesto of the Communist Party signified the formation of the basic principles of a new, socialist world outlook. The Communist Manifesto outlined the three component parts of Marxism: philosophy, political economy, and the theory of scientific socialism. The interconnection and profound inner unity of the main components of the socialist revolutionary world outlook are preconditioned by the essential features of its philosophical theoretical basis. The interpenetration and unity of materialism, indissoluble unity of mate, and dialectics, realist and dialectical concepts, is the foremost distinguishing feature of Marx's philosophical teaching. The consistent philosophical materialism and recognition of the primacy of matter and the material conditionality of all existing phenomena inevitably implies the dialectical view of their interconnection, change, and development. Materialist dialectics as a philosophical science proceeds from recognizing the material unity of the world, the objectivity of the forms of matter and its properties, laws of its motion and development. At the same time, the discovery of the universal laws of dialectical development of the material world, cognition, and thinking preconditions the consistent and scientific conclusion that the popular masses are genuine history makers. The creation of dialectical materialism signified the critical overcoming of metaphysical narrowness of the past materialist teachings and idealist dialectics. The indissolute unity of materialism and dialectics constitutes one of the basic antitheses between Marxist-Leninist and contemporary bourgeois philosophy. The non-Marxian philosophical literature abounds in various interpretations of dialectics. The outright repudiation of dialectics in general has become a rarity. Today bourgeois philosophers, acknowledging or half-acknowledging dialectics in words, do their best to distort it. A very typical example is provided by the definitions of dialectics in the encyclopedias and philosophical dictionaries which are in current use in the non-socialist world. As a rule, these editions define dialectics as the art of reasoning, the science of logic, the science which studies reason and its laws, and so on. The scientific unsoundness of such definitions lies in an arbitrary denial of the dialectics of the objective world. 34. And in the absolutization of logical thinking. The idealist interpretation of dialectics makes itself felt not only in its content but also in the methods of teaching philosophy in the non-socialist countries. It is significant that the course of philosophy is arbitrarily divided into isolated teachings on the problems and essence of being, the theory of knowledge and the laws and forms of thinking. The study of values is a separate course, as is seen from the philosophical manuals and textbooks published in the non-socialist countries. The colonizers imposed that system of teaching and philosophical education upon their former colonies and dependent countries. Most of the current idealist interpretations of dialectics are aimed, in one way or another, against dialectical materialism. The emergence of numerous varieties of such conceptions, which in most cases are shared by a small number of admirers of an author or a professor, points to their scientific flimsiness and futility. Denying the dialectics of development independent of human existence, most of these authors reduce it to man's mental and sensory experience, to subjective dialectics. Such is, for instance, the idealist essence of the so-called historical dialectics of the French existentialists. There are also the objective idealist conceptions of dialectics. Thus, today clerical philosophers, including Catholics, develop the conception of ontological dialectics, according to which all relationships, changes of being and man obey the law of harmony and hierarchy, and therefore only God can allegedly incarnate their dialectical synthesis. It is not difficult to see that this philosophy leads to contemplation and passivity, justifies richness and poverty, the actual tyranny of the exploiters, and deprives the popular masses of any civil rights. In ideological struggle, the bourgeois ideologists resort to direct falsifications of dialectical materialism by identifying it, notably, with Hegelianism. But in contrast to Hegel, Marx and Engels drew dialectical concepts and laws not from an abstract, ideal substance but from an analysis of phenomena. 35. And processes of nature and society. Their brilliant contribution to the history of revolutionary thought lies in applying materialist dialectics to political economy, history, natural science, philosophy, and the policy and strategy of the working class. Marxist dialectics, by its profound analysis of reality, underlines the historically transient character of all that exists, including the forms of social life. Marx wrote, "In its rational form it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also, the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary." Other distinguishing features of the philosophy of scientific socialism are connected with materialist dialectics, revolutionary spirit of this philosophy. Another vitally important as mutual conditionality pact which distinguishes of dialectical and histo-Marxist-Leninist philosophy materialism from all the previous and current philosophical systems, is that the principles of philosophical materialism come to be relevant to socio-historical processes. As was noted earlier, Marx's greatest scientific discoveries were a materialist understanding of history and the unraveled secret of surplus value governing the capitalist production. For the first time in the history of theoretical thought, social life and the whole process of world development were explained by natural material reasons and relationships. The material needs and living conditions determine man's consciousness and his practical activity. In contrast to formerly dominant historical idealism, Marx's historical materialism was first to put sociology on scientific basis. The acute ideological struggle, raging round the basic provisions of historic materialism and its place and role, proves its significance for scientific cognition and the 36. Revolutionary remaking of society. The identification of His trademark torical materialism with the so-called economic materialism, i.g. the oldest and most widespread anti-Marxist speculation. The scientific substantiation. Scientific substantiation of the philosophical concepts of categories and principles of Marxist Leninist philosophy explains why this philosophy holds a special place in the world outlook and activity of revolutionaries. Special concepts called philosophical categories denote the basic theoretical content of any philosophical theory. Philosophical categories should be distinguished from both the conventional notions and from the most general concepts of the specialized sciences, though they are often expressed in the same words. The conventional notions generally certain qualities of a definite range of objects and phenomena perceived and cognized by man. Examples of such conventional notions are table, house, tree, and so on. The specialized sciences, studying major properties and connections between the particular objects, and certain spheres of reality, shape scientific concepts. The most general concepts of the specialized sciences generalize the specific features, characteristic of the objects of nature and society under study, as regards their organization, state, connections, and changes. The concepts of mechanics, for instance, are mass, energy, biology, cell, organism, heredity, cybernetics, data, programming, feedback, political economy, value, exchange, reproduction. In contrast to the concepts of the specialized sciences, each philosophical category is the broadest scientific concept which generalizes the essential facets and connections, intrinsic in any object or process of reality. For example, anything, phenomena, or process can be conceived as a certain set of component parts and characterized quantitatively. So, the philosophical categories content and quantity reflect the bourgeois literature ascribes erroneous views to Marxism which, it alleges, holds that all social phenomena and man's consciousness follow directly from economic production. Actually existing universal attributes, intrinsic in all objects and phenomena of objective reality. The dialectical materialist philosophy emphasizes the objective basis of forming categories, their historical character and epistemological role. Categories are evolved on the basis of summing up the historical experience of cognition and transformation of the world, socio-historical practice, progress in production, the specialized sciences and philosophy. Materialism and idealism differ in their interpretation of the origin and content of categories. All the idealists are unanimous in asserting that categories do not reflect the objective world. Some of them regard categories as an embodiment of the absolute idea, universal reason, others see them as a product of human thinking independent of objective reality, still others treat all the concepts as indefinite and subjective, created and used by man for attaining his goals. Some idealists believe that categories are a result of some convention, an arbitrary agreement between people as to their content and meaning. The idealist understanding of categories rests on the assumption that they exist only in consciousness, in the human brain. In actual fact, however, the content of categories, namely, objects, phenomena, processes, their facets and connections, exist outside human consciousness, though they are expressed in thoughts and ideas only by the subject, man and mankind. Thus, the essential distinguishing features of the philosophical categories are their universality and objectivity of content. The problems involved in the origin, content, and universality of the philosophical categories are in the focus of the centuries-old struggle between materialists and idealists. The cause of this struggle lies in the special function of the philosophical categories which, due to their universality, act as the initial premises of cognition and become the principles of thinking and activity. Scientific cognition, social action, and even man's social behavior are always spontaneously or consciously regulated by certain philosophical principles, which generally are the most important and essential facets of man's cognitive and practical. 38. Activity in the given sphere of nature or society. They are evolved by man as he accumulates knowledge and experience. The principles incorporate a generalization of cognition and practice, the end results of man's investigation, and they are valid if they correspond to nature and history. From that it follows that the principles are not a sum total of arbitrary rules but the reflection of actual demands in cognition and thought, a summing up and a conclusion drawn from man's cognitive and practical activity. The philosophical principles. Bhi Gidi principles characterizing man's understanding of the world and his attitude to it underscore at a given level of cognition and socio-historical practice. For instance, the opposite solution to the basic question of philosophy predetermines the opposing philosophical principles of materialism and idealism, as well as the opposition in their epistemological and methodological roles. The philosophical principles and categories influence men's activity in many respects. As was mentioned earlier, by shaping a systematist, integral philosophical conception of the world, nature, society, and thought, philosophy performs its theoretical function. Its social function lies in the socio-class causes of numerous varieties of philosophy, in the historical changes of its content and, particularly, in its impact on social development. The cognitive function of philosophy finds its expression in the theories of thought and knowledge, their laws and forms. The scientific understanding of the philosophical categories and principles allows to unveil the causes of distorted world conceptions, including the epistemological roots of idealism itself. Every man may fall prey to mistakes and even idealist errors. The intricate nature of the processes of cognition, the historical limitation and incompleteness of archaeology, combination of mistakes and erroneous concepts with scientific truths may lead to a distorted understanding of the world. But one must distinguish between separate mistakes and even idealistic errors of an individual and the elaborated system of philosophical idealism, which is and one-sided, exaggerated development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from 39. Matter, from nature. Epistemological possibilities of developing one-sided views and concepts into a system of philosophical idealism become a reality when they correspond to the class egoistic interests of certain social groups and are supported by them. Hence the necessity for a concrete analysis of numerous varieties and forms of idealism or other unscientific conceptions and their social and epistemological roots. The scientific substantiation, knowledge, and constant utilization of the philosophical principles help man in his activity and ensure the consistent progress in the struggle for revolutionary goals. An essential feature of Marxist fundamental unity of Leninist philosophy, which this theory and practice distinguishes it basically from the other philosophical systems, is its fundamental unity with the practical revolutionary activity. Historical idealism, characteristic of even pre-Marxian materialists, made the earlier philosophy contemplative and led to a profound gap between the explanation of the world and its reorganization. The contemplation and narrow understanding of practice, which was reduced to personal experience or scientific experiment, were not only noticed by Marx but were overcome by the elaboration of the dialectical materialist theory of man's transforming activity. If revolutionaries in their activity would not proceed from dialectics and materialism, this may lead to one-sidedness and subjectivity, isolation from practice and inability to thoroughly analyze social processes, as well as to revisionist or dogmatic, pseudo-radical deviations and errors in politics. At the same time, philosophy itself would congeal into a lifeless and mere abstraction unless it is connected with revolutionary practice and politics and is inseparable from the socio-transforming activity. The indissoluble bond between philosophy and revolutionary practice makes it not only effective and purposeful but also creative in character. This essential feature follows from the essence of the philosophy of scientific socialism. 40. Which should generalize the latest achievements of natural-scientific and social knowledge, the socio-historical practice. Marxism is not a dogma but a guide to action, conditioning the continual development of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and the deepening of the concrete historical content of its principles, laws, and categories. A major source of the creative development and concretization of all the philosophical provisions of scientific socialism is the revolutionary transforming activity of the working class of each country and its party vanguard. Lenin's theoretical and Leninist stage in the THIRD revolutionary activity is development of interna, an example of the creative detuitional philosophy development of scientific socialism. Lenin's defense, substantiation, and furthering of philosophical materialism, materialist dialectics and materialist understanding of history are so profound and comprehensive that they rightly constitute the Leninist stage in the development of the philosophy of scientific socialism. Leninism in general, and the Leninist stage in the development of the philosophy of scientific socialism, in particular, are a creative generalization of the latest experience and the application of Marxism in contemporary historical conditions. The attempts of the bourgeois ideologists and present-day opportunists to divorce Leninism from Marxism and to set them against each other are doomed. Leninism has always been the Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, the epoch of the transition from capitalism to socialism on a worldwide scale, the epoch of communist construction. The Leninist stage in the development of Marxist philosophy is the subject of various anti-socialist speculations and distortions. The fact that most of these falsifications are invalid is easily proved by two factors. First, the emergence of the Leninist stage in Marxist philosophy and scientific socialism was a historical necessity, with a whole range of socio-economic, natural scientific, and international philosophical theoretical preconditions. Second, the falsifiers' arguments that Leninism has allegedly become obsolete and 41. Must be discarded and that it is necessary to return to the revolutionary Marxism are invalid, for they reduce the issue to the theoretician's life and work, to chronology. In fact, chronological data cannot be a serious ground for the rise, establishment, and development of philosophy. It is the definite historical epochs whose objective laws are formulated in scientific theories that form such a basis. True, one must take into consideration the relative independence and inner logic of the self-development of philosophical knowledge. Leninism, indeed, is a remarkable sample of harmony between theory and practice, a creative development of theory and its creative application in the revolutionary struggle. The effective, creative, and revolutionary critical character of the philosophy of scientific socialism is manifest in its proletarian, socialist partisanship and scientific objectivity. The dialectical materialist understanding of social processes made it possible to ascertain not only their laws and trends but also the social force destined to emancipate society from enslavement and exploitation. Thanks to its place in the production of material goods, the working class acts not only as the principal productive force. Its class requirements and interests increasingly coincide with economic necessity of progressive development as production becomes social in character. Hence its consistent interest in economic and social development, its conversion into the principal social force capable of transforming the old society. Therefore, it is only natural that the founders of scientific socialism put their teaching directly at the service of the working class, became conscious and open defenders of its interests and committed themselves to the theory and practice of socialist movement. Putting an end to the aristocratism of the spirit of previous philosophy, accessible, as a rule, only to the elite and the educated people, Marxism-Leninism became the first philosophy of the working masses. The partisanship of Marxist-Leninist philosophy as the theoretical basis of socialist world outlook is quite natural. The opponents of socialism fiercely attack the combination of partisanship and scientificality in Marxist-Leninist philosophy for the principle of partisanship, enriched and developed by 42. Lenin has 9 broad philosophical sense and determines not only the position in the struggle of the two parties, two lines in Helo's materialism-idealism. In every science and every form of social consciousness the support for party principles has its own specific content. Any one-sided orientation at nonpartisan scientificality or divorcement of ideology from science lead, in the long run, to idealism and meta-physics in world outlook, and to reformism, right or left-wing opportunism in practice. The study of the philosophy of scientific socialism should not be reduced to a mere familiarization with its basic concepts, categories, theoretical principles, and laws. The main purpose of this study is to learn how to solve, basing oneself on the scientific philosophical principles, numerous tasks arising in the practice of revolutionary parties. Such potentialities are conditioned by the specifics of the subject matter and social function of the philosophy of scientific socialism. The subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, as it was expounded earlier, lies in the universe laws of motion and development of nature, society, and thought, relation of consciousness to the external world and man's place and role in it. In this respect the philosophy of scientific socialism is clearly of international character. The international character and content are characteristic of any function of the philosophy of scientific socialism. Dialectical and historical materialism is international in character, for it is the philosophical expression of the vital interests of the international working class. It is international as a universal method of scientific cognition and the revolutionary, socialist transformation of reality. Finally, it is international as the philosophical theoretical basis of the universal scientific socialist world outlook. The international character of the philosophical basis of scientific socialism is proved by the socio-historical experience, its spread and influence on the cultural life of all the countries in the world. Millions of advanced fighters within all the streams of the world revolutionary process are proud to join ranks with the growing army of communists. 43. Revolutionary socialists and democrats under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, scientific socialism. Marx's and Lenin's scientific socialism has become a program for over 100 communist, workers, and vanguard revolutionary democratic parties, organizations, popular movements and fronts on all the continents. Many young states striving to eliminate backwardness, attain economic independence and build a just society turn to Marxism-Leninism, the theory and practice of existing socialism. Lenin stressed that Marxism's political line is inseparably linked with its philosophical basis. In this sense dialectical and historical materialism serves as the scientific philosophical substantiation of the policy, strategy, and tactics of revolutionary parties in their struggle against imperialism, for freedom, national independence and socialism. Philosophical science on the world and man's activity in transforming society. The theoretical foundations of the socialist world outlook are distinguished for their deep-going connection with socio-historical and revolutionary practice. Scientific philosophical principles call for a coordination of the goals and results of man's transforming activity with the law-governed motion and development of the external world. In this respect, the most profound philosophical substantiation of revolutionary practice is set down in the principle of the materiality of the world and its laws. 1. The materiality of the world and its laws. The concept of matter and its an understanding of matter, significance for practice and its theoretical and practical treatment have been an acid test and watershed for numerous past and contemporary philosophical trends. Various idealist teachings ultimately deny or distort the reality of matter. The objective idealists, for instance, regard matter as the result of developing ideas, of divine origin. Some idealists either directly reject the existence of matter or regard it as the aggregate of human sensations. Pre-Marxist materialists recognized matter as objective reality but erroneously reduced it to widespread phenomena or substances, the sum total of prime elements. The same concepts of matter were shared by a number of Asian and Arab philosophers who had adopted and furthered the traditions of ancient philosophy. In Europe, from the time of Democritus up to Feuerbach, many materialists assumed that matter was the sum of indivisible, immutable particles of which all. Thomism is the official philosophical doctrine of Catholicism. 45. Existing objects are composed. This concept, prevailing in pre-Marxist materialism, of absolutely immutable and indivisible particles comprising primordial matter and moving in space in accordance with the laws of mechanics, was metaphysical and mechanistic. The mechanistic picture of the world had the following three aspects. First, matter was contrasted to concrete material things. Second, matter was identified with substance, with the properties of macrobodies. Third, the uncreatability of matter and its eternal existence were explained metaphysically, by the allegedly immutable material prime particles atoms. Thus, the picture of the world drawn by pre-Marxist materialist philosophers and natural scientists was based on the concept of the absolute immutability of nature. By the middle of the last century, the metaphysical and mechanistic picture of the world no longer corresponded to science and practice. In theory, it was debunked by the elaboration of the dialectical materialist understanding of natural and social being, and in practice, by the fundamental discoveries of the natural sciences at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. Unlike previous concepts, the founders of Marxist-Leninist philosophy first of all revealed the broadest sense of the notion matter, which embraced the infinite multiplicity of objective phenomena, processes, physical bodies, and all the diversity of concrete material relationships. The dialectical materialist understanding of matter united the philosophical teachings on the essence of being and the theory of knowledge. The historical necessity to change the form of materialism and, above all, the need for a more profound and extended definition of matter became imperative as a result of the crisis of the philosophical basis of natural science and the rise of physical idealism. The fact is that the new scientific facts undermine the earlier mechanistic, natural science-scientific and philosophical picture of the world. Physicists, who formerly adhered, as a rule, to the natural scientific, spontaneous materialism, came to the false philosophical conclusion that matter allegedly disappeared. In their view, the material basis of the world lies in motion, pure energy, for the radioactive disintegration of uranium was interpreted as evidence of the conversion of substance into energy. From that followed another false conclusion: materialism was henceforth declared debunked. In his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin brilliantly proved the scientific untenability of physical idealism, and the ensuing idealist philosophy of empirio-criticism and philosophical revisionism. Defending and dashing the fundamental principles of dialectical and historical materialism, Lenin stressed the interconnection of philosophy and 20th century natural science, and the growing significance of the theoretical foundations of the revolutionary world outlook. Only the dialectical materialist understanding of the world with its basic concept of matter allowed to overcome physical idealism and the crisis in the development of the natural sciences. Indeed, science has discovered and will continue to discover unknown properties, forms and laws of the material world, but they will never justify the false conclusion on the disappearance of matter. This conclusion reflects only the disappearance of the historical limits of our knowledge. Knowledge is always deep-going, changing our concepts of certain properties of matter which earlier seemed absolute and immutable but were actually inherent only in certain states of matter or material formations. No latest scientific data can refute dialectical materialism, for the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being. 1. The material formation is understood as an object, phenomenon, or process existing outside and independently of man's will and consciousness. An objective reality, of existing outside the mina. Such a philosophical understanding of matter can never become obsolete, quite the contrary, it is constantly confirmed by the ever-expanding and deepening scientific knowledge of diverse forms and properties of matter, concrete physical bodies and the structure of material formations. Moreover, 20th century natural science has confirmed Lenin's philosophical prevision concerning the inexhaustibility of matter in depth and of the electron. The infinity of matter and the inexhaustibility of its forms is confirmed by the discovery by modern physics of the so-called microcosm, an ever-growing number of elementary particles of matter, their states, interactions, and interconversions, revealing thereby the objective dialectics of the microcosm characterized by the unity of corpuscular and wave properties. Notably, it was discovered that in some states and types of interactions in the elementary material formatoms there predominate corpuscular properties, while in others wave properties. Physical research into the Earth's microcosm helps to elucidate the nature of cosmic objects, which remain highly inaccessible so far. Contemporary natural science identifies two kinds of matter, corpuscles and various physical fields. Contemporary natural scientific concepts of the forms and properties of matter graphically confirm its definition provided by Lenin. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. This definition interlinks two factors: first, the concept of matter as substance of the outside world, and, second, the correlation between matter and human consciousness. Matter as substance is understood in the sense that it is something universal for all the multiple material forms, i.e., their unity. At the same time, matter is the bearer of concrete properties and material relationships, i.e., their basis. For example, the material bearer of the hereditary properties of living organisms are the complex chemical compounds the nucleic acids of the living cell. The basis of chemical properties in turn are atoms and molecules. In social life, the material bearers of certain social phenomena, such as modes of social production, are people, social groups, and classes. Thus, matter is the universal basis and unity of all bodies, phenomena, relationships, and processes existing independently of the human consciousness. In Lenin's definition of matter, the objective reality concept embraces all the forms of being and attributes of matter, material relationships, and processes, and it is used primarily in its relation to the human consciousness. It stresses the primacy and independence of matter over consciousness, the ability of matter to act upon the sense organs and be reflected in man's sensations. The scientific concept of matter opposes subjective and objective idealism which distorts the actual content and role of human sensations, the subjective, spiritual world. Moreover, expressing the idea of the knowability of matter, it countervails any varieties of agnosticism. In summation, we must underline the great significance of the dialectical materialist concept of matter for the development of theoretical thinking and the revolutionary and transforming activity of people. First, this concept rid philosophical materialism of mechanism and metaphysics and updated it in accordance with the contemporary level of scientific knowledge and socio-historical practice. Second, This concept made it possible to overcome physical idealism, brought natural science out of the theoretical and methodological crisis, consolidated the union of philosophy and science, and outlined research guidelines and prospects for deeper scientific knowledge. The third, most important aspect, the dialectical materialist concept of matter, made it possible to reveal the materiality of the forms of social life and human activity, and the material basis of the human consciousness. The term material is applied not only to the external natural world as a whole, but also to concrete phenomena, bodies, their properties, relationships, and processes existing outside and independently of the human consciousness. It is in this sense that we speak of the materiality of social phenomena, their laws and processes which are formed and exist in objective reality independently of the human consciousness. The similarities and distinctions between the material in nature and society called forth the scientific explanation of needs, goals, and results of people's conscious activity. Such an explanation is formed through the study of the more general attributes of matter and forms of its existence, as well as the objective laws of its motion. In addition to its the universal attribute of being an objective of matter and forms of being reality in relation to the consciousness, matter possesses a number of other basic qualities inherent in all material objects and phenomena. First of all, we should examine those attributes and forms of being which are indispensable for a scientific understanding and substantiation of the revolutionary and transforming activity. They are expressed in such philosophical concepts as connection and relationship, motion and development, space and time, social being and consciousness, objective laws and regularities. Interconnection as a form of being. There always exist certain relations between all the material objects and phenomena or within their internal facets. The notion of relationship is applied in cognition and practice to define either allogenous separation, isolation of certain phenomena, or the degree of connection between them. The infinite material world consists of an infinite multiplicity of finite material formations, bodies, and processes which, though existing in isolation from one another, are nevertheless related to other bodies and processes. The interrelationships of things reveal their deep inner basis and their concrete qualities and properties. 50. Quotient implies a relationship in which the change of one object or a facet of it depends on the changes of other objects or facets thereof. The first thing that strikes the eye in moving matter is the interconnection of separate motions of isolated bodies. This interconnection is based on the material universality of all existing objects and processes. In this sense, the interconnection is the universal form of being, the existence of matter in motion. The notion of objective interconnection reveals the intrinsic activeness of matter, the ability of material formations and their components to interact, which inevitably leads to changes in them. In social life, the objective interconnection manifests itself in the continuity of production development and in the interaction of all aspects of social life as a single complex organism. For instance, there exist multiple connections and relationships between economic and political processes, between political and ideological phenomena, between the material and intellectual culture of society, between various forms of ideology, and so on. The objective interconnection exists not only in nature and society but also in thinking. Since man's sensations and perceptions and the things and processes they reflect are interconnected, they cannot be regarded in isolation from one another. And scientific, political, and theoretical concepts should correspond to actual phenomena and social processes and reflect their objective content. On the other hand, the change in objects, phenomena, and their relationships involves a change and specification in the content of concepts. In scientific analysis, actually existing connections may be subdivided according to their character, depth, and the degree of universality and complexity. Connections are always historically concrete and multilateral in their character, acting as relationships either between objects, or between objects and their properties, or, finally, between properties of natural and social objects and phenomena. The interconnection of objects and phenomena of the material world is the initial premise for understanding motion and development. Motion and development. Motion as the mode of existence. Of matter. Insertion necess. Riley leads to a reciprocal change in the components and structural elements of any material formation, to its motion. The combination of innumerable interactions of real objects and phenomena conditions the entire world process of motion and development. In the fact that bodies are interconnected is already included that they react on one another, and it is precisely this mutual reaction that constitutes motion. Due to their interaction and interconditionality, all that surrounds us changes and is converted from one state into another, though these innumerable changes are not similar in nature and direction. Some of them express a transition from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher, act as onward ascending motion. Others, on the contrary, lead to the simplification and disintegration of complex material objects, representing a descending motion. The concepts of motion and development are often used in the same sense. Indeed, the content of these concepts has much in common. Nevertheless, the concept of motion does not coincide with that of development, being much broader in scope. Motion me in general, irrespective of its character, direction, and result. It embraces any changes and interconversions of material formations, and in this sense it is universal, absolute, eternal and uncreatable. Innumerable changes and conversions of material objects are grouped into certain basic forms of motion of matter. The classification of the forms of motion is based on definite structural levels of matter with their characteristic interactions. Thus, in inanimate nature at the structural level of elementary particles and physical fields and at the level of atoms there arise diverse physical forms of motion. The interaction of molecules comprising various substances causes chemical changes. Biological changes and conversions are connected with the structural level of the molecules of living matter, cells, and multicellular organisms. Finally, multifarious changes in society take place at the level of various social communities and structures. In addition, all the physical bodies move in space, which constitutes the mechanical form of the motion of matter. Each form of motion of matter is interconnected with other forms, while possessing its own intrinsic features. The transition from one structural level to another causes the transition from one form of motion to another. This means that the very foundation of matter contains the prerequisites for the emergence of more complex, higher forms of motion. This genetic connection makes it possible to elucidate the dialectical correlation between the higher and lower forms of the motion of matter. The former, example the biological form, includes the converted lower, in this case, physical and chemical forms of motion. The physical and chemical structures in the biological processes act as the material bearers of biological properties and processes. It would be erroneous, however, to reduce the specifics and essence of the biological phenomena to the physical and chemical forms of motion. The dialectical understanding of matter, while embracing the concept of the interconnection of the forms of its motion, nevertheless stresses the impossibility of the mechanical reduction of higher forms to lower forms of motion. Such an understanding makes it possible to refute various metaphysical and idealist speculations concerning the forms of motion of matter. The idealists tend to oppose the higher forms to the lower, absolutizing the specific features of motion of the former. They explain, for instance, social changes for the most part by changes in the human consciousness and man's mental development, and deny the material conditionality of social motion. On the other hand, this gives rise to many varieties of contemporary mechanism which tries to deduce the higher forms of motion directly from the lower ones by identifying, for instance, human thinking with information processes in computers. In some countries there still prevail various concepts which reduce the social essence of man and social motion. D3. To biological properties and phenomena. The refutation of such reactionary idealist and mechanistic concepts is based on the study of the connections between the forms of motion of matter, and the historical levels in the self-development of nature and society. Motion and development. Unlike motion as a change in general, comprising rotation and dynamic equilibrium, development is primarily motion in some definite direction, particularly in an ascending line. Therefore, it is develop. ment which is characterized by onward movement, definite succession, repeatedness, the rejection of the old and the emergence of the new. It should be noted, however, that the onward development may be both ascending and descending. The development processes are realized under definite conditions which are different for inorganic matter, animate nature, and society. Development in each of these spheres of the material world acquires its own particular features due to the specifics of the corresponding material objects. The organic world, for instance, progresses from the simplest levels of living matter to the cell, to the appearance of vegetable and animal organisms, then to hominids and man. Progressive development finds its most graphic expression in social life. The progress of society depends on the degree of mankind's control over the natural elements, its own social relationships, and by the ensuing level in the all-round development of the human personality. The development of productive forces is the supreme criterion of social progress, for this development, through the production relations, ultimately determines all other aspects of social life. The validity of this proposition is proved today by the increasing social NGS of Gekamiwarerisarist. Automatic control of machines, the PLFA, TTHE human elements of the productive forces. Thus, modern science and socio-historical practice confirm the fact of development, the basic onward changes in nature and society. Pal. While the philosophical concepts of motion and development make for a correct orientation in these processes, the correlation between motion and development would not be fully understood without elucidating the question as to whether each concrete material formation develops. The ability to develop is inherent in matter as a whole and in any material formation, but it manifests itself only under definite conditions. Some material formations at a certain period display a dynamic equilibrium, others are characterized by rotatory motion or regressive changes. However, the ability to develop is the universal attribute of all the material formations, and acts as the prevailing trend under conditions favorable for its manifestation. Highly important among the general conditions of development are such forms of the existence of matter as space and time, and such properties as structural organization and reflection. All moving material objects, space and time as forms of and phenomena are interconnected. The existence of matter in terms of space and time. Spatial relationships express the size of bodies, their volume and extent. Their disposition in relation to one another, their coexistence. At the same time, every finite material formation has its own history of origin, development, and disappearance, and conversion into other material phenomena. The concept of time, spatial and temporal relationships shaping and existing independently of the consciousness are objective forms of the existence of individual material objects and matter in its entirety. The idealist philosophers, as a rule, deny the objectivity of space and time, and their independence of the consciousness. The metaphysicists divorce the spatial and temporal forms of being from their material content. Marxist-Leninist philosophy, in accordance with scientific data, underlines the indissoluble unity of spatial and temporal relationships and their Kantian 55. With the concrete material bearers of these relationships. Modern science has established, for instance, the dependence of the course of time in material formations, the dependence of the duration of processes on the rate of motion and on velocity. An increase in velocity somewhat curtails time. Moreover, the spatial extent of bodies also depends on an increase in velocity. The properties of cosmic space change depending on the structure of moving material forces and the gravitational fields they produce. Such dependencies may seem paradoxical, nevertheless, modern science finds them necessary and natural. From that it follows that at various structural levels of matter, in various parts of cosmic space and at various velocities of motion, the spatial and temporal characteristics change considerably. As applied to society, we may speak of the changes in social time in the inseparable link with social space. However, the changes in spatial and temporal relationships and in man's notions of them do not refute the fact that nature, society, and man exist in space and time. There is nothing in the world but matter in motion, and matter in motion cannot move otherwise than in space and time. The material quality of reflection will be considered later on. But our analysis of the universal attributes of matter and the forms of its existence has brought us to the solution of the question which, from time immemorial, has baffled natural scientists and philosophers: what does the real unity of the world consist of? For centuries attempts were made by the idealists to find out a single fundamental principle of all that exists, which they eventually reduced to some form of the spiritual basis. In fact, the entire multiplicity of existing objects, phenomena, and processes is united by the universal attribute of materiality. The actual unity of the world consists in its materiality. Its objective existence, independent of the consciousness, and it includes the social form of the motion of matter, social being, with all its specific features. 56. 2. Social be, social scent. Any study of the social form of the motion of matter usually starts with a comparison of nature and society as certain material systems. However, the problem may be approached from another angle, by tracing the origin of man, the bearer of the social form of the motion of matter. The philosophical significance. The origin of man as the of the law-governed origin of bearer of social phenomena man has considerably grown in our day and age, when the peoples of former colonial and dependent countries find themselves involved in intensive historical activity. By revealing the transition from non-living to living matter, from the biological form of motion of matter to its social form, modern science substantiates the conclusion of the natural character, the unity of the origin and social essence of people of all existing races. Marxist-Leninist philosophy, in conformity with socio-historical practice and data obtained by the natural sciences, has elaborated the teaching of the decisive role of labor in the historical process of human development. This teaching is based on the premise that man, influencing the external nature and changing it, at the same time changes his own nature. The objective basis of such reciprocal changes is the universal attribute of matter, a quality of reflection. Reflection as the general property of matter is the manifestation of the activeness of interacting material formations, which is expressed in the ability to reproduce the specific features of acting external objects through the corresponding changes of one's own properties or states. As a universal attribute, the quality of reflection varies in its manifestations depending on the structure and the basic form of the motion of the material bodies. For example, in inanimate nature, soil erosion and the appearance of deserts reflect the impact of various physical, chemical, and biological factors. The simplest plant and animal organisms are characterized by irritability as a form of reflective reaction of the organism to external influences, with 37. Irritability being somewhat selective. Reflection achieves a higher, more selective, level in living organisms possessing a nervous system. Thanks to the nervous system which controls the interaction of an organism with the external environment, the higher animals can selectively react to the changes in their habitat and relatively soon adapt themselves to the changed environment. Therefore, the perfection of the quality of reflection and the change of its forms in the historical development of matter itself created the biological preconditions for human development and the formation of man's consciousness. Man's history begins with the production of the means of existence. Hence the Marxist thesis that, in a sense, labor created man himself. In the process of labor activity, man not only created tools and material goods but also perfected his organs of labor, first of all, the hand. The complication of the functions of the hand in the development of labor activity brought about the changes in the positions of the head and the neck, a straight gait, a wider scope of knowledge, articulate speech, and the changes in the structure of the brain. The traits and properties which were obtained within the lifetime of one generation and an individual and which heightened the general vitality of the ancients, under certain conditions were inherited and fixed in their descendants. In this sense we cannot disregard the definite role of natural selection and adaptive changes in our forebears at the early stages of man's separation from the animal world. The main role in human development, however, was played by man's social and labor activity, which accelerated the rate of man's social evolution in comparison with that of animals and plants. Even under the gregarious way of life, the ancients developed the first forms of production relations and became united. Individual conditioned reflexes and instincts gradually gave way to a social instinct, one of the powerful levers of human development. Mutual support, imitation, and passing on of individual labor experience by means of articulate speech signified the transition from a purely animal prehistory to the history of mankind. Accorsent e.g. to the data of modern science, the historical process of the humanization of a particular species of primates was extremely prolonged. The application of the latest physical methods of research permits higher accuracy in determining the antiquity of certain stages of human development. By these sophisticated means, scientists determine the age of hominid animals, man's ancestors, and the most ancient types of man. It was noteworthy that the most ancient types of humans discovered in various parts of the Eurasian and African continents had no division into races. The ancient representatives of the races appeared only with the formation of the modern physical type of man. The accumulated scientific facts testify to the untenability of the religious legend about the creation of the first people and exposes the reactionary concoctions of the ideologists of colonialism and racism. They advanced the concepts of inequality of human races, alleging that the latter take their origin from the various types of apes and that the unbridgeable gap isolates the higher from the lower races, which are incapable of independent development and cultural progress. Modern science defines human races as groups of people of common origin possessing some inherited secondary external traits which originated historically in certain territories. The secondary biological factors do not influence man's labor and mental activity, for they resulted from the ancients' adaptation to various geographical and other life conditions at the early stages of human history. With the conquest of nature, the geographical factors came to play a lesser role, and consequently did not produce further biological distinctions in men. On the contrary, the development of modern racial types testifies to their rapprochement, and proves that mixing of human races is a prevalent tendency. Thus, the main essence of man does not lie in his racial 29 or ethnic distinctions, his physical or biological traits. The highest link in the development of matter and its properties, man as a biosocial being, is the product of social labor activity. Unlike animals, whose adaptive changes and way of life is determined by the environment, man, with the aid of artificial implements of labor, transforms natural being and reproduces the conditions of his existence. Meanwhile, man himself transforms, passing historically from spontaneous adaptive actions of a skillful man to conscious human activity of a thinking, rational man. Man in his essence is the ensemble of all social relationships. This essence manifests itself in people's labor activity, whose objective results are incorporated in concrete material objects and phenomena, relationships, and processes. The main distinction between man and animal lies in his ability to transform reality, produce tools and means of existence. Another essential distinction of man is his consciousness, his ability to think. A characteristic feature of social being concept human society as the highest form of matter in motion in the widest possible context is the indissoluble unity of material and spiritual phenomena, united by the concepts of social being and social consciousness. Societal life and development represent a specific material process in which man by his activity mediates, regulates and controls the exchange of substances between himself and nature. The interaction of man and nature, a goal-oriented alteration of objects and phenomena of natural being to meet man's needs, forms the material basis of social life. Social being then is a special part of being. This is very important, since the explanation of social phenomena based solely on natural being does not establish the differentiation between the concrete stages of human history, and identifies the history of society with biological or physical material processes. This approach is characteristic of some non-Marxian theories postulating that the specific features of individual nations are the result of environmental influence. In contrast to such concepts, Marxist-Leninist philosophy regards society as a definite system of social relationships with its own laws of functioning and development. Social relationships arise in accordance with the various forms of life and structure of society. These relationships are shaped and reproduced by the people themselves independently of their consciousness. Notably, thus arise the objective relationships in procreation, relations to nature, and interpersonal relationships in the process of producing material goods. In other words, the concept of social being embraces the totality of objective conditions and relationships in which human activity proceeds. It is apparent that the essential component of social being is production in the broadest sense of the word, including both the material results of labor handed down by past generations and all embodiments of the activity of people themselves, social objects, phenomena, relationships, and processes. Far from everything existing outside man's consciousness and influencing it is important for social life, its decisive, primary factor is social being. Its distinctive feature is that it is shaped and exists independently of consciousness. Though society cannot exist without consciously active people, it would be wrong to identify social being with social consciousness. In his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin dwells at length on this question. Each individual producer brings some changes into the production technology, into the exchange of human activity. But he cannot perceive the social results of such changes and of his own activity, the change in social being. Lenin stressed. 61. Peace. That 70 men, even of the stature of Marx, could not embrace the sum total of changes in the world capitalist economy. However, Marx discovered the essential, the independence of social being and objective logic, and the laws of its change. Social consciousness is determined by social being, but it could never encompass the whole socially necessary chain of its development. The highest task of humanity, wrote Lenin, is to comprehend this objective logic of economic evolution in its general and fundamental features, so that it may be possible to adapt to it one's social consciousness, in as definite, clear, and critical a fashion as possible. The specific nature of the material basis of the mental form of reflection is consciousness that irritants acting on the organism evoke images, sending signals to the brain. The emergence of the imaginal reflection of reality based on signals in higher animals and man is explained by the system of unconditioned and conditioned reflexes. Unconditioned and conditioned reflexes are the main forms of the interaction between the organism and the environment. Reflex is a definite response of the organism evoked by external and internal irritants. Some connections between the organism and the environment are permanent for the given organic species, are transmitted by heredity and are called unconditioned reflexes. The complex unconditioned reflexes express relatively expedient, adaptive changes of the organism aimed at maintaining the species' vitality. In each concrete organism, aside from unconditioned reflexes, there form individual, temporal connections with the environment conditioned reflexes, making the organism more flexible in its reaction and adaptation to the changing environment. The importance of conditioned reflexes consists in the following: first, they help to establish a connection with the biologically or socially significant phenomena, and produce anticipatory signals. Second, the reflective activity of the nervous system, which includes the transformation of irritations by the sense organs into the nervous excitations and their transmission to the brain and the processes in the cortex. This activity reveals the material and physiological mechanism of mental states. Third, conditioned reflexes not only send signals to the brain and generate sensations but also help control the whole organism as a system. Thus, owing to conditioned and unconditioned reflexes, all sensorially perceived phenomena and their properties create the first signal system of reality in the higher animals and man. As for the second signal system, the signal of signals, speech, it is the property of man alone, with his consciousness a unique form of reflecting reality. Modern scientific data on the cerebrum of the higher animals and man as the organ of their mental activity are of great philosophical significance. First of all, they point out the material basis and the natural origin of all mental phenomena, and their similarities and differences in the higher animals and man. In the higher animals, the direct reflection of reality is confined to the first signal system. In these confines elementary thinking forms, manifesting itself in the relatively complex behavior and even in the use of natural tools. By the trial and error method thought in action, the higher animals master the connections between concrete phenomena and objects in concrete situations and adapt their behavior to them. The associative and elementary thinking of animals is the historical biological and physiological precondition of human consciousness as the highest form of the mental reflection of reality. In contrast to the mentality of animals, the material basis of human consciousness is both the natural and social environment. Consciousness as an essential facet of the social form of the motion of matter is the property of higher organized material systems, a function of the brain. Alongside common biological features, and similarity of reflective activity. Yes. These conclusions are based on the long observations and scientific experiments with anthropoid apes and other higher animals in natural and man-made conditions. 63. The man's nervous system and especially brain differs considerably from those of animals. The material conditions of man's life, his production activity and social relationships improve his physiological nerve apparatus. The formation of the 5 sense organs of man is a product of world history. In their content, human sensations, perceptions, and notions are socially conditioned and socially colored. All the wealth and specific features of human feelings and emotional experiences take shape in the course of social activity. Man's sense organs improved alongside the development of the brain, primarily on the basis of labor activity and social intercourse. As a result, man's sensuous world also acquired a conscious character. Unlike animals who merge with their vital activity, man becomes gradually aware of the world of objects surrounding him, of himself and others, and develops the ability to consciously set goals of his actions and direct his effort at attaining them. Man not only changes the form of what is given in nature, in what is given by nature he also realizes his own conscious purpose, which gives the law to his modus operandi and to which he must subordinate his will. A knowledge of the material world, understanding of its properties and relationships allow man to envisage future events, anticipate reality. To comprehend the anticipatory reflection, we must examine more deeply the correlation between social being and social consciousness. Consciousness, treated in the interaction of social being broad philosophical sense, is and social consciousness a property of matter, a peculiar form of the reflection of reality, a function of the brain. In this sense, the concept of consciousness is usually used to ascertain its natural origin and correlation with matter. The materialist principle that matter is primary and consciousness is secondary has several aspects. First, matter in perpetual motion underlies the appearance of highly organized material formations possessing consciousness. Second, consciousness is secondary in relation to the brain, being the latter's property and function. Third, consciousness is secondary as the ideal image of the reflected, actually existing objects and phenomena. Since the basic question of philosophy lies in elucidating what is primary matter or consciousness, materialism emphasizes their difference, their absolute opposition. The difference consists in that consciousness is not matter, it cannot be reduced to substance. Neither can consciousness be reduced to energy processes, to nerve excitatives accompanying the perception of irritations and nerve muscle reactions. It would be equally erroneous to identify consciousness with the transmission, storage, and processing of information, the objective content of the signals of reality. Despite the similar content of mental images and material objects that bring them about, the images generated in the consciousness are ideal in their form, which means that they contain neither substance nor physical properties of the reflected objects nor physiological properties of the nervous system and the brain. The dialectical understanding that matter is primary and consciousness is secondary, that they are connected and different, distinguishes Marxist-Leninist philosophy fundamentally from idealism and vulgar materialism. The idealists oppose matter to consciousness, completely divorce mental phenomena from their material basis and assert that the ideal is absolutely independent. The advocates of vulgar materialism, on the contrary, ignoring the differences between matter and consciousness, presumed that thought was material like any physiological process. This category of vulgar materialism includes some of the current concepts which completely identify the human brain with computers. One of the preconditions of vulgar materialist and idealist interpretations of the consciousness is the neglect for it is in the sense that the term soul as independent of the body is often applied in the idealist philosophy, psychology and in everyday usage. In science, the word soul registered is the synonym of man's psyche or the metaphor for the human spirit, the consciousness. Its social nature, the interaction of social being and social consciousness. This is so because arising from the requirements of production and social life, and existing only in society and at its service, consciousness is always social in nature. Though social consciousness is the reflection of social being, their interaction is more intricate than the correlation between matter and consciousness which we considered earlier. In contrast to matter, which is eternal and uncreatable, social being, or humanized nature, forms as the objective result of the activity of several human generations. It follows then that the historical formation of social being and social consciousness is an interrelated process. The distinguishing features of social consciousness and its interaction with social being are ultimately determined by people's labor activity. Purposeful influence on nature, the change and adaptation of the environment to man's needs are impossible without the consciousness. In this sense, it may be said that while working the wedge of his axe, primitive man at the same time polished the blade of his thought. Social being as the totality of social relations historically develops as the result of people's activity, though independently of their will and consciousness. The independence of social being of social consciousness is the first distinguishing feature of their interaction. The second distinguishing feature is that each subsequent human generation regards the social being which has formed and new elements it has acquired as primary, and exist up to the moment they are reflected in social consciousness. Finally, what is most essential is that social being determines social consciousness. Social being determines social consciousness through various relations. First of all, social being acts as the main object of reflection comprising the objective content of human feelings and notions. Not only the five external senses but also the so-called spiritual feelings, emotional experiences, in short, human feelings, the humanity of feelings, arise only thanks to the humanized nature. Social connections and relationships not only socially colored man's sensations, perceptions, and representations, they also preconditioned social intercourse, the development of thought and speech. In making instruments of labor, man cannot deal only with the exterior of objects reflected by his sense organs. Consequently, in the process of labor, man invariably develops the ability for abstract thought, a generalist reflection of the universal connections and properties of objects in the form of concepts. Social and production activity and the conceptual form of the reflection of reality thought are the principal causes of the simultaneous emergence of speech. Verbal thought, which guides and regulates the sense perception of reality, exerts a considerable influence on man's rational behavior. The transformation of the human psyche in the process of labor and on its basis singles out man as the subject of natural and social being. By the subject, man is implied capable of apprehending reality, setting definite goals and working to attain them. The object is a part of reality the subject cognizes and transforms. It is apparent that the subjective includes, primarily, man's inner spiritual world, which largely depends on his mood, personal traits and features, and experience. At the same time, the subjective consciousness, man's sensorially perceived reflection of reality, always includes elements of an objective content, independent of man and mankind. The indissoluble connection and interaction between social being and social consciousness is an essential feature of the social form of the motion of matter and explains the real place and role of man's transforming activity. 3. The activeness of consciousness and the objective laws of nature and society. Man becomes the subject of cognition and historical action in the process of assimilating material and intellectual culture accumulated by mankind. He finds himself involved in the system of operating social connections and relationships. 67. The decisive role of social being tells on the consciousness of not only the individual but also of social groups and classes. The German materialist Ludwig Feuerbach once aptly noted that in shacks people think differently than in palaces. The differences in the concrete historical being of various social groups and classes predetermines their differences in the consciousness and attitude to this being. It is in this sense that the concepts of proletarian, bourgeois, and petty bourgeois consciousness are used in revolutionary practice. The essence of the problem is not limited to a class characterization of the types of social consciousness. It is much more important for revolutionary practice to ascertain the consciousness' active social role. The purposeful activity of the activeness of consciousness subject is always a manifest in social life-ation of his will, a conscious act. It should be noted here that the conscious activity of man as an intelligent being does not necessarily mean that he always comprehends the essence of social relationships and the social results of his own activity. Man's actions may be unconscious and spontaneous in relation to the law-governed regularities of social being. However, in any case purposeful activity expresses the activeness inherent in consciousness and its relative independence. From the fact that social consciousness is secondary follows that it lags behind social being as the content of reflection. However, since social consciousness is the living, human reflection of reality, there may arise some disparity between the reflected object and its reflection. In any society, alongside the lagging behind of social consciousness, one may observe ideas probing the future and anticipating the course of historical developments. Marxist-Leninist philosophy acknowledges both the dependence of social consciousness on material conditions and its active transforming role. The dialectical approach reveals two active aspects of ideas in social development. On the one hand, certain ideas play a conservative role. Being the vestiges of the past historical epochs, they become traditional even though they do not correspond to the changes in social being and social order. In this case the activeness of ideas is negative, for it impedes social development. Such are, for instance, patriarchal and feudal survivals in the consciousness of the working people, the petty bourgeois views of individuals in the course of the revolutionary remaking of the old society. One variety of conservatism is the disparity between the new ideological content and the old conservative form of consciousness. Thus, the immature proletariat finds its interests in trade unionism, reformism and other forms of the non-proletarian consciousness. Regarding the conservatism of ideas, it is rightly noted that traditions of all the past generations haunt like a nightmare the minds of the living. The conservative and especially reactionary ideas and theories expressing the interests of the classes descending from the historical scene retard the historical progress. The role of ideas in society is determined by their ability to rouse people to the definite actions which would produce material results. In this sense, theory becomes a material force when taking control over the masses. This proposition is most important as applied to progressive ideas. Uniting and mobilizing the popular masses, advanced social ideas promote the onward course of history. Progressive ideas may play a creative role when they are realized in the actions of the masses. As a rule, the advanced ideas are marked by their anticipation of reality. Imbued with historical optimism, they outline the prospects of progress, and, combined with the material requirements, seize the minds of the masses. How is it possible that progressive ideas overtake social being? In the broader sense, it is the prediction of possible results of people's conscious activity. The theoreticians of the revolutionary classes and progressive forces not only criticize the old social systems but also try to substantiate their views of the historical prospects of the future social setup. The role of advanced social ideas enhances at the turning points of history in the revolutionary epochs. Taking notice of the shoots of the future, the theoretician is somewhat ahead of the historical level of social being and the consciousness of his class and mobilizes the class as a whole. 69. To attain the goals set. Of course, there is a great difference between the striving to envisage the results and consequences of historical activity and their objective reflection in advanced ideas. The ideas of utopian socialism, egalitarian communism, and the bourgeois ideals of a kingdom of reason, freedom, equality and fraternity were the historical products of their ages. The ideologists of the past revolutionary classes were limited by the idealist understanding of social progress, by the narrowness and exploiter essence of their class interests. As for the Marxist-Leninist world outlook, it provides an authentic, objective, and scientific reflection of historical reality. Scientific prediction is possible only in the process of scientifically perceiving the world, particularly, the objective laws of social development. The prediction of historical developments rests on a concrete knowledge of operating objective laws, their demands and conditions of their manifestations today and in the future. The anticipatory reflection of reality, the ability to envisage the future, is one of the essential manifestations of the relative independence and activeness of social consciousness. Prediction is not an unfounded flight of fancy, divorced from reality, but a probing of the latter's future. The depth of prediction, the degree of accuracy and the limits in the anticipation of reality are determined by the actual elements of the future in the present, by the laws of their objective development. Consequently, in setting the goals and means of social transformations, the revolutionaries should base themselves on a profound knowledge of objective laws, one of which is the law of the decisive role of social being in the development of the subject of cognition and historical action. The concept law. A law X. Objective laws oppresses the general, indies nature and society pensable, essential, relatively irrepetitive connections of the real world, which under certain conditions determine the directly 1t underscore of development. The concept of law reflects the objective connections and processes of nature and society in human thought. 70. In considering the concept of a law, it is necessary, first of all, to distinguish it from the concept of irregular-writing. No doubt, law and regularity are the concepts of the same type and order, for they reflect the inner, essential connections and the character of development of reality. At the same time, a law acts as a certain facet of irregularity, while the latter is the aggregate product of the laws operating in the given sphere of phenomena or the world as a whole. The regularity as a universal concept reflects necessary process conditioned by definite causes, and a whole range of laws operating therewith. Law is a form of universality in nature, embracing that general, similar, and identical, which is inherent in a group of objects and phenomena, and expressing the unity of varied phenomena. Within the framework of each form of the motion of matter there are both more general and less general laws. Thus, in the social form of motion some laws operate at all stages of the historical process, manifesting themselves differently at each particular stage. The economic law of surplus value is characteristic of capitalism alone, and acts in its scope as a specific law in relation to society as a whole. Considering the universality of laws, we should stress a certain relativity of the difference between general and specific laws. For instance, the general laws of nature act as specific in respect to the most general laws of the whole material and spiritual world, the basic laws of dialectics. At the same time, the specific law pertinent to the whole nature, the heredity of the biological factors, is the general law for the whole animal and vegetable world. An essential feature of law is that it covers the necessary connections of objects and phenomena. Necessity as the essential feature of law means the inevitability and irrevocability of its operation under relevant conditions. The objective basis which ensures the binding force of law and its necessary result is the reproduction in the process of development of certain conditions, the recurrence of stable, relatively permanent connections. Thus, the operation of the law of class struggle follows from the nature and objective conditions of antagonistic societies, the inexorable interaction between 71. The exploiters and the exploited. The class struggle is the objectively operating law of these societies' progress, no matter how hard the bourgeois ideologists and reformists try to deny the fact. Law expresses not only universal and necessary but also essential connections, i.e., those arising from the inner nature of material objects, which are essentially indispensable for the existence of these objects. It is these connections that make up the content of the concept law. Therefore, in their content, law and essence are concepts of the same order, for essence expresses the inner frame of objects. The distinction between them is that law does not include the entire content of essence and, even more so, the multiplicity of the external forms of their manifestation. But law reflects the requisite motion of essences, their fundamental interrelationship. Law is poorer than phenomenon, but it reveals the inner essence of processes more profoundly than phenomenon. Any law is narrow, incomplete, approximate, while phenomenon is richer than law. The narrowness, incompleteness, and approximation of law is due to the fact that out of the multiplicity of the individual and the particular elements expressed in phenomena, law singles out the most essential, general. A major feature of law is the relative stability and constancy of relations it expresses. The stable and constant connections characterizing law are manifest in its recurrence under certain conditions. The recurrence of laws is their essential feature, characteristic of the objective laws of the development of both nature and society. What unites the laws of nature and society is that they operate independently of our knowledge of these laws and irrespective of whether the result of their manifestation benefits man or not at a given moment. More, man can only reflect the laws of nature and society in his consciousness but cannot create or eliminate them. Alongside the common features, the objective laws of nature differ from those of society. These differences are determined by the specific features of the material bearers. 72. Of the relevant forms of the motion of matter. The specifics of the social form of motion, as has already been pointed out, has various levels at its basis: man, the family, ethnic and occupational community, production collectives, social groups, classes, historical stages of society's evolution. The diversity of inanimate nature and the biological and social forms of the motion of matter finds its expression in the specific law-governed connections and relevant material systems. In material systems operative are common laws of functioning and development. Hence their integrity backed up by the numerous processes of self-preservation, self-regulation and control. Therefore, one of the major distinctions between the laws of society and the laws of nature lies in the former's emergence with the rise of social systems. They are historical and of shorter duration as compared with the infinite motion of matter. The laws of nature usually have a longer duration while some of them are practically eternal, for instance, the laws of the conservation and conversion of matter and energy. Another essential distinction of the laws of society from the laws of nature is that the former are manifest not necessarily through the action of blind forces but through the activity of men endowed with will and consciousness, represent the laws of this activity. Consequently, the objective social laws operate in the process of socio-historical practice, while the latter do not obey the above pattern. Hence the different attitudes of people, classes, and social groups to the laws of nature and society, which are determined by their concrete being and the state of social consciousness. People's attitude to objective application of objective laws depends on both the content laws of the laws themselves, the after-effects of their operation and their manifestations, and on the goals people set and they. The system is an integral material formation whose elements are mutually conditioned, their inner interconnection being more stable than their links with the other systems and external conditions. 73. Means and methods they choose to attain them. These elements determine the ways of applying the objective laws of nature and society in science and social practice. The significance of laws in this case consists in that they express the essence and directedness, the trend of development, and embrace and subordinate all the concrete multiple facets and elements of a given process to a single principle. Man applies the objective laws of nature and society in different ways, depending on the level of practice and knowledge, the character of the laws themselves and on how much people are interested in the results of their operation. Some laws of nature are applied by all people irrespective of their class affiliation directly and without limiting the sphere of their operation. Knowing, say, the law of inertia, the law of gravitation and the ilk, man takes them into account in construction, industry, transport, space explorations, and so on. A law always manifests itself when certain conditions are available, i.e. factors indispensable for the appearance, establishment, and development of specific objects and processes. A change in the objective conditions alters the nature of the manifestation of laws. A fundamental change in the conditions leads to a radical change in the nature of the object itself, its conversion into other objects and phenomena, which in turn results in replacing the objective laws of these objects' functioning and development. Clearly, man's knowledge of objective laws, their manifestations, and the natural conditions of their operation is of great practical significance. First, man can correctly appraise the role of the new conditions for the manifestation of a certain law. Second, man, through acting on objective conditions or creating the new ones, can exert a concerted influence upon the character and results of the operation of laws. By studying the laws of nature and various conditions in which they manifest themselves and operate, man may control the natural processes, i.e., he consciously selects definite 7h. conditions most conducive to the operation of the given laws in the desired direction. In doing so, he limits the operation of laws in an undesirable or harmful direction. Whereas a knowledge and application of the laws of nature enables man to control natural processes, the knowledge and application of the laws of social development is a powerful factor of transforming all spheres of social life. What is really important is that men, armed with the knowledge of the laws of social life, can influence the course of historical events, and the more so under socialism, since in this context the operation of the social laws, as Engels put it, falls under man's authority and control. This advantage of the socialist social system is realized only when the masses are able, ready, and willing to turn the knowledge of the laws into a purposeful socio-economic action. In their political and practical activity, the revolutionary socialists combine a strict account of the objective laws in operation with acknowledgement of the historic mission, revolutionary and creative charge of the working class and all working people in the fundamental reshaping of all aspects of social life. The revolutionary remaking of social laws of reality is inseparable from the war and peace most urgent, vital global issue of war and peace on our planet. A socio-philosophical approach to the problem requires, first of all, that the nature of these social phenomena be ascertained, a scientific appraisal of their place and role in social development provided, and the attitude of revolutionaries to them be determined in principle. Among the socio-philosophical aspects, the question of whether war and peace may be regarded as social laws is of greatest importance. It will be called to mind that the science of philosophy, alongside the concept of law as an essential relationship, also uses a law-governed connection as a specific form of manifestation. It is in this sense that the social v2 nomina of war and peace act as requisite and essential connections which, under certain historical conditions, determine the direction, character, and result of social development. Indeed, the concept of peace implies that there exist special relations between peoples and states, that they are not at war with each other, and that forcible means in political relations are ruled out. War, on the contrary, is the continuation of the policies of a certain class with the help of forcible means. Each class society has experienced wars, which are a continuation of the policies of the oppressor classes, as well as wars continuing the policies of the oppressed. As for peace, it is a continuation of the same politics, with a record of the changes brought about in the relation of the rival forces by the military operations. In other words, war as a socio-political phenomenon acts as an instrument of extra-economic pressure. It always has a concrete historical class content and is of a transient nature. This also concerns the content of just wars to defend a people against enslavement, to liberate the popular masses from the class and national oppression. Unionist wars also have a class content, to oppress and enslave peoples, to consolidate the rule and enrich the reactionary exploiter classes. In the course of wars, the balance of the interests of various classes and social groups alters. This may lead to the development of unjust wars into just ones, or vice versa. Consequently, the threat of war is inherent in the nature of the class antagonistic society. in the relationships of exploitation, oppression, and enslavement of classes and natives, in the material class interests. In the 1980s, world imperialism spends billions of dollars on mass annihilation weapons, on the use of scientific and technological achievements for military purposes, on the creation of new types of weapons, chemical, biological and bacteriological, atomic and radioactive, neutron, thermonuclear. It stimulates the revolution in military technology to secure its anti-popular and misanthropic egotistical ends. The social consequences of the imperialist implementation of sophisticated military technology are not confined to crushing the resistance of their own peoples or to military pressure and military threats to the young nations which are blocking the imperialist plunder of their natural resources. Preparing for a world nuclear war, imperialism jeopardizes whole continents and regions, nations and states, threatening to draw all of mankind into the thermonuclear abyss. Moreover, the imperialist monopolies are guilty of plundering the scientific and technological potential not only of their own countries. That militarization is baleful for the economy of developing countries. The ideologues of imperialist hegemony and militarism try to justify the arms race and the growth of the war threat by various conceptions, including the fatal peace concept, peace from positions of strength and the like. The Marxist revolutionaries linked the ideal of a lasting and democratic peace with class struggle and revolution, the mass anti-war movement, and international actions of the working class. It was Marx who saw the success of the struggle against aggression, militarism and war to lie in the consolidation of the working class of various countries, which would ultimately eliminate any wars between nations. The record of history has confirmed the Marxist doctrine that wars inevitably accompany imperialism. What underlies our conviction that there is a possibility of preventing war in our age? The nature and politics of imperialism have not changed, and people, as has been stated earlier, cannot abrogate or eliminate objective laws. The answer to the above question is as follows: the consistent mass struggle of the nations backed up by the political, economic, social, and military potential of world socialism produce new objective social conditions for the operation of the law of imperialist war. Even today we are witnessing the limitation of the sphere of application of this law and the change in the form of its operation. This is proved by the fact that, for instance, imperialists resort to less-el wars. 7. Terrorist and provocative actions, armed subversions against the revolutionary governments, progressive forces and organizations, and national liberation movements. The active and consistent peace program advanced by the USSR and other socialist community countries unites all people of goodwill, all liberation movements, nations, and states and makes feasible the resolution of the historical task of eliminating a world war from the life of humankind. The powerful anti-war movement is reinforced by the defensive military alliance of the socialist countries upholding the cause of peace. In summation, the materialist understanding of nature and society provides a rational application of objective laws and law-governed connections in revolutionary practice. Law-governed connections like matter itself, its universal properties and forms of existence, evolve and operate objectively, and in this sense they are material. The philosophical principle of the materiality of the world embracing all the spheres of being acts as the universal basis for the world outlook, cognition, and transforming activity of man. However, its scientific comprehension and application requires ascertaining the place and role of people's conscious social activity in realizing the regularities of the historical process. 78. Chapter 4. The Universal Laws of History and Human Freedom. Regarding society as a dynamic system, the philosophy of scientific socialism studies the most general laws of historical development and its driving forces. Marxist social science proceeds from, first, the primacy of the material basis of social life and, second, its decisive role in social, political, and spiritual processes. These are the basic principles for the materialist understanding of history, the essence of which was expressed by Engels. Just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history, the simple fact, hitherto concealed by an overgrowth of ideology, that mankind must first of all eat, drink, have shelter and clothing, before it can pursue politics, science, art, religion, etc., that therefore the production of the immediate material means of subsistence and consequently the degree of economic development attained by a given people or during a given epoch form the foundation upon which the state institutions, the legal conceptions, art, and even the ideas on religion, of the people concerned have been evolved, and in the light of which they must, therefore, be explained, instead of vice versa, as had hitherto been the case. The inevitability of mankind's transition to socialism is scientifically substantiated by the economic laws of social motion. The knowledge of the material causes, levels, and laws of social progress helps to ascertain the rise and ripening of the economic, socio-political and spiritual preconditions for a revolutionary transformation of the exploiting society into a socialist society. 1. The material causes of social development. As it has already been shown, it is thanks to labor, thought, and speech that man emerged from the animal world and became capable of social forms of life and activity. Consequently, it is people with their activities and historically determined social relationships that comprise a society. The first historical act testifying to the transformation of a primitive herd into a human society was the production of the means of subsistence. The transition of primitive men. The primitive society to social life was characterized by the creation of the first universal tools, making use of the products already existing in nature, and the rise of the elementary forms of social organization. This joint labor activity developed thought and articulate speech, which helped to preserve social experience, production skills, and methods of improving the productive forces. Labor in primitive communities was organized in the form of simple cooperation, based on the elementary natural division of labor functions according to sex or age. Collective activities and joint ownership first of a consanguine family, then of a tribal commune were directly responsible for the social character of the labor of each member of the primitive community. The low level of the productive forces made it impossible for men to exist in isolation, and therefore each man was dependent on the functioning of the commune as a whole. This led to the egalitarian distribution of the social product. It should be borne in mind, however, that the universal egalitarian form of distribution was caused objectively by a very low level of requirements and extremely scarce opportunities for satisfying them. The main economic law of the primitive society is the joint procurement of material goods designed to secure the life activity of the commune and the subsistence of each of its members. The development of the productive forces brings with it major changes in the social structure both within 80. The tribal communes and between them, shaping the elements of the social distribution of labor. The first major social division of labor in primitive society was separation of agriculture from cattle breeding. The second social division of labor is marked by the rise of the various crafts. Alongside the improvements in the instruments of labor, specialization in stock raising, agriculture and the crafts increases the productivity of social labor. It thus becomes possible to exchange the various surplus products made by artisans, soil cultivators, and cattle breeders. The transition from incidental and individual to regular exchange makes the products commodities. Hence the historical possibility for new social developments. The appearance of the surplus product and the development of exchange led to the individualization of production and satisfaction of the personal needs of each member of a commune. The subsistence production, characteristic of the primitive commune, is complemented by individualist production, a small commodity economy. Moreover, property-based distinctions arise as an individual or group now has the possibility of appropriating the surplus product, a possibility exploited mostly by the tribal elders and tribal chieftains who were turning into a ruling group within the commune. The emergence of the surplus product not consumed immediately after its production also gives rise to the social differentiation within the commune, such as family, patriarchal and indentured slavery. The various forms of personal dependence within the commune change the attitude of the different social strata to communal property. Hence the birth of the exclusive right of ownership of the communal property enjoyed by the tribal chieftains. Thus, the creation of the surplus product as the object of appropriation, regular exchange, property distinctions, the elements of social privileges and oppression, domination of man over man, all based on incomplete, private or group property, make up the chain of social phenomena testifying to the disintegration of the old primitive society and the emergence of inequality and oppression. 81. It should be noted here that some nations and tribes still retain the survivals of the primitive communal stage as well as of tribal communal relationships. The fact that they lag behind the progressive forms of social life is more often than not due to a long period of colonial oppression, and is therefore not their fault but their misfortune, for these nations have to make a major revolutionary stride forward in social progress. The study of the economic structure and the laws of development of primitive society, the material conditions of its existence and development, the causes of its disintegration and collapse leads practical revolutionaries to a number of major conclusions. First, the emergence and existence of primitive society is explained by objective, natural, and not supernatural, causes. This is the initial stage of human development, part of the history of each nation, which has left its imprint on its material and intellectual culture. Second, primitive tribal communism, as it is sometimes called, was far from being a golden age. Quite the opposite, man then was entirely oppressed by the complexities of his existence, compelled to fight the elements. Consequently, any summons in our age for a primitive communal or, even more so, barracks communism mean the repudiation of the theory and practice of scientific socialism for the sake of fantasies and conservative utopias. Third, while rejecting the exaggeration and idealization of communal relationships, which today would inevitably entail the elements of social, property and political inequality, practical revolutionaries should carefully consider and utilize certain positive traditions of joint labor activity, the collective struggle for emancipation. Under the primitive system, the means of labor were united in work collectives by the social ownership of the means of production. This system was governed by relations of cooperation APD mutual help among people, for the commune was both a production team and a collective owner. Marx pointed to the interlacing in the rural commune of collectivist and private property trends, stressing that the external 82 conditions stimulated the development of the one while breaking the development of the other. In the present-day context of socialist orientation, it is possible to purposefully guide the transformation of tribal and communal relationships, whereas under the capitalist development this process will inevitably lead to further stratification within the tribal and communal systems into the poor and hired laborers and exploiters and usurers. Naturally, the communal and tribal collectivity is a historically transient phenomenon, predetermined by socio-psychological and traditional rather than economic factors. One should take into account the great difference between this phenomenon and the genuine socio-economic democracy of the present age, though they are not to be viewed as total opposites. Historically, private property appears when, under the division of labor and individual production, the discrepancies between the primitive collectivist relations of production on the one hand, and private productive forces on the other, reach the point of conflict. Private production, corresponding to the new character of the productive forces, had major social consequences as regards the economic sphere. A basic change occurs in the relationships arising from the exchange of activity between people and from the distribution of products. Instead of cooperation and mutual aid, there arise the relations of domination and subjection. In its turn, society splits into antagonistic social groups with opposing interests, aims and views. One of the most important, the early class society historical consequences of the decline and disintegration of the primitive communal system is the emergence of early societies based on the exploitation of man by man. The society of the type most characteristic of the ancient period was the slave-owning system. In contrast to the bondsman system of a tribal commune, this structure is characterized by a system of slave-owning production relations. 83. Admittedly, slavery as a social structure had its specific historical, social, cultural, and geographical distinctions in various countries. History has also known some transitional societies, in which communal private group and individual economic forms coexisted over a long period. In some early despotic states of the Orient, for example, in which the majority of the population was engaged in irrigated agriculture, communes existed alongside the dominant form of state ownership of the land and state control of the economy and public life. However, none of the forms of transition to classical slavery or feudalism negate the general laws of the rise of exploiting societies based on private property. These include highly developed productive forces, the creation of the surplus product, the transition to individual production based on the private ownership of the means of production, the emergence of property distinctions, and large-scale economies based on hired labor. Alongside the improved production of material goods in early class societies, there also emerged new forms of transforming activity, new forms of human communication and consciousness, as well as the elements of scientific knowledge. The economic structure of the early societies varied as regards both the prevailing form of private property and the latter's combination with the communal collective property. The most vital change in the production relations consisted in the assertion of compulsory labor and inequality in the distribution of material goods, which came to replace the collective, universal, free labor and equality in the distribution relationships. The classical form of the domination-subjection relationship was the slave-owning society, resting on the economic basis of the slave owner's complete ownership of the instruments and means of production and of the main laborer, a slave. It is the compulsory mass-scale labor of slaves that created the structures and other monuments of the ancient material culture extant today. The parasitic consumption of the surplus product by the slave owners hampered the expansion of production and distorted the forms of the deepening social division of labor. The early class societies gave rise to the division of labor between town and country, which doomed the rural population to millennia of stupefaction, and the urban population to the enslavement of each by his narrow occupation, a particular craft. This division of labor laid the social basis for the intellectual development of some and for the physical development of the others. Moreover, the assertion of private ownership of the instruments and means of production counterposes intellectual to manual labor. Owing to exploitation, the slave owners had the exclusive privilege of becoming statesmen, politicians, scientists, scholars, and artists. Thus, the main ecopemic law of the slave-owning society. The economic development of early class societies, the social division of labor, based on private property, inevitably intensified the exchange of manufactured products. The third major division of labor takes place, when the functions of commodity exchange pass to a special class of society, the class of merchants. As the result of the concentration of the difference in prices for merchandise in the hands of a particular group of people, mercantile capital emerges. The appropriation of a part of products supplied by artisans, peasants, and slaves through money lending with an interest charge for its use served as the basis for the usury capital. The utilization of the mercantile and usury capital ruined small owners, intensified exploitation, and widened the gap between the rich and the poor. The economic and property inequality, the division of society into opposing, antagonistic social groups, the need to suppress the discontent and protest of the oppressed and exploited, all conditioned the emergence of a specific mechanism of political power, the exploiter state. The state in its essence and origin is an organ of class domination, an instrument of the oppression of 85. One class by another. Class and state political relationships, as many other material and spiritual forms of social life, mature in the womb of early antagonistic societies. By disclosing the preconditions, material prerequisites and the laws of social development, philosophical science concretizes and deepens man's knowledge of historical development. Each early class society, including the slave-owning society, was a progressive stage as compared with the preceding structure, bearing at the same time the preconditions for its own disintegration. Masters and laborers alike lacked material interest in the efficiency of the means of production, increase in the volume of production, or its improvement. Here lay the principal weakness and contradiction of the slave-owning mode of production. The development of the antithesis between town and country, between intellectual and manual labor also had its effect. Though humanity is justly proud of the flowering of ancient culture, science, and art, we should always remember that it was achieved through the social privileges of intellectual activity when manual labor was regarded disgraceful of slave owners and free citizens. The low productivity of slave labor, becoming more and more expensive as it became more difficult to replenish their number from among commune members, artisans, and peasants, and war prisoners, indicated a deepening crisis in the slave-owning economic system. This crisis made itself evident mainly in numerous wars of the oppressed against the exploiters, in slaves' revolt, which preconditioned the transition from early class societies to a new antagonistic mode of production and new society feudalism. Though from the point of view of mankind's development the early class antagonistic societies, including the slave-owning system, were a historical necessity, predetermined by the aggregate of economic and other social causes, it does not follow that any forms of slavery could be justified in the modern age. First of all, we should remember that slave-owning systems in world history and in the history of individual nations chronologically do not coincide. Also, certain forms of the slave-owning relationships or their survivals. 86. Were for a long period retained artificially in the colonial and dependent countries. Moreover, despite the official condemnation and ban on the slave trade by the UN in the middle of the present century, we still witness some forms of semi-slave dependence and even the remedying of slavery. The eradication of all traces of slavery is a component part of the anti-imperialist revolutions for social and national emancipation in a number of countries, which have recently won their state sovereignty. One should also take into consideration that, as a rule, surviving traces of the slave-owning socio-economic system are rarely encountered in their classical form today but are closely interwoven with other pre-capitalist social relations characteristic of feudalism. In contrast to the slave-owning, the feudal society system, the feudal relationships to a greater or lesser extent are typical of the history of most nations. One of the main historical variants of the emergence of feudalism was the disintegration of early class societies, notably, of classical slavery. Hence the prolonged existence of slave-owning and feudal relationships in the Middle East, the Mediterranean and West European countries, as well as in India and China. The very concept feudalism evolved and is preserved in modern historical literature thanks to its reflection of the specific economic basis of the new social structure. Striving for the increase of the surplus product, the exploiters rented part of their lands to peasants and freed slaves. For example, in the Portuguese metropolis the peasants, the chief producers, had no personal land property. Land, forest, and water remained the property of sovereigns, the nobility and the upper clergy. The feudal lords also retained the partial ownership of peasants themselves, the chief producers. The economic basis of FANAII. Class of land, exploitation of direct producers the peasants. Personally dependent on the exploiters and often bound to the SWA, as the basic means of production. The formation of the feudal land ownership had some distinctions in Central Asian and East European countries and individual nations in Asia and Africa today who passed on to feudalism following the disintegration of the primitive communal structure. Under these conditions slavery was not the dominant mode of production, existing, if at all, only in the form of debts or patriarchal bonds. Consequently, the relations of domination and subjection were usually established at a slower rate here, taking a longer period of the coexistence of the opposing economic relations, based on the communal property. Certain specific features were also characteristic of the development of feudalism in the colonial and dependent countries when the feudal relationships were introduced by the foreign colonizers. Despite certain differences in the initial conditions, origin, and rate of development, the basic socio-economic nature of feudal relationships has made itself felt in the history of all nations. The rise of feudal production and the corresponding social, political and religious organizations was an economic necessity. At the existing level and character of the productive forces the exploiters had to rent land to the chief laborers the peasants, whom they could force to work for themselves only through the establishment of a particular form of personal dependence, which came to be known as the non-economic compulsion of the peasant to production activity. We should note here that the lords spread their rule not only over the rural but also urban population, especially the artisans. Under the land monopoly, every direct producer both in town and country was subject to the exploitation by the lords. In this sense, historically, one may say that the landowners exploited the townspeople as well. Despite the diversity of conditions giving rise to the feudal system both in the past and in the modern history of individual nations, some general features of feudalism may 88 be observed. First, the feudal economic structure was characterized by a subsistence economy, which was based on feudal land property and within the framework of which material production developed. Second, the chief laborer was, in one way or another, bound to the soil, being a serf of his lord. Third, feudal exploitation depended upon laborers who possessed farm land, draft animals, and farming equipment. In other words, the chief producers of material goods, both from the point of view of their social status and the role played in production, largely differed from both slaves and the working class under capitalism. The specific features of the feudal economy are expressed in economic laws. The basic economic law of feudalism is the creation of the surplus product. By me degree non-economic compulsion and personal dependence of the peasants, for its subsequent expropriation and parasitic consumption by the exploiters in the form of feudal land rent. The basic economic law of the feudal society reveals all its intrinsic social conflicts, which accompanied production, the development of exchange, and the expansion and consolidation of trade relations. These social conflicts were inherent in the economic basis of the feudal society and are embodied in its class and state political structures. This society may be represented as a kind of feudal hierarchical ladder, with each step holding those subordinate in relation to those above, who are simultaneously lords in relation to those below. This subordination existed within the two major ruling feudal groups. One of them comprised the feudal nobility proper, headed, as a rule, by the monarch. The other, with the majority of nations, included the upper feudal clergy. These two small social groups enjoyed the basic economic, political, and intellectual privileges and legal rights. All the other population strata comprised the so-called third estate, rigidly restricted in their social rights. The actual lack of civil rights of the working majority was fixed by law. From the socio-historic point of view, however, the division of society into feudal estates served 8a. as a screen for the basic division of feudal society into two main classes, the exploiters on the one hand, and the exploited on the other. Historically, the capitalist society development of feudal society inevitably generates the prerequisites for its own decline and the rise of a new economic and social structure. Deep inside the feudal system there evolved new economic relationships. The appearance of a sufficient number of a free labor force out of the ruined peasants and artisans, the availability of ready money which might be converted into the means of production through their owner's economic activity, preconditioned the so-called Socialism. The accelerated development of the preconditions for the new system of economic production was carried through by its bearers, the newly born exploiters, the rising class of the bourgeoisie. The epoch of the primitive accumulation of capital in world history, chiefly in the West European countries, was accompanied by the utilization of ruthless and blatant methods of violence and robbery of the more backward countries, the seizure of colonies which were turned into the primary source of money capital. It should be noted that, from the very start of capitalist production relations, the new exploiters resorted to the methods of ruthless economic compulsion. One of the most characteristic features of capitalist production is a possibility of uniting the direct producer with means of production not owned by him, without resorting to the non-economic compulsion. The very fact of the existence of a large army of people deprived of the means of production compels them to sell their labor power to the owners of the means of production. Therefore, owners of the means of production can appropriate the surplus value created by workers. The basic economic law of capitalism consists in the production of the surplus value by working people deprived of the means of production, and its subsequent appropriation. Aeon. E. By the bourgeois owners. This understanding of the essence and general laws of capitalist development is important for revolutionaries, for it helps them to identify the specific features of the rise of capitalist relationships in the history of their own nations. Indeed, it is quite obvious that in the present-day context the whole picture has changed as regards the connection between the internal preconditions for the rise of capitalism in early feudal societies and its penetration and spread from outside, and also as regards the forms and methods of asserting capitalism as the mode of production in backward and dependent countries. Under imperialist expansion and colonialism, the introduction and spread of capitalist relations was often artificial, anticipating or deforming the natural course of economic development of colonial countries. Therefore, revolutionaries from African, Latin American, and Asian countries should undertake a specific scientific analysis of a socio-economic phenomenon widely known as the colonial capitalism. The scientific concept of world history and its specific features in certain modern nations includes a study of the prolonged coexistence of various private property forms within the framework of a single state. This coexistence is explained by the fact that, for instance, both feudalism and capitalism are based on the private ownership of the means of production, and both are exploiting societies. What then is the place of feudal and capitalist relations in the non-socialist world today? It is a recognized fact that pre-feudal social relations still continue in some societies. Here feudalism, due to its hopeless conservatism and backwardness, is already unable to play its historically progressive role of a transitional stage to higher social forms. Another, comparatively small, group of countries may be called feudal or feudal monarchies where, alongside many other structures, the feudal economic and socio-political structure holds a dominant position. The third, and largest group comprises countries with a low or average level of capitalist development which still retain, to a greater or smaller extent, feudal relations. 91. The exploiting societies today also include countries which have reached the higher level of capitalist development. The majority of them are former colonial metropolises still pursuing the imperialist policies of neocolonialism. In socio-historical literature these countries are referred to as the ism. State monopoly processes are also characteristic of a number of countries with an average level of capitalist development and some young countries, assuming the capitalist way of development. As capitalist society develops, the socialist society, the social character of material production and private property form of appropriation and distribution of commodities, come into conflict, and this expresses itself as the irreconcilable social antithesis of labor and capital, as the class antithesis of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It is this antagonistic contradiction which, having reached the stage of a conflict, is resolved as a result of socialist revolution, which destroys the world of exploitation and oppression and opens up the prospects of genuine social justice. Socialism is characterized by the social ownership of the instruments and means of production and relations of comradely cooperation and mutual help among people both in the process of producing material goods and in all other spheres of life. In the course of its establishment, socialism excludes the private ownership of the means of production as the source of exploitation of man by man. Socialism operates on the principle he who does not work, neither shall he eat, while the law of distribution is remuneration according to the quantity and quality of the work done. The transition to socialism is possible only under certain definite prerequisite conditions, among which a sufficiently high level of development of the productive forces of society is of major importance. Socialism cannot be introduced by a decree or any other legislative act. This does not necessarily mean, however, that the countries with a lower level of development of the productive forces are doomed to continue under exploiting social relationships. In 92. The present historical context, the nations which liberated themselves from colonial dependence can pass on to socialism via a number of intermediate stages which together comprise a process known in modern political science as socialist JTOTELEV. Socialist society also passes through a number of stages in the course of its development. As the great practical experience of socialist construction teaches, the progressive ascent of a new society, achievement of its all-round maturity. Suppose a mandatory passing a historically long stage of developed socialism. All-round perfection of developed socialism, comprising the rise of efficiency and quality of the function of its base, whole integral system of collectivist relations provides a natural overgrowing of socialist society to its highest phase, i.e. communism. Communism is a classless structure based on the complete social equality of all the members of society, each representing a free and conscious worker. The communist society embodies the principle from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, with the development of each conditioned by the free development of all. Therefore, the basic economic jaw of socialism as the first phase of communism is the satisfaction to the fullest extent of the growing material and spiritual needs of the working people, based on the development of social productive forces. An outline of the socio-economic progress of mankind allows us to pass on to a scientific explanation of the stages of world history. Philosophical science ascertains a definite recurrence in the development of social phenomena, reveals the basic direction of historical processes, and substantiates the periodization of world history based on an analysis of the historical forms of material production. To the modes of production and historical stasis, the concept of the production, as is generally mode of production known, represents the labor activity of people aimed at creating the means of satisfying their requirements in food. 93. Housing, clothes, and so on. The general idea of production is concretist in the scientific concept of the mode of production, which characterizes its historical forms and stages of development. Any mode of production of material goods oe historiously det indet equals ue. Lati, junction. The productive forces include the instruments and means of production, and also the working people who put them into operation. The conversion of natural materials into goods which meet human needs is always effected through people's action upon the objects of labor by means of the instruments they have made. The productive force of human labor is made up of the material factor and the personal factor. A scientific understanding of the component elements of the productive forces, their interaction, socio-historical character, and level of development is of major importance in revolutionary practice. First of all, this understanding helps in correctly assessing the specific features of the development and state of the national productive forces. The historical development of each nation is inseparably linked with such natural geographical conditions as soil, climate, natural routes of communication, land features, mineral resources, the vegetable and animal world. The combination of the two factors, the geographical environment and the social structure, accelerates or slows down the development of the productive forces, and determines the division of labor and specialization in agriculture and industry, transport, and power engineering. The natural conditions influence the distribution of the productive forces and the degree of the inclusion of the forces and objects of nature into the production of material goods. However, the social basis of production and national wealth is not determined by the natural environment but by the development of the social individual, man himself. The point is that the material and personal factors of 94 productive forces are not identical in their role. The objects of nature coming under man's purposeful labor activity are passive. The material basis of any production is the accumulated labor and the means of labor as the materialist results of the practical energy expended by several generations of people. It is always people who put the means of labor, instruments, and machines into operation and control them. The working people, the direct producers with their production skills, knowledge, and experience of using the means of labor constitute the determining factor of production, and the chief productive force. Therefore, without either exaggeration or neglecting the role of the natural geographical environment and production conditions, the revolutionaries pay most attention to the working people, the primary productive force. The high value of the human element of productive forces does not mean that we should underestimate the role of the instruments of labor and technology. The system of the instruments of production is the factor determining the utilization of the objects and properties of nature, the character of labor activity and the productivity of labor. The instruments and means of production are the objective indicator of the level man has achieved in his control over nature, and also of the technical and economic relations they give rise to. Provided the means of labor and the skills of workers are basically similar, the productive forces of society depend on the level of the technical organization of the labor processes, the rational employment of the working personnel and the means of labor, its division, specialization, and cooperation. The character of the technological, organizational, and managerial relationships arising therefrom is determined not only by the level of development of the material and personal factors within the productive forces but, first and foremost, by the prevailing economic relations. The solution of the vital problems confronting the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America overcoming centuries of socio-economic backwardness, setting up a modern national economy, increasing the living standard is closely linked with the scientific and technical progress in the world. 95. As a whole and with its specific manifestations in these regions. In many areas of the world famine, disease, and poverty are still major problems, with many countries remaining backward in the economic and cultural spheres. The resolution of acute social and economic problems, and the assurance of a higher standard of living for hundreds of millions of people can be achieved through the worldwide cuts in military expenditure, respect of the right of nations to own and dispose of their natural resources, extensive economic, and scientific and technical assistance to the developing countries rendered without any political stipulations. The experience of the past decades enables us to assert with justification that scientific and technical progress benefits the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America only when it is combined with a fundamental restructuring of the national social and political system. The example of the countries of socialist orientation, fruitfully cooperating with the states of the socialist community, demonstrates in practice the vast potential offered by scientific and technical knowledge when it serves the interests of the working masses. At the same time, numerous examples confirm that when the achievements of science and technology are in the hands of anti-democratic forces, they can bring these nations new forms of dependence, aggravate economic and social crises and affect the destinies of millions of people. The relations of production. Whereas the productive forces reflect the social relations existing between society and nature and the degree of man's control over the 90 elements of nature, the relations of production comprise those social relations which are essential to the functioning and development of production. Putting the means of production into operation presupposes that they are united with the immediate producer, the labor force. The relations of production are made up of the social connections which arise between people in the process of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption of material goods. Obviously, the production relations are diverse and vary with changes in the means of labor and the producers themselves. Chief amongst these relations are the relations of the 96. The ownership or non-ownership of the instruments and means of production by various social groups and classes predetermines the types of human activity and the process of exchange of its results, and also the distribution of material goods produced. Moreover, social or private ownership inevitably evokes, respectively, the production relations of cooperation and mutual help or the relations of economic dependence, domination, and subjection. Since the production relations of people are inherited by each subsequent generation together with the existing productive forces, they are material, i.e. are being shaped independently of people's will and desires. This explains the key place held by the material, production relations in any specific society. The objective economic relations acting as the indispensable form of people's individual activity, serve as a basis for all other social relations. It certainly does not follow that, for instance, the relations of domination and subjection are inevitable and eternal, for both the productive forces and the relations of production are in constant change. Intchen of productive fs_and TITE, production. The internal source for constant changes in and development of the productive forces is the interaction within their framework of material and personal factors, instruments, and people. With the accumulation of production experience, knowledge, and skills, people improve the available means of labor and create new ones. In their turn, the new means of labor enrich the production skills and technique, increase labor productivity and the efficiency of instruments and technology. This permanent improvement of the means of labor and the producers of material goods themselves brings about the historical progress of the productive forces. The concrete relations of production arise under the influence of the level of development and character of the productive forces. Within the framework of a certain mode of production, the production relations intensify the process of self-development of the productive forces. The newly arising 07. Production relations usually stimulate the productive forces for a certain period of time corresponding to the requirements of their development. The dynamic character of the productive forces and the relative stability of the relations of production together generate the discrepancies and contradictions between them which tend to deepen and may result in a conflict. The conflict stage of the interaction between the productive forces and the relations of production indicates the historical need to replace the obsolete production relations, which have become a brake on the development of production. Thus the old restrictive form of production relations gives way to a new form corresponding to the character and level of the progressing productive forces. Such an interaction of the productive forces and production relations is clearly traced throughout human history, beginning with primitive society. It should be noted here that in many young states today the national productive forces are still far below the present optimal level in their character. In these specific conditions the stimulus for a radical restructuring of traditional production relations is often provided not only from the bottom but often from the top. A genuine scientific understanding of the process of interaction between the productive forces and production relations avoids two erroneous extremes. The first of these extremes finds its expression in the concepts of those bourgeois ideologists who reduce the problem of economic development to technological modernization, to the mere quantitative growth of productive forces. The other extreme is found in the views of leftist theoreticians, who absolutize the role of political and administrative measures, and try to change the production relations arbitrarily in order to achieve an automatic and immediate big leap in economic development. To sum up this preliminary study of such concepts as productive forces, production relations, and mode of production, we may draw a few general conclusions. First, the existence and development of human society is determined neither by supernatural forces, nor ideological motives, nor by the will and desires of outstanding individuals but by the emergence. 98. And development of the production and reproduction of material goods. Second, material production itself changes and develops owing to its intrinsic law-governed regularities, its internal sources of self-development. On these grounds, philosophical science identifies the determining role of the productive forces in the development of the mode of production, and productive forces. Third, the replacement of one mode of production by another constitutes the economic basis, independent of man, of the natural historical movement of certain stages in human progress. The natural historical process of human development is subject to the universal law of the correspondence of the production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces. Fourth, although each specific society is characterized primarily by its intrinsic mode of production, it represents a complex social organism whose elements form its structure, that is, its social organization. In addition to the mode of basis and superstructure production, a major place in the development of social organization belongs to phenomena defined in the concepts of basis and superstructure. Production relations are the most essential element of social organization not only because of their connection with the productive forces, but also because they determine all the other social relations, that is, class, political and ideological relations. The interconnection of economic and all the other social relations is explained by means of the theoretical concepts of basis and superstructure. According to Marx, the sum total of the production relations constitutes the economic structure of society, the Thiel foundation, upon which rests the legal and political superstructure, with the corresponding forms of social consciousness, the mode of production of material life pre-see Karl Marx, for Contribution to the Gritse of Political Economy, Progress Publishers, Moscow, p. 20. 99. Conditions the social, political, and intellectual processes of life in general, while the economic basis predetermines the derivative, secondary, superstructural social phenomena. The superstructure means the historically determined sum total of social ideas, ideological relations, and the corresponding institutions and organizations. In other words, the superstructure comprises feelings, ideas, and systems of views reflecting the given economic basis, the corresponding ideological relations, and the institutions and organizations set up by the people. An accurate understanding of the concept economic basis is of special significance for revolutionaries in the present-day conditions for two reasons. First, all the countries of the non-socialist world are experiencing a deepening crisis in their social and economic structures, and a scientific analysis of this crisis is necessary in determining the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary struggle. Secondly, bourgeois literature abounds in gross errors and deliberate distortions of the place and role of production relations. Thus, the ideologists of imperialist states define the concept of the economic basis of society to mean technological processes, the organization of material production and its management. One example of such a change in definition is the general usage of the term infrastructure instead of the concept of economic basis. In actual fact, however, the notion of infrastructure covers merely the technological and organizational communications required for the functioning of production processes. Non-Marxist literature usually reduces social phenomena directly to modern engineering and technology. Such an exaggeration of the role of engineering and technology neglecting the co-1 in socio-historical literature the explanation of social phenomena and the future of mankind largely through the development of engineering is called technical determinism. 100. Determining place of the economic basis distorts the real state of affairs and the historical prospects of social development. Another example is the interpretation of the correlation between the economic basis and the various economic structures. An economic structure is a definite type of production relations existing either as the survival of the past or the embryo of future economic forms. The concept of the economic structure is also used to mean a historically definite economic system. The term multi-structure economy is often used to characterize the technical and economic backwardness of the majority of the countries of Africa, Asia, and even Latin America, to distort, wittingly or unwittingly, the actual state and developmental trends of their economic structure and, as a result, the appropriate measures for its revolutionary restructuring. The significance and role of the multi-structure economy should neither be exaggerated nor denied. Certain vestiges of past types of production relations, for instance, of small commodity production, can be found even in the advanced state monopoly capitalist countries. Moreover, multi-structure economy is also characteristic of the transitional period from capitalism to socialism both in the agro-industrial and industrial agrarian countries. For example, the specific features of the economic development of pre-revolutionary Russia led to a series of economic structures in the USSR, 5 in all, during the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, and it was the transformation of these structures which laid the foundations of the socialist economic basis. It would be more correct to regard the economic basis not as a formal combination of all types of production relations but as the aggregate of the dominant relations of property, relations of exchange of activity, relations of distribution. Depending on the historical level of socio-economic development there arise different correlations between the various economic structures and the dominant economic basis. For instance, one variant is a multi-structural development comprising the elements of the past production. 101. Relations, with the colonial capitalist basis being dominant. From the fundamental antithesis of the relations of domination and subjection and the relations of cooperation and mutual help, and also from revolutionary experience, it follows that the elements of socialist production relations cannot arise and take shape within the framework of the exploiting societies. The latter at best could only provide the necessary material and technical preconditions for the development of a socialist economy after a political socialist revolution. Hence the scientific untenability and utopianism of the concepts of cooperative socialism, which assume that socialist production relations could arise within the framework of contemporary non-socialist societies. But in a situation where a non-socialist basis is dominant, any forms of production cooperatives are subject, one way or another, to the laws governing internal and international capitalist markets and cannot be regarded as socialist economic relations. At the same time, it should be stressed that revolutionary socialists give every support to the cooperation of small producers, since cooperative forms improve their economic position and expand the scope of the struggle against imperialism and exploitation. Moreover, support of cooperative forms is necessary to promote the cohesion and organization of small producers, to encourage their active participation in the anti-imperialist struggle, and also to lay the basis of socialist cooperation. Thus, each historical stage of social development has its own economic basis, with its concrete historical content and correlation with other types of production relations. It must be fully understood, since the predominant economic relations, that is, the economic basis, determine the superstructure. The antagonistic character of the economic basis shows itself in non-correspondence and conflict within the superstructural phenomena, in the opposing views and organizations of the ruling and oppressed classes. In exploiting societies, the dominant place is occupied by the ideas and organizations of the exploiter classes. Attempts by 102. The oppressed classes to establish their own ideas, institutions, and organizations lead to acute socio-political struggle. It is in the struggle of different classes that the law-governed connection of the basis and the superstructure is realized, and this connection finds its expression in the formulation of the law of the philosophical science: the basis determines the superstructure. Revolutionary socialists should take into consideration the fact that the replacement of similar private property societies does not entail the transformation of all the elements of the old superstructure. As a rule, the new exploiting class keeps intact the basic element of the superstructure. That is, the state machinery, adapting it to its requirements and interests. To some extent, this also concerns other ideological forms and social institutions, such as the church, schooling, and so on. The social role of the superstructure is manifested not only in the complex interaction of its internal component elements, but particularly in its active reverse impact on the development of the economic basis. The contradictory nature of the elements of the superstructure in an exploiting society shows itself in that some of them fortify the basis or accelerate its development, while the others, on the contrary, have detrimental effects. The active social role of various elements of the superstructure is especially manifest during the revolutionary remaking of society. The revolution in the superstructure is expressed in the establishment of the political power of a historically new, revolutionary class, the assertion of its political and ideological domination, accompanied by the transformation of political, legal, cultural, and educational establishments, organizations, and social institutions. Such are the general law-governed regularities in the interaction of the basis and the superstructure, as manifested in the natural historical process and confirmed by the entire course of world history. These regularities, taken in connection with the replacement of the modes of production, enable philosophical science to substantiate the periodization of world history. 103. The concept of the each historical stage in total socio-economic formation development forms an integral social system called the socio-economic formation. The concept of the socio-economic formation reflects the modern truly scientific view of social progress. In conformity with this conception, society is regarded as a living, constantly developing social organism, the study of which should be based on the objective analysis of the production relations making up the given social formation, and of the laws of its functioning and development. The concept of the socio-economic formation embraces concrete social relations and social phenomena, people themselves, types of human activity, and historical social communities, their manners and customs, various social organizations and ways of life. However, the place and role in history of any formation is determined by its general structural elements. The most important structural elements of any socio-economic formation are its mode of production and reproduction of social life, the basis and the superstructure, considered above. The theoretical problem of the rise and succession of definite historical stages of society has today become especially acute and is a prominent feature of the ideological and political struggle. This is due primarily to the current fundamental socio-economic and political changes taking place in the world, and the practical significance of the historical prospects and destinies of each nation. In this respect, revolutionaries should take into account certain important factors. First of all, when characterizing any socio-economic formation, one should examine the concrete class relations arising on the given economic basis. Lenin stressed that the terms social system and social formation are not sufficiently concrete without the concepts of the class and class. CVI. Lenin, What the Friends of the People Are, and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Collected Works, Volume 1, p. 165. 104. Society. In analyzing the rise, existence, and replacement of one specific society by another, the dynamics of the modes of production should be considered in their indissoluble link with the harsh struggle between exploiters and exploited that this society generates. Another aspect to be taken into consideration is the application of the theory of the socio-economic formation to each particular country. It is useless to seek pure socio-economic formations in the history of any nation, for each country manifests general historical laws in its own way, and has its own specific, sometimes unique, features. Marxist philosophical science usually singles out 5 Dane stages in world history, arising on the basis of primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and socialist modes of production. This proposition is rejected by idealist historiography, is directly attacked by imperialist reactionaries and falsified in every way by opportunists. Bourgeois historiography advances its concepts of civilizations and cultures in opposition to the Marxist theory of socio-economic formations. Some of these concepts involve the rejection of the existence of a single world history, regarding it rather as the history of individual isolated cultures. Others regard world history as an entity composed of dozens of civilizations. Civilization itself is reduced, more often than not, to the development of technology, to technical progress, and serves allegedly as the indicator of the decline and downfall of a certain culture. In point of fact, the concept of civilization includes a characterization of the historical level of social activity and of social relations, and is thus fully covered by the scientific theory of formations. The bourgeois falsifiers of history assert that this Marxist scheme does not correspond to historical reality either in the past or the present. Their argument is based on the so-called Asiatic production. The expression so-called should not be understood as the neglect or denial of the existence of an Asiatic mode of production. First, the notion itself does not mean that such a mode of production is specific for all Asian nations. 105. Some of the features of this mode of production may be found in the history of nations inhabiting other continents. For instance, socio-political literature contains references to the Latin American variant of the Asiatic mode of production. Second, the expression Asiatic mode of production is often used in the broad sense, i.e. not in the sense of mode of production but in the sense of socio-economic formation. Historically, the so-called Asiatic mode of production arises with the disintegration of the primitive communal structure, in a situation where communal, individual and group private property coexist. One of its variants is a system of production relations involving the ownership of the land, instruments, water, and seeds for agricultural production by the early state, which functions as the instrument of both social management and the exploitation by the dominant tribe of the subordinate tribal communities retaining, as a rule, communal property. It is obvious that in such society a certain division of labor and production organization already existed, and socio-class differentiation developed. One may say that this society is characterized by transitional production relations, based on the contradictory elements of social property and individual and small group private property. Accordingly, this society saw social phenomena which found their fullest expression in the classical forms of the slave-owning system or feudalism. Scientific studies invariably. The general and the party pointed to the existence of killer in historical specific features in the his developmentorical development of various nations. Scholars investigating the history and economics of the peoples of Africa sometimes use the term African mode of production. Doubtless, this important and controversial socio-economic and historical problem is a matter for special study and consideration. At the same time, recognition of specific features and variants does not contradict the scientific interpretation of the 5 main stages of world history. In addition to the basic types 4106 of production relations under certain historical conditions, there also arise transitional production relations comprising both the elements of cooperation and mutual help and the elements of domination and subjection. Transitional production relations arose not only during the replacement of the primitive communal structure by a variety of private property formations. Capitalist development also involved certain transitional production relations. In some cases the establishment of the capitalist mode of production was rapid and leap-like, while in others, bourgeois relationships developed slowly, especially in agriculture, where for long periods they coexisted with feudal and even communal relationships. Transitional production relations are also typical of the period of socialist transformations when, alongside the socialist sector, there may temporarily exist private and state capitalism, small commodity production, and other economic forms. As has been demonstrated above, the logic of world history shows itself primarily in the succession of its main stages, that is, in the succession of socio-economic formations. Consequently, the history of each nation is a certain combination of the general and the particular. The latter includes both the particular manifestations of the general historical laws and the unique features of social, class and socio-ethnic development. Thus, the historical development of the Arab peoples has its own specific features, which is a matter for a special study and discussion. Here we should only note that research into the problem of the general and the particular is directly linked with the urgent problem of anti-imperialist Arab unity, socialist orientation, and the historical prospects of socialism. Many bourgeois authors were unanimous in their socio-philosophical view of African nations as non-historical. They claimed that the history of Africa began with its colonization by Europeans and regarded the African nations merely as the object of the white man's civilizing mission. Historical materialism, drawing on irrefutable scientific data, revealed the fallacy of these essentially racist theories of the non-historical character of African nations, showed 107. The creative role played by Africans in the development of world civilization from ancient times up to the present, and repudiated attempts to put Africa outside world history and culture. The preconditions were thus created for a fresh look at the past of the Black continent. African studies were enriched with invaluable archaeological and anthropological discoveries, which confirmed the contribution made by African nations to world material and intellectual culture. At the same time, there are some African ideologists who reject the unity of the historical process, and treat the history of the peoples of Africa outside the general context of human development. They maintain that the Negro-African civilization is a separate social organism which has nothing in common with other civilizations. From their point of view, African society possesses its own exclusive historical individuality with its own unique destiny, with its own third road of development, differing from both capitalism and socialism. Such assertions are not consonant with either the available material on the past of the continent or with present-day reality. No society can be regarded as an isolated social organism not subject to the general laws of historical development, or standing outside the course of world history. No matter how specific is the historical development of a certain region and the countries it comprises, this does not justify the conclusion that their destiny is exclusive, historically unique, and their prospects of development incapable of comparison with those of other countries and continents. Such conclusions involuntarily betray a claim to some sort of exclusiveness or divine election. The history of Africa is one of the pages of world civilization which is yet to be read to the end. The development of African peoples proceeded along the same lines as that of the other continents. It has been established that African peoples passed through all the phases of the Stone Age, that they mastered the art of iron melting earlier than the Europeans, and that as far back as the 15th century the population inhabiting the lower Niger, for instance, was more skillful than the Europeans in bronze casting. The fact that the 108 countries of tropical Africa, for example, did not know the slave-owning mode of production, does not mean that prior to the European invasion and the emergence of the slave trade, there was no slavery or slave labor. Slavery in its patriarchal form, and the slave trade, had existed in Africa for a long time, while North and Northeastern Africa saw the rise and development of classical slavery. Though tropical Africa did not pass through a clearly defined feudal formation, feudal states existed for many centuries there and landowner exploitation emerged, its level of development depending on the specific local conditions. Today capitalist production relations are developing in a number of African countries. Other African states have chosen the socialist orientation and are currently engaged in the creation of the objective and subjective preconditions for building a society free from exploitation of man by man. Thus the paths of development followed by the countries of Africa are not isolated from the main road of contemporary historical development as it passes through the epoch of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The general character of law-governed regularities certainly does not exclude specific features in the development of individual nations and vast regions of the huge continent. The final document adopted by the first meeting of the Communist and Workers' Parties of Tropical and South Africa, recorded, in particular, that on the continent and its islands there operate the same laws of social development as the world over, though they manifest themselves in a specific form, intrinsic to the national historical development of African countries. The specific features of the historical succession of production relations and modes of production in the history of certain nations do not revoke the essential, the objective economic conditionality of the rise and replacement of socio-economic formations. No matter how specific the history of any nation may be, the definitive role in its social development, in the final analysis, belongs to the mode of production and reproduction of material life. 1. Production and natural. The scientific understanding necessity of the role played by the mode of production in social development provides a key to the understanding and assessment of the vitally important phenomena known as ecological and demographic problems. These global issues encompass the relationships between man and nature, the rational utilization of natural resources, and the structure, distribution, and dynamics of population growth. It has already been noted that the social relations of people to nature are generally dependent on the productive forces. The geographical environment as the natural precondition of human history can promote or slow down the development of productive forces. At the same time, the determining role in the interaction of society and nature belongs to human activity. In present-day conditions, the interrelationships of society and nature involves aspects that are arousing increasing concern. These include the exhaustion of vital natural resources, the disturbance of the biological balance in animate nature, production and everyday pollution of the environment, the growing dependence of man's relation to nature on the essence of the social structure of each country and of world social systems. Theoretical and practical approaches to these urgent and complex problems rest on the fact that man and society cannot be absolutely counterposed to nature, to the vegetable and animal world. The appearance and existence of man as a social being is inseparably bound up with nature. Therefore, in his transforming activity not the destructive, but the creative factor should predominate. Some ideologists of the exploiting classes proceed from the pessimistic forecast of universal famine, the inevitable destruction of the natural environment and the exhaustion of natural resources. Hence recommendations to the developing countries to resort to the strategy of survival, the artificial breaking of technological and economic growth. 410. However, the rational utilization of modern science and technology could provide a considerable expansion of cultivated land in the developing countries, and the extensive exploitation of marine and other resources for the benefit of mankind. The resolution of all these global issues is ultimately determined by the essence of the economic structure, and the realization of the principles of social justice. A graphic example of this is provided by the intensive soil cultivation program known as the Green Revolution. One of the theoretical aspects of this program is to prove that man can and must make wise use of the laws of heredity and mutability governing biological species, and also of the laws governing the growth of the potential and actual fertility of soil. The combined achievements of modern biology, the agricultural science and technology refute the pessimistic view that there exists an absolute law of diminishing return, the alleged inevitability of mankind's death from starvation. It is apparent that alongside soil cultivation and soil fertility, great importance also attaches to such problems as the exhaustion of mineral and power resources, environmental pollution, and the disturbance of the balance between various elemental and biological processes. Sharp fluctuations in population growth in different regions and countries of the globe is one of the most grave problems. At the same time, the exaggeration of all these complex problems in order to present them as an inevitable world catastrophe reveals disbelief into man's cognitive and transforming abilities, and rejection of the creative activity of rational sessile individual. Modern science has proved that practically unlimited power resources are inherent in the use of controlled thermonuclear processes, which in their turn will secure the normal circulation of materials and energy in the environment. Measures have been elaborated and are being implemented with a view to maintaining the biological equilibrium in nature to bring its development in conformity with the requirements of modern human civilization. Yet here we must stress that the progressive resolution of the dangers and complexities that have arisen in the relations between man and nature, among 411 people themselves, and in demographic processes make it especially urgent to establish the universal equality and fraternity of free and equal men. The truth of this socio-philosophical conclusion is proved by the accumulating experience of environmental conservation and the utilization of natural resources, notably in the socialist countries. Therefore, the primary and determining precondition for harmonious relations between man and nature is complete emancipation of labor, which covers several major aspects. First, the socio-economic and political emancipation of labor from any discrimination, exploitation and oppression. Second, the elimination of the forms and effects of the rapacious attitude towards nature engendered by contemporary capitalism and presented by its ideologists as the inevitable and eternal antagonism between society and nature. Third, planned management of the interaction between man and the environment, which, under mature socialism, manifests itself in combining emancipated creative labor with creative free science. It is only natural, therefore, that the protection of the natural and the production environment acquires anti-imperialist content, for it is state monopoly capitalism, the transnationals that strive to move unhealthy trades to the outlying regions of the non-socialist world, devastating, poisoning and polluting the whole of the environment. It is also quite obvious that efforts to solve the global ecological problems only have any meaning if the threat of a thermonuclear catastrophe is removed and lasting peace attained. The development and spread of a genuinely human treatment of man and nature, rational and humane relationships are directly linked with the revolutionary abolition of the barbarous and rapacious exploiter system. The revolutionary resolution of topical problems in social development rests on the knowledge and use of the general laws of history, their manifestations in the present transitional epoch, the correlation between necessity, chance, and human freedom. 112. Necessity and freedom. Social progress as historical of revolutionary action. Necessity is the result of the operation of objective laws realized in human activity. Necessity in general implies what is bound to occur and occurs in nature or society under specie. FIC conditions. Necessity is always expressed in the objective laws of nature and society. We have already considered some general sociological laws, the law of the determining role of material production in social development, the law of the correspondence of production relations to the character and Anti of productive forces, the law of the interaction of the basis and the superstructure. It is the general sociological and particular laws of individual formations that determine the character, direction, and results of social development. Consequently, historical necessity means the inevitable result of the operation of objective social laws, the movement of historical events in some definite direction. Social progress is the realization of historical necessity, the aggregate result of the operation of the objective laws of social development, which finds its specific embodiment in the natural historical process of the rise and succession of certain stages in the development of each formation. As for chance, it always expresses a causal dependence, and is a manifestation of necessity and its complement. The scientific understanding of the general concept of necessity includes the ascertainment of its specific manifestations in nature and society. In nature, necessity always manifests itself as a blind spontaneous force. Historical necessity generates the problem of human freedom, and of the interrelationship between human activity and the objective laws. If at the dawn of human history man was the slave of uncognized natural and historical necessity, with historical progress, cognition, and utilization of the objective laws, human activity becomes more and more conscious and free. In principle, this proposition is valid both for natural and historical necessity, with the one essential reservation that the limitations of human freedom are conditioned by socio-economic and political factors. In antagonistic exploiting societies, social relations act as a force dominating over people and hostile to them. In these conditions, though people themselves were the makers of history, they were not free of the objective circumstances, but wholly dependent upon them, and therefore historical necessity was realized spontaneously. It should be noted that a rich inner world, and independence in the choice of personal aims and actions do not secure genuine freedom. There is no such thing as absolute freedom, for man's mentality, his aims and actions are, in one way or another, ultimately subject to necessity or express it. The scientific understanding of freedom differs from extreme subjectivism, the anarchist glorification of the myth of boundless personal freedom. Indeed, freedom as a social phenomenon has various aspects, and, accordingly, its interpretations also vary. While speaking about the economic aspect of freedom, we usually underline material, economic well-being, the degree to which our vital economic requirements are satisfied. The political and legal aspects focus on free will and independence of action, and equality before the law, etc. The concept of freedom is also applied to the conditions of individual activity. Finally, major importance attaches to the epistemological interpretation of the concept of freedom. Various voluntarist trends in idealist philosophy ignore historical necessity, exaggerate or even absolutize human freedom, which then serves as the philosophical basis of political voluntarism. Formally opposite, though similarly one-sided attitude is expressed in various philosophical fatalist concepts based on the predetermination of man's consciousness, will and life, and the preordination of historical events by a mythical supreme spirit, fate, and in some versions by the spontaneous external circumstances or even by the omnipotence of economic laws. In contrast to these anti-scientific concepts, the revolutionary socialist world outlook reveals the genuine essence of freedom. Freedom means the capacity of people to make 414 decisions _founded on cosness necessity. To act with Janaldas. Of the subject I. Social relationships and over himself. This scientific concept embraces the epistemological, socio-practical, and political aspects of human freedom. Human freedom does not exclude historical necessity, but might be said to represent its complement and the forms of its manifestation. Knowledge of the objective laws of nature and society makes it possible to systematically utilize these laws to attain man's aims. The conscious utilization of the laws of social development, and the attainment of progressive social results bring genuine freedom. This freedom is possible only when the development of man and society ensures the harmonious personality development of each individual, the conscious coordination of personal and social aims. This leap from the kingdom of necessity into the kingdom of freedom is being made in human history with the development of socialism and communism. This is notably borne out by the specific features of the formation of the basis and superstructure in socialist society. The basis and superstructure of socialist society are founded in the course of revolution as the conscious realization of historical necessity. The formation and further development of the basis and superstructure result from the conscious activity of the masses, their revolutionary creativity. The economic bases of socialism and of communism represent different stages in the development of relation of cooperation and mutual help among people free of exploitation. This specific feature gives rise to the new objective conditions for the development of the economy, science, and culture, providing wide opportunities for the masses to master the objective laws, and the highest achievements of the natural and social sciences, and to transform themselves through creative and active participation in public affairs of society. These opportunities are increasingly widened thanks to the specific element in the socialist superstructure, socialist statehood, which develops after fundamental transformation, after the destruction of the exploiter state machinery, to protect the interests of the working people. 4115. Current manifestations of historical necessity acquire particular significance in revolutionary practice. In their strategy and tactics, the revolutionary parties in different countries should take careful consideration of the general historical law-governed regularities and the specific forms of their manifestation and realization. General sociological laws always have a concrete historical embodiment, depending on economic necessity, the composition and correlation of the class forces, the combination of objective and subjective preconditions. We should note here that in the present historical epoch it is vitally important to take into account the existing general regularities of the various stages of revolution. The historical necessity of the fall of imperialism, colonialism, and racism manifests itself in certain regularities of the anti-imperialist democratic revolutions aimed at social and national liberation. The revolutionary parties build their strategy proceeding not only from general sociological but also from particular laws governing a certain society. For instance, the natural historical development of peoples of many former colonial and dependent countries was repeatedly ill-favored by the ruthless yoke of foreign invaders, particularly the imperialist colonizers. This brought about major differences in the levels of historical, socio-economic, and political development, in the degree of the national self-determination of different peoples. The causes, methods, and consequences of such divergences in the historical process of each concrete nation should become the subject of careful scientific study. It is especially significant, as previous deviations resulted, as a rule, from the antagonistic character of historical progress and left their imprint on the people's everyday life, culture, traditions, and mentality. On the other hand, in the present historical epoch the objective conditions have arisen for the conscious modification of the historical process by way of transition to socialism, bypassing the historically outdated private property stages of development. This acceleration of historical progress is not the fruit of subjectivism and violence upon history but the result of 416. The conscious revolutionary creative activity of the masses, acting with knowledge of the subject, founded up on the comprehension and skillful implementation of the objective laws of social development. In particular, such revolutionary actions testify to the universal law of the throwing role of the subjective factor in history. Recognition of the determining. The role of the masses in social and the individual in development is one of the basic history features that distinguishes Marxism from the idealist sociological theories, according to which, history was made by great men, tsars, warlords, emperors, and the like. As for the masses, they were regarded as a passive ballast, passengers aboard the locomotive of history, commanded by a succession of outstanding historical figures. For them the mass of the people was no more than an infinite number of zeros. These zeros could become a positive quantity only when led by a critically minded integer, a hero. Such an understanding was idealistic in its basis, since it regarded the ideas, aims and intentions of the outstanding personalities or divine predestination as the driving forces of the historical process. Materialist social science, founded on the analysis of the economic laws of social development, draws the opposite conclusion: the driving force of the development of society is the people, the popular masses. In considering the concept of the people, Marxism takes the class, concrete historical approach which acknowledges the changeability of the social composition of the people depending on the concrete historical conditions. In the primitive society, knowing no class differentiation, the people comprised the whole population of the primitive communes. In a class society, the mass of the people is always composed of representatives of various classes, with the determining role being played by the exploited working masses, the direct producers of material goods. In a socialist society, knowing no tynon, the subjective factor implies the concrete historical aggregate of social groups, classes, and individuals who by their activity and struggle secure the definite direction of history. 417. Class antagonisms. The concept of the people embraces all the classes and social groups of society. So, at all the stages of social development, the concept of the people has at its core the mass of the working people, the chief productive force of society, people engaged in socially necessary labor. The concept of the people is not reduced to the concept of the immediate producers of material goods, for it also includes the broad strata of the intelligentsia whose number and social function is constantly growing, as is manifested in the ever-expanding active participation of its conscious representatives in the revolutionary process. It would be equally erroneous to identify the concepts of the people and the working masses. At certain historical stages, the people may include representatives of the exploiting classes, inasmuch as in their objective position and requirements, they are interested in overcoming obsolete social relationships. Thus, in the imperialist countries, the people comprise not only the working class but also farmers, white-collar workers, service staff personnel, employers oppressed by the monopolies who join the united front of the struggle against imperialism. In countries which liberated themselves from colonialism, the people may include, in addition to the workers, peasants, and artisans, part of the national middle-class bourgeoisie who joined in the national liberation movement. To sum up, the concept of the people always comprises an aggregate of the classes and social groups whose activity in the given historical conditions corresponds to the objective requirements of social development and promotes the resolution of the contradictions existing in a given society. The people. SS, SOG Nanaomi Eo Sent Man DNESINE. The concept of the people is the subject of intense ideological controversy characterized by attempts to narrow or broaden its definition. One such attempt involves the identification of the people with the concept revolutionary people. Scientifically. 118. The concept of the revolutionary people includes only that part of the people which actively participates in the revolutionary transformation of society at a given stage. Such an identification characteristic of left-wing opportunism leads to the avant-gardism, the sectarian divorce of the revolutionary strata of the people from the broad mass of people who, according to Lenin, were condemned in the past, and in some newly free countries are still condemned, to historical somnolence. To awaken the broad masses for the struggle is the task confronting the revolutionary people and its vanguard, the Revolutionary Party. The latter, to fulfill its tasks, should rest upon the broad masses of people, i.e. should become a mass_party. Other attempts, on the contrary, involve identifying the concept of the people with that of the nation, population, race, and so on. This approach, characteristic of bourgeois ideologists and right-wing opportunists, fosters nationalistic and racist tendencies, nurturing various theories of national originality. The Marxist teaching on the masses as the genuine makers of history proceeds from the fundamental proposition of historical materialism, that is, the law of the determining role of the mode of production of material goods and the chief productive force of society, the working people. However, the role of the masses in history is not confined to the production of material goods. They act as the subjects of revolutionary action, the chief driving force of all social revolutions. Revolutions are the festivals of the oppressed and exploited. It is during revolution that the mass of people is capable of acting as the active creators of new social order. Finally, the masses are the chief creators of material and spiritual values. Even in the conditions of capitalist and colonial exploitation, which divorce the masses from the so-called high forms of culture, they remain the bearers of the production experience, develop folk arts, the national language. By their labor they provide the intellectuals with the time necessary for creative work. Being the driving force of social development, the masses make history not of their will but depending on the objective. 119. Conditions and, above all, on the historically definite mode of production of material goods. It stands to reason that, with the development and improvement of the mode of production, the role of the people in the historical process also changes. With the progressive movement of society, the role of the masses in history grows. This conclusion was drawn by the classics of Marxism in their first jointly written work, The Holy Family, in 1845, together with the thoroughness of the historical action, the size of the mass whose action it is will therefore increase. Lenin regarded this law as one of the major tenets of the theory of scientific socialism. He enriched and complemented it with the proposition that the deeper the transformation to be undertaken, the greater the interest and conscious attitude that must be aroused in millions of people, who should be convinced of the necessity of revolutionary transformations. These ideas put forward by Lenin are invaluable for the practice of progressive socio-economic transformations in the newly free countries. They make it imperative to work among the masses, to shape their revolutionary consciousness and, first of all, to fight illiteracy, for the illiterate man remains outside politics, he is unable to become an active political worker. Acknowledgement of the determining role of the masses in social development does not imply an underestimation of the role of individuals, the great men of history, as some bourgeois ideologists are trying to say. The idea of historical necessity, wrote Lenin, does not in the least undermine the role of the individual in history. All history is made up of the actions of individuals, who are undoubtedly active figures. Asterisk. This does not mean that every individual can make history of his own will. The general course and direction of social development do not depend on man's will. But concrete historical events are always influenced by the outstanding leaders of the historical movements. We should distinguish between the concepts of historical figures and great men. A historical figure is the individual who exerted a noticeable impact on the development of history, leaving his imprint on major historical events. But this influence may be either progressive or regressive, reactionary. Only those historical figures are great, whose subjective aspirations and actions coincide with the objective interests of social development, thus largely contributing to its acceleration. The role of great men consists in their clear apprehension of all the requirements of their epoch and in the mobilization of all the essential possibilities for their realization. History testifies to the fact that if the objective preconditions of social changes have matured, the determining role in their realization is played by the subjective factor, that is, the activity of a revolutionary organization or a party headed by an experienced leader. No class in history has achieved power unless it put forward its political leaders, its advanced representatives capable of organizing the movement and commanding it. The role of political leaders in the revolutionary struggle of nations for their liberation is especially great. It is for this reason that the exploiting classes have always sought to decapitate this movement by using such means as bribery, moral and physical terror, and murder. Acknowledging the role played by outstanding figures in history, Marxism at the same time is incompatible with the personality cult, a blind worship of historical figures, their endowment with superhuman ability to make history on their own will. The harm done by the personality cult lies in the underestimation of the role of the masses in the making of history. Limiting and suppressing the initiative of the working people, the personality cult fosters submissiveness, passive reliance on the directives from the top, in its way reviving the idealist theory of heroes and the crowd. Condemnation of the personality cult by Marxism has nothing in common with the anarchists' rejection of any authority. Lenin stressed that the working class waging throughout the world its hard and persistent struggle for 121. Complete emancipation needs authority. But in contrast to the personality cult created when the leader loses touch with the people, the leader's prestige is won when he relies on the masses, expressing the latter's confidence in their leader. For this reason, the leader's authority is a major precondition for the success of revolutionary transformations. This should be especially stressed in relation to the leaders of the National Liberation and Revolutionary Democrat and IC movement. The point is that in countries with a relatively low level of spiritual culture and paternalistic traditions, the fidelity of the masses to revolutionary ideas sometimes shows itself in the form of personal loyalty to a revolutionary leader. The revolutionary idea is personified in the leader, the bearer of this idea. Accordingly, the ups and downs of the leader are assessed as the symbols of the validity or invalidity of the idea. The situation is further complicated by the low level of literacy among the masses and by hostile imperialist encirclement, which considerably limit the critical assessment of the leader's actions. Consequently, political leaders bear a great responsibility for maintaining their prestige, while not allowing it grow into a cult of their personality. A reliable guarantee in this respect is the strict observance of the Leninist principles. Live close to them. Know their moods. Know everything. Understand the masses. Be able to approach them. Win their absolute trust. Leaders must not become isolated from the masses they lead, the vanguard from the whole army of labor. Do not flatter the masses and do not break away from them. The exploiting classes and their leaders have always presented themselves as the sole defenders of national interests. But the facts testify that at crucial turning points in the history of any nation it is not a handful of exploiters but the people who took up arms, when the need arose, to protect their honor and dignity, the national interests of their homeland. A graphic example of the great power of the masses is their socialist orientation, and the building of socialist society in a number of countries of Europe, Asia, and America. In these countries the common people overthrew the rule of exploiters, turned a new page in their history, took their fate into their own hands and created new, independent societies. One of the conclusions ensuing from the law of the growing role of the masses in history, and one that must be borne in mind by revolutionary parties, is the study and efficient implementation of the international revolutionary experience of the masses. This concerns primarily the political and organizational education of the masses to secure their active participation in the revolutionary transformations occurring in their countries. The prime task facing revolutionaries on this road is to master materialist dialectics, the scientific theory of development, the method of cognition and revolutionary restructuring of reality, the algebra of revolution. 123. 2. The dialectical method of scientific cognition and practical action. Chapter 4. The laws of dialectical development and their significance for revolutionary practice. Each man in his daily life goes through various impressions, facts, events, and actions. By these elementary thoughts and actions people realize their concrete practical aims. But apart from the everyday tasks, people set themselves more profound, essential goals which have not only an individual but also a great social importance. To attain these socially significant goals and solve the tasks involved in human revolutionary transforming activity, man cannot rely only on his own experience and common sense. It is the scientific materialist dialectics that acts as a theoretical instrument in the revolutionary renewal of the world. Dialectics as the science of universal connection and development finds its expression in a definite system of scientific categories and laws. Each category in this system has its own content and methodological and practical significance. The central place belongs to the basic laws of materialist dialectics, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, the law of the transition from quantity to quality, and the law of the negation of the negation. The essence and significance of these laws lies in that they reveal the basic content of any development, its source, forms, character and I3. In reality the processes of development, in addition to their basic content, always display a diversity of other essential relationships which are expressed in scientific dialectics by polar categories, including cause and effect, necessity and chance, possibility and reality, content and form, etc. The objective laws, as it has already been 124. Established, by virtue of certain definite categories, always express the essential relationships. In this sense, the COR equals relation between the paired categories of dialectics also reveals the law-governed universal interconnection. Science is fully justified to assert the law of causality, the law of the correlations between content and form, essence and phenomenon, etc. Consequently, the paired categories also express the essence of dialectics, complement and concretus the basis of development, representing thereby the non-basic laws of dialectics. The study of each law of materialist dialectics, its essence and value, would not be wholesome unless two conditions are observed. First, any proposition of dialectics should be filled with concrete content corresponding to the nature of the phenomenon or action under consideration. Second, the cognition itself and scientific orientation of social action are founded on the previously obtained knowledge of the specific laws of nature or society. In other words, the application of the laws of dialectics lies not in the adjustment of the objects and phenomena of nature and society to the senseless, invented schemes, but in the scientific orientation and generalization of the concrete sciences, socio-historical practice and revolutionary experience. We must stress that the mastery of materialist dialectics, the algebra of revolution, a theoretical instrument of scientific cognition and revolutionary practice, demand that the meaning and content of each category and each law should be most thoroughly studied, for all of them lead to the cognition of the nucleus of dialectics, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. 1. The struggle of opposites is the source of development. The unity and struggle of opposites constitute the essence of dialectics, its nucleus, disclosing the internal source of self-motion and development of objects and phenomena, the driving force of their quantitative and qualitative transformations, determining the trend of development from the old to 25. The new. In brief, dialectics may be defined as a doctrine on the unity and struggle of opposites. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites holds a special and most important place in the system of universal laws of materialist dialectics. Any material formation, object, opposite and phenomenon or system is composed contradiction of simpler elements linked between themselves in a certain manner. The peculiarities of various elements, their character and interaction, form within the material system certain definite aspects and tendencies, which simultaneously presuppose and exclude one another. These essential aspects and tendencies within an object or phenomenon are called opposites. In the exploiting society, for instance, the opposites express the conditions and class interests of slaves and slave owners, serfs and landowners, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the social classes engendered by the definite modes of production, inseparably linked with each other. They presuppose and exclude each other in their nature and status in society. Materialist dialectics not merely identifies the opposed-ites but reveals their unity and interaction. A unity may be regarded as the objective and necessary interconnection of separate aspects within a certain concrete whole. Any entity is always the definite concrete unity of opposites, their interconditionality, which implies that the opposites have something in common. The thing is that they act as the different aspects of one and the same essence and, therefore, they not only exclude each other but also coincide, revealing difference and certain identity. Difference between the opposites, their identity, coincidence, equal action are merely separate moments of the unity of opposites, which is always relative, temporary, conditional in the constant process of the interaction of opposites. The constant interaction, change of the internal correlation is called in materialist dialectics the struggle of opposites, which is absolute, ceaseless, constantly upsetting. Their temporary equilibrium, stability, unity. This struggle determines the qualitative changes of objects and phenomena leading to the replacement of a given unity, by a new unity of the new opposites. The struggle of Mposites is the source, the driving force of formation and development of all the objects and phenomena of the external world. In this sense, the struggle of opposites is a constant factor, the necessary condition for any change and development. It expresses the self-motion of matter, pointing to the source of motion which is to be found within things themselves, in the processes of reality. In contrast to this dialectical understanding, the various falsifications of dialectics absolute as separate moments of the law-governed development, including the unity and interaction of opposites. The so-called theory of equilibrium, for instance, absolutizes the unity of a phenomenon, regarding the state of equilibrium, rest, inertia as the main state in the world. Neither the so-called theory of non-equilibrium, of wave-like movement, can provide the true understanding of development. The authors and adherents of such interpretations are characterized by, according to Lenin, an extremely one-sided, misshapen approach to the studies of Marxism, who have memorized certain slogans, certain answers to tactical questions, without having understood the Marxist criteria for these answers. Materialist dialectics does not deny the relative stability, equilibrium, the state of rest. But it is merely a moment of the universal movement and development, for the equilibrium of forces does not exclude the struggle between them, making it, on the contrary, more acute. The bourgeois and reformist theories of social harmony and equilibrium based on the unscientific absolutization of the unity of social opposites justify and defend the eternity of capitalism, depriving the working class of its ideological weapon. However, the other extreme of carrying to an absurdity the struggle of social opposites leads to the distorted understanding of the historical process and revolutionary prospects. Such interpretations are characteristic of current petty bourgeois conceptions. The exposure of theoretical fallacy of the bourgeois idea of universal class reconciliation and opportunist interpretations of social unity is impossible without understanding the transformations of opposites, predetermined by certain definite conditions for the corresponding opposites, including the nature, historical place, and degree of development of a certain social object. The opposites should be regarded not as something dead, rigid, but as living, mobile, transformable. In social life, the transformations of opposites may take place in different directions depending on the conditions, place, and time. Thus, under capitalism, the bourgeoisie, the progressive force of history, turns into the reactionary force, holding up historical progress, and free enterprise turns into a monopoly. The dialectical transformation of social opposites is corroborated by the historical experience of socialist countries. Only the consistent, logically sound socialist transformations change fundamentally the exploiting forms of social unity, eliminate such social opposites as labor and capital, and lead to the creation of socialist society of free and equal working people, with no conversion of the bourgeoisie into a subordinate class. The bourgeoisie as a class disappears from the historical scene, which signifies the resolution of the basic contradiction of capitalism. The movement of contradictions. The concepts of opposite and contradiction are often used in the same sense. Since the opposing aspects or tendencies of development are inherent in all the processes and phenomena, they act as contradictions. Nevertheless, the concept of the contradiction has its own content. The contradiction embraces the process of movement. O optius f no expresses any han. The rise and formation of any object and process is accompanied by the internal differentiation of its opposing aspects and tendencies, by the change from identity to difference. The relationship of a simple difference between the 128 opposites constitutes the first stage of contradiction, or the contradiction which has not yet fully revealed itself. The further split of the former unity, isolation of its opposing aspects deepens a simple difference up to an essential one which as a form of developing contradiction may gain in strength and become more intense and acute in its character. Simple and essential differences, the antithesis as a form of a manifest contradiction, a conflict as the highest stage of its development point to the degree of maturity and intensity of contradictions themselves. It should be stressed that, depending on the nature and conditions of the existing objects, the movement of contradictions may vary in its direction, from a simple difference to a conflict and from a conflict to difference. As a historical illustration, we shall consider the dialectical interrelationship between town and the countryside. With the development of production and class relations, a simple difference between town and the countryside grew up to an essential difference, then up to the opposite and later even to a conflict. In the concrete historical conditions of feudalism, it manifested itself in the exploitation of towns by the feudal lords. Under capitalism, on the contrary, the town as the center of industrial production exploits the countryside. The conflicting and inevitable character of this contradiction is a direct outcome of the exploiting socio-economic relationships of feudalism and capitalism. The basic change in the essence of the social system as a result of the socialist revolution has its effect on the character and direction of interrelationships between the industrial and agricultural facets of a single social production. In socialist countries, the dialectical interrelationship of town and the countryside has another direction, from eliminating the inevitability and conflicting state of opposites between town and the countryside towards an essential difference and, in the perspective of socialist construction, towards a simple difference, towards the conversion of agricultural labor into a variety of industrial labor. So, each contradiction passes through the internal stages of its formation, development, and resolution. At these stages, 9-0370429. Each opposite plays a different role. One of them may act as the main factor of contradiction, determining the direction of development at the given stage. Another opposite exerts a greater or smaller impact on the character and direction of development, and under certain conditions becomes the driving force of dialectical development. As applied to the historical process, it is the rising class, the social forces expressing the forward development of society that constitute the main factor of contradiction. During the transition of society from feudalism to capitalism, the bourgeoisie was the main factor of social development, its class motive power. In the present age it turned into the main brake on historical progress, while the main factor of social contradiction is incorporated today in the international working class. Hence the well-known proposition that in our time the main content, the main direction of human development is determined by world socialism, the forces fighting against imperialism, for the socialist restructuring of society. Among a diversity of dialectical forms of contradictions, the most important in revolutionary practice are antagonistic and non-antagonistic, internal and external, basic and non-basic, necessary and accidental, and so on. Social contradictions are primarily distinguished for their antagonistic or non-antagonistic nature. Due to their objective formation, on the definite economic basis, the contradictions of social development are reflected, consciously or unconsciously, in the people's minds and prompt their definite response. Therefore, it is important to ascertain what underlies social contradictions and their character. Antagonistic contradictions are inherent in the exploiting formations with their production relations of domination and subjugation. In these formations there inevitably exist the irreconcilable, hostile social opposites whose interrelationships are expressed in extremely acute and inevitable contradictions. These contradictions are resolved through social conflicts, as a rule, by eliminating the economic basis of the old society, leading to the destruction of the old socio-poly. 130. Tikal forces and the obsolescent reactionary classes. The objective basis of antagonistic contradictions is the mode of production, with private property and exploitation being dominant. Some ideologists of the exploiting classes allege that since the antagonisms in society are eternal and insoluble, they cannot be regarded as the driving force of social development, and the universal war among people is the natural state of society. In this way they try to justify and perpetuate the imperialist policies of strength and military pressure, of oppressing economically underdeveloped countries, racial discrimination, and the like. The absolutization of social antagonisms is groundless both politically and scientifically. In social life there are not only antagonistic contradictions but also the non-antagonistic contradictions, qualitatively differing from the former. The latter express the interaction of various aspects and tendencies of social life which are not universally inevitable in their nature. The non-antagonistic contradictions reflect various objective relationships and interests of social groups. Therefore, the methods of their resolution lead to no fundamental transformation or abolition of certain classes. The non-antagonistic contradictions are encountered in the class-antagonistic formations too. Such are the contradictions between various detachments of the working masses, differences and temporary contradictions between the working class and the peasantry at certain stages of historical development. But, on the whole, the non-antagonistic contradictions are primarily characteristic of socialist society, with its socio-economic structure diametrically opposite to capitalism. Analyzing the character of contradictions under socialism, we must take into consideration that the socialist social system passes through certain stages in its formation and development. The contradictions differing in their content and character do exist and are resolved at each stage. The transition period combines the features and properties of two different societies, that is, of capitalism and socialism. Therefore, the transition period is marked by the antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. The major contradiction of the transition is the antagonism between the politically defeated capitalism which defends its economic positions and the politically victorious socialism which has not yet fully established itself. In other words, this is a new form of the antagonistic contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat expressed in Lenin's famous formula "Who will win?" The main method of resolving the major contradiction of the transition period is the uncompromising class struggle of the proletariat in its alliance with the peasantry and all workingmen against the reactionary forces of the old society. The victory and establishment of socialism eliminate the antagonisms generated by capitalism. The social contradictions of socialism acquire the non-antagonistic character. The objective foundations of the non-antagonistic character of these contradictions are the social ownership of the instruments and means of production, the community of goals and interests of the working class, the peasantry organized in cooperatives and socialist intelligentsia. Consequently, it is a matter of a fundamentally new way of life, the new foundations and content of social unity. The development of socialist society is based on the movement and resolution of non-antagonistic contradictions. Lenin stressed this point: antagonism and contradiction are not the same thing. The former disappears under socialism while the latter remains. The practice of socialist construction confirms that the new society is born in the struggle, arising on the old, non-socialist basis which retains the possibilities and traces of former antagonisms. Certain social contradictions may acquire, though temporarily, antagonistic character. But with the maturity of socialism the non-antagonistic contradictions come to predominate in the various spheres of social life. The specific nature of contradictions under socialism lies not only in the changes in their character, in overcoming the class and national antagonisms, but in that the forms and methods of resolving contradictions also change. To sum up, the first essential feature of internal contradictions under socialism is their non-antagonistic character predetermined by the new socio-economic structure, domination of public property, the non-existence of exploitation and class and national antagonisms. The second essential feature is that these are the contradictions of the growth of a new social system, of the ascending social development in contrast to the historically descending tendency of world capitalism and pre-capitalist formations. The third essential feature is that socialism grows out of the old society retaining the flaws of capitalism. Traces of the past for a certain period manifest themselves in the economy, in the state and national relations, social and everyday traditions, in the national culture, psychology, and ideology. National conditions give birth to certain distinctions and contradictions in realizing the general objective laws of socialist construction. As a rule, these are individual, historically short-lived contradictions in various spheres of social life, for instance, the contradictions arising from the interrelationships between individual countries of world socialism. The fourth essential feature is the growing role of the subjective factor in the resolution of objective contradictions. The conscious activity of the masses and people's scientifically grounded interference in the spontaneous course of objective processes accelerate the resolution of contradictions and the rates of historical progress. The moral and political unity of the peoples of socialist countries, their cohesion, mutual assistance, friendship, and fraternity promote the leveling up of their socio-economic development and joint overcoming of the objective problems and contradictions. Failing to comprehend or consciously falsifying the specific features of contradictions under socialism, the bourgeois philosophers reiterate that, with the elimination of antagonisms, dialectics has allegedly died in the Soviet 133 Union, that the existing socialism refutes the dialectics of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. In defiance to the bourgeois falsifiers, the existence and successful resolution of diverse contradictions in various spheres of socialist society point to its viability, prospects, and the high rates of its continual development. Under socialism, the resolution of social contradictions is ensured by the social activity, practical experience, and creative initiative of the masses and science-based, planned and purposeful guidance over all the spheres of social life on the part of the revolutionary vanguard and socialist state. It is this new regularity in the development and resolution of internal contradictions that secures the boundless progress of socialism. Internal contradictions are those arising between the component parts, elements, aspects of a given object and expressing the specific features of its internal nature, character, and direction of movement and development. External contradictions act as the definite conditions of the existence of a given object and express its connection and interaction with the environment, other objects, or processes. The internal contradictions are the basis and source of development and, therefore, they usually determine the very existence of an object, its tendencies, and prospects. The external contradictions may exert either positive or negative impact on the course of internal development as its historical conditions. It does not mean that external contradictions play only a secondary role. On the contrary, in certain situations they, first, may penetrate into the inner content and become internal contradictions, and, second, their interaction with the internal contradictions may become so intense that at certain stages they act as the determining factor of the existence and development of the given object. As an illustration, we shall consider the interaction of internal and external contradictions in social development. It is quite obvious that the existence and tendencies of the socialist and capitalist worlds as the opposite social systems are determined primarily by their internal contradictions. At the same time, it is also apparent that the external contradictions between the two systems have their effect on 134. The rates and forms of their development. The very existence and growth of world socialism exert the increasing impact on each capitalist country and on the capitalist system as a whole. On the other hand, the imperialist intrigues and Zionist aggression, the external contradictions with them temporarily stipulated the internal development of Arab count-rise. World imperialism interferes into the internal affairs of all the nations, hampering their progress and advancement towards socialism. Besides the internal and the basic contradiction and internal contradictions, the system of contradictions scientific analysis of social in social development processes attaches major importance to the basic and non-basic contradictions and their systems. Theoretically, the basic contradiction is characterized by the following features. First, it expresses the interaction of such constant opposites which determine the internal nature and the very existence of a given object or process from the moment of its appearance to its disappearance. Second, it is the driving force, the main source of development of the whole object and process. Third, among the numerous zigzags it predetermines the central hub of all changes, their main lines, law-governed tendencies. Fourth, it determines all other, non-basic contradictions which make up a certain system of contradictions. The basic contradiction of social development is always to be found in its material basis, which ultimately gives rise to all the contradictions in various spheres of social life. It is directly connected with the predominant mode of production. Despite all the current changes of capitalism as a Economic formation, the main line of its motion is framed by this basic contradiction. Depending on the maturity of capitalism, there exist and operate the non-basic contradictions closely linked with the basic contradiction of capitalism and sometimes representing its direct outcome. Apart from that, 135. Some of the non-basic contradictions act as a manifestation of the basic contradiction, and their revolutionary resolution to a certain measure approximates the resolution of the basic contradiction of capitalist society. True, each country has its own system of contradictions forming independence on the level of its socio-economic development, the correlation and influence of the various economic structures, the degree of national self-determination and the influence exerted by world imperialism. The analysis of contemporary historical epoch has made the problem of the basic contradiction a subject of vehement ideological controversies. The basic contradiction of our age has grown out of the internal contradictions of capitalism, the social antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat as a result of the establishment of socialism has been transferred to the international scene and acts now as the antagonism of the opposing social systems. The basic contradiction of the contemporary historical epoch, between socialism and capitalism, and the basic contradiction of capitalism itself have the same class roots, conditioning thereby the objective unity of the main detachments of the world revolutionary process in their anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist struggle. The ideologists of imperialism directly or indirectly reject the basic socio-economic contradiction of the epoch and its determining impact on the destinies of mankind. Proceeding from the above, they more often speak of opposing forms and methods of management, a way of life, democracy, freedom, humanism of the capitalist system and totalitarianism and dictatorship under socialism. Equally erroneous are the views of those theorists who are inclined to exaggerate the major contradictions between imperialism and the national liberation movement. Some of them, displaying persistence worthy of a better cause, assert that the basic contradiction in the present epoch of world history is between the economically backward, dependent and highly developed countries. Meant for the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, vigorously spread are the theses on the basic contradictions. 136. Between the North and South, the West and East, or between the world village and world town. Some even put forward a tenet on the four basic contradictions of the present epoch, with the central contradiction among them being allegedly between two superpowers and the rest countries of the world lagging behind in their development. The theoretical fallacy and political reactionariness of such inferences is apparent. The essential role that the contradiction with imperialism has played at a certain stage in the history of colonial and dependent countries is obvious. But the resolution of this decisive contradiction with imperialism does not yet liberate the people of a dependent country, and even more so all the countries of the non-socialist world, from its own exploiters. It is the insoluble connection of movements and revolutions of national and social liberation with socialist prospects that can guarantee the real emancipation of peoples. The falsification of materialist dialectics, its repudiation or misunderstanding, are the methodological roots of anti-socialist conceptions. The bourgeois philosophers and political scientists, together with the opportunist renegades of Marxism, are especially vehement in their falsifications of the internal contradictions of world socialism. They keep silent about the fact that the internal contradictions of socialism are non-antagonistic in character, and their social essence fundamentally differs from the social essence of the basic contradiction and the system of contradictions of world capitalism. The socialist mode of production engenders the basic contradiction inherent in socialism, that is, between the achieved level of material and intellectual production and the degree of satisfaction of material and cultural, social, and personal needs of each working man. This basic contradiction is the cardinal in the system of contradictions of socialism. Some of them were inherited from the old society, such as the contradiction or essential difference between town and the countryside, between mental and manual labor, between the socialist social being and the survivals of capitalism in 137. The people's minds. Other contradictions express the degree of maturity of socialism itself in various spheres of production and social life, for instance, the disproportions in the distribution and development of the national productive forces, slowed down rate of socialist transformations in the countryside. Finally, the third group in the system of contradictions of socialism is engendered by the interaction of world capitalism with socialism. The analysis of the concrete character of contradictions is necessary not only for a correct understanding of the essence of a given epoch but also for the practical choice of ways and methods for the resolution of various contradictions. This is also indispensable for drawing up a correct policy of revolutionary parties in concrete national conditions. The scientific study of the system of contradictions of national development helps to specify and concretize the stages and content of the revolutionary process, the order and sequence of practical measures, qualitative socio-economic and political transformations. This law of dialectics disclosing the connection, unity, and necessary relationships of certain opposites, namely quantity and quality, outlines the ways, forms and character of development of all the spheres of natural and social world. The understanding of the basic content of this law and its significance for scientific cognition and revolutionary practice demands a preliminary study of certain categories. Objects of the external world. The concepts of quality surrounding man are infinitely and quantity diverse. The initial stage of their study reveals their qualitative and quantitative characteristics. Getting to know an object begins with the flashing impressions, then comes the identification of something, and finally develop the concepts of quality and quantity. All these concepts have their objective meaning and objective content. Quality is an internal definiteness of objects and processes, the totality of their stable essential features, which distinguish and connect them with each other. Quality may be also regarded as the unity of the structure and its constituent elements, as the stable sum total of certain properties, distinguishing one thing from another. Properties express separate facets of quality, or quality as a whole in a certain relationship. The category of quality is applied for characterizing not only the object as a whole but also the stages of its development and its internal aspects. Any material system and its constituent elements at the various stages of their development and in certain conditions reveal many qualities. In this sense we may speak, for instance, about the pre-monopoly and monopoly stages of capitalist development, about the qualitative changes in production, class struggle, revolutionary process. Apart from the specific qualities, all objects and phenomena are characterized by quantity. Quantity is the definiteness of an object embodied in its size, volume, scope, the degree of development, the sum total of its elements, the number of properties, and the like. Quantitative parameters considerably enlarge our knowledge, revealing the relationships of homogeneous parts and a whole, their changes. Like quality, quantity is objectively inherent in objects, but it manifests itself above all as an external definiteness. Nevertheless, it has such essential content as, for instance, the level and rates of economic development, the size of national and personal income, the number of active members of a revolutionary party, its social composition, etc. From this it follows that the account of the quantitative aspect of social phenomena is a major component of the scientific analysis of development processes. Quantitative changes of objects within certain limits, their size and volume, do not cause any fundamental changes in their internal nature. The limits of quantitative changes within which the stability of objects and their old qualities 139 are retained, are defined by the term measure. Measure is a concrete manifestation of the unity of the interdependent opposites, the quantitative and qualitative aspects of a given object or process. Each object has its own definite measure, limiting the fluctuations of quantity and preserving the given quality. The smallest departure in quantitative changes beyond the limits of measure leads to upsetting the given harmony, the given quantity and quality. The new quality conditions the new quantitative definiteness, its further change. This is the basic essence of the dialectical law of the passage of quantity into quality, and vice versa. Certainly, the passage of quantity into quality in natural and social objects has its specific features. The difference between them is that the qualitative transformation from one state of society into another takes place as a result of human activity, the struggle of the working masses as the chief force of history. Quantitative changes point to the continuity of development within the framework of the given quality, while qualitative changes testify to breaks in the gradualness, discontinuity, a leap from the old to the new quality. The passage of quantitative into leaps in development * qualitative changes is the stage of a break in the gradualness expressed in the replacement of the old by the new quality. Such a radical change, the direct transition of the old qualitative state to the new, constitutes the dialectical leap in development. In the historical process, it is during these periods that numerous contradictions gradually accumulated during the periods of so-called peaceful development are resolved. During such periods, the role of the various classes in determining the forms of social life manifests itself to the fullest extent, and the foundations are laid for the political superstructure that remains in force for a long duration on the basis of the renewed production relations. In principle, this pattern is of the general character, but its manifestations in the various phenomena and processes 140 are specific and concrete. Materialist dialectics classifies leaps by their content, scope, rates, and forms of manifestation. And their content. Some leaps signify the transition from one object or process into another, a qualitatively new object or process. In social life, such leaps express the transitions between various socio-economic formations, from slavery to feudalism, from feudalism to capitalism, and from the latter to socialism. In other cases, leaps as regards their content express qualitative changes within a given object or process. Notably, the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to imperialism represents a leap in the development of capitalist formation. To this category belong the qualitative changes in the development of socialist society, which are of the corresponding leap-like character. In their scope, leaps may embrace whole historical epochs during which a number of separate leaps take place within the general Big Leap. The epoch of big leaps in modern society encompasses a whole period of historical development. The qualitative overhaul of human society launched by the Great October Socialist Revolution takes place through a whole range of leaps, successive breakaway of individual countries from the capitalist system and their transition to socialism. The internal revolutionary transformations in the socialist countries and in those countries which have embarked on the road of socialist development are also based on a number of leaps in all the spheres of social life. In their rates and forms of manifestation, leaps may be rapid, even sudden, sharp, or slow, occurring through continuous gradual accumulation of the new quality. The rate and form of a leap depend on the nature of the contradiction it resolves and the concrete conditions in which the transition from the old to the new quality takes place. Rapid and sharp leaps in social life usually resolve the so-zero-chale antagonisms. The new replaces the old by peaceful means if the old is reasonable enough to die without resistance, and by forcible means if it resists this necessity. In social history, rapid and sharp leaps coincide with 441 social revolutions, the destruction of the old social order and the creation of the new system. A sharp leap, rapid and resolute transition from the old to the new quality, express above all the distinctive features of the development of antagonistic society divided into the hostile classes. However, it would be an error to identify a revolutionary leap solely with destruction, with military and physical violence. Neither it is imperative that a sharp and rapid leap such as a revolutionary transition to socialism should be realized through an armed uprising and a civil war. Such extreme measures may, of course, be caused by concrete historical conditions of a certain country and, first of all, by open violent onslaught of the exploiting classes, by the expansion of imperialism and its accomplices. But the contemporary dogmatists and left-wing extremists are wrong in their assertions that a revolutionary leap from capitalism to socialism necessarily leads to war. The historical experience of some socialist and liberated countries which have chosen socialist orientation proves that a revolution is quite possible without world wars. We know that the first socialist revolutions were connected with them. In certain concrete historical conditions, revolutions may take place without resorting to armed forces, when the socio-political potential of the organized revolutionary forces considerably exceed the possibilities of resistance offered by the exploiting classes. Revolutionary leaps are natural, law-governed results of the class struggle and development of internal contradictions of the exploiting society. Both the non-peaceful and peaceful transitions to socialism, differing in the form and the degree of sharpness, in the character of their realization, ensure the solution of the same totality of revolutionary tasks: the winning of power by the working class, a revolutionary breaking of the bourgeois bureaucratic machine, elimination of private property and exploitation of man by man, the establishment of the social ownership of the instruments and means of production. These qualitative socio-economic transformations constitute the objective essence and the basic content of socialist revolution, which is far from being identical to the military and 142. Physical violence as alleged by the reactionary bourgeois ideologists. In all cases, irrespective of any distinctions in the character and ways of its realization, socialist revolution is a gigantic qualitative leap in social development. Quantitative and qualitative. Evolution and revolution, changes in social life are revolution and reform often identified with the concepts of evolution and revolution. The concept evolution is sometimes used to define the process of development as a whole. Thus, in the broad sense, the evolution theory of animate nature incorporates not only the quantitative but also qualitative changes. The other meaning of the term evolution is the gradual accumulation of new properties, the ripening of the new quality within the old. In contrast to the evolutionary, the revolutionary form is a leap-like transition to the new quality, a break in the quantitative gradualness. The concept revolution as a form of qualitative changes is identical to the concept leap. Any real revolution is a leap, but not all the leaps as qualitative changes may be called social revolutions. Strictly speaking, the revolutionaries define leap-like changes in separate aspects of social life, conditionally and metaphorically, as revolutions, stressing thereby the historical significance and the depth of qualitative transformation of a certain aspect of social life. However, neither the technological nor the cultural revolution can replace a social and political revolution. The concepts revolution and leap cannot be identified for one more reason: qualitative changes, leaps, may develop not only as a forward but also as a reverse movement. Counter-revolutionary social upheavals, for instance, are also leaps, but they represent a regression in historical development. It is no less important in revolutionary practice to strictly distinguish the correlation between the concepts of revolution and reform. It has already been shown that social revolution is a qualitative change of the essence and 443. Content of social systems, a leap from one socio-economic formation to another. As for a reform, it should be regarded in two respects. In its relation to the whole, a social reform is a quantitative change, for it is concerned only with a certain part or sphere of social life. Such are, for instance, the reforms in electoral law, education, and public health, of individual social institutions. In its relation to a part of the whole, to a certain sphere of society, a social reform acts as a qualitative change, for instance, separation of the church from the state, school from the church, agrarian reforms, etc. The misunderstanding or falsification of the dialectics of evolution and revolution, revolution and reform have very serious political consequences. The struggle for progressive economic and political reforms holds a noticeable place in preparing and carrying out the anti-imperialist and socialist revolution. The consistent struggle for social reforms allows the revolutionary parties to unite the broad masses involved in the anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly democratic movements, and strengthens the prestige and political role of the working class. In the process of this struggle, the revolutionaries consolidate their contacts with the masses, enhance the political consciousness of the masses, and make them understand the tasks of socialist revolution and the necessity of its realization. Here lies the fundamental difference between the revolutionary parties and reformists who regard reforms within the framework of the capitalist or other exploiting structure as the final goal and reject the necessity of socialist revolution. In contrast to the genuinely scientific revolutionary formulation of the problem, reformists assert that all the problems involved in the struggle for socialism may be solved through the various kinds of reforms which would ultimately lead to the socialization, to the fundamental change in the nature of capitalism. But the social practice of social reformists in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, as well as the Swedish, Norwegian, Austrian and German social democrats, the British Labour Party members who were or are currently in office, graphically reveals the fallacy of their theories of 444. Reformist socialism. Materialist dialectics, ascertaining the real correlation between reforms and revolutions, shows the theoretical untenability and political harmfulness of both reformism and anarchism, left-wing adventurism. Scientific socialism in its essence is incompatible with any kind of adventurism and anarchism. The artificially created hotbeds and groups of revolutionary explosions in the absence of the required conditions and without the necessary preliminary work may lead only to defeat and harm the revolutionary struggle. The left-wing adventurists in the democratic and socialist movements, taking refuge in the revolutionary phrase-mongering, neglect the daily routine work of the party among the masses. They reject the necessity of preparing the revolution with due account of all the objective and subjective factors, the necessity of the all-round analysis of the existing conditions of the struggle in each country, quantitative and qualitative changes in society at a given moment. The concrete application of the law of the transition from quantity to quality demonstrates in what way and forms the old quality is replaced by the new, how the process of development proceeds. The topicality of this problem is enhanced in view of the unfolding world revolutionary process, with an ever-growing number of new countries involved in the anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist transformations. Each country has its own specific contradictions determining the source, content, and forms of revolutionary leaps which demand the relevant methods for their practical realization. The socialist trend of the contemporary epoch as a new social quality makes its way through the numerous wide-scale democratic movements, realizing itself via the anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly, and socialist revolutions by means of a series of revolutionary leaps. Therefore, the scientific analysis of quantitative and qualitative social changes, and of their mutual transformations, is indispensable for the revolutionaries to choose the correct methods of struggle at each stage of revolution. The revolutionary transition to socialism is not merely 145. The desire of revolutionaries and the working people, but reflects the objective law-governed process of historical development, the road which is necessarily to be passed by all nations and states. Hence the importance of the activity of communist and socialist parties. They should be revolutionary parties, parties of social revolution, and not the parties of social reforms or gradual evolutions of the exploiting society into socialism. 3. Development from the old to the new. In cognitive and practical activity of no less importance are the connections between the old and new material formations or their qualitative states, the direction of development. The equals see the basi lambs underscore of dialectics, which discloses the main tendency and correlation between the old underscore and the new underscore in development of the natural and social world. While studying the nucleus of continuity in development dialectics, we have established an nihilism that the struggle of opposites at the phase of the resolution of contradictions brings about the qualitatively new objects and phenomena which, differing from the old, act thereby as their negation. Development is realized through the disappearance of some connections, states, or the objects themselves, and the emergence of the new ones. Dialectical negation is therefore a product of the struggle of opposites. It is objectivized by the presence of the contradictory tendencies of development which deny one another. Negation as the relationship between the new and the old quality is inherent in reality itself, in all the processes and phenomena. Any development, irrespective of its content, may be represented as a series of various stages of the process interconnected in such a manner that one is the negation of the other. If, for instance, the nation in its development passes from the absolute monarchy to the constitutional monarchy or to a republic. It negates its former political being. In no field can development occur that does not deny its previous forms of existence. Dialectical negation is not identical to the mere destruction of an object or phenomenon. It acts, on the contrary, as the law-governed connection between the previous and subsequent stages of development. Negation in dialectics does not mean simply saying no, or declaring that something does not exist. Dialectical negation does not presuppose the absolute destruction of the old but the preservation of its certain features. Retaining the positive, viable element of objects and processes, dialectical negation preserves the preconditions for further forward step and a possibility of a new negation. The connection of the new with all the valuable, positive elements from the previous stages is the continuity in development. Continuity is an essential regularity of development which is comprehensive and general in character. Thus, the progressive development of living organisms points to the successive connection between the biological species. The previous stages of development do not disappear without a trace, they leave a certain imprint on any organism. Every organic form in the individual embryonic and infantile stage of development repeats, to some extent, the most essential stages, features, and peculiarities of the speciational development of its progeny. In biology, this phenomenon is called the biogenetic law. Historical continuity is an essential moment of social development too. The transition from one mode of production to the other acts as the dialectical negation of the old quality by the new, retaining the positive elements of the old and, in the first place, the productive forces. Thanks to the fact that every subsequent generation has at its disposal the productive forces created by the previous generations which it uses as the raw material for new production, there forms a connection in human history. Such dialectical negation as the replacement of the exploiting formations by socialism is also characterized by certain definite continuity in the development of various 147 aspects of the material and intellectual activities. The proletariat preserves and multiplies not only the productive forces and material culture, all the material and technical elements of social life created by the working people under the exploiting formations. Under socialism, the knowledge accumulated by mankind during the past historical stages, the progressive gains of intellectual culture and other aspects of various social phenomena become the public property of all working people. Under socialism, the popular masses are striving to preserve and multiply all the positive elements accumulated by mankind. For this reason, socialism is incompatible with nihilistic views which, under the guise of cultural revolution, reject the international material and intellectual culture. The nihilistic attitude to the cultural and scientific heritage rejects the true values which make up the moment of scientific cognition for all humanity. The parties of scientific socialism in their revolutionary practice come out against the metaphysical and nihilistic interpretation of negation in the process of development. Thus, the anarchists and modern petty bourgeois ultra-revolutionaries, under the pretext of defending the absolute freedom of the individual, entirely reject any state, any government, any organization. From these positions, the left-wing extremists oppose scientific socialism, denying the political power and the political struggle of the working class and all working people. Dialectical negation, embracing the moments of connection, continuity, and development, is always determined by the concrete conditions and specific nature of a given process. Every kind of things has a peculiar way of being negated in such a manner that it gives rise to a development, and it is just the same with every kind of conception or idea. The thesis of materialist dialectics on the objective conditionality of dialectical negation is not to the liking of the bourgeois philosophers who prefer to recognize negation only in the development of human knowledge. However, the real development of the material and spiritual world constantly demonstrates the continuous replacement, the negation of the 148 old by the new in all the processes and phenomena, both in nature and society and in thought and cognition, in the historical and revolutionary practice. Stressing the moment of connection and continuity of the old and the new, we must bear in mind that in certain concrete processes the old which is preserved in the new is not indispensable, positive and necessary. The elements of the old may become a brake on the further development of the new which is making its way through. Thus, the traces of the past economic relationships seriously hamper the economic development of individual countries, especially those dependent on the international monopolies. The resistance of the old forces is especially felt during the revolutionary leaps in social development, notably in the course of anti-imperialist and socialist revolutions. The negative vestiges of the old, the survivals of capitalism in the minds and behavior of some workingmen in socialist society have a retarding effect on the progress of socialism. The negation of progressive moments in the preceding stages of social development may lead in practice to the narrow sectarianism, to isolation from the masses. The people's memory, its everyday life and traditions retain for a long time, for instance, the heroic deeds committed for the sake of national and social emancipation. The revolutionary parties, though clearly aware of the historical weaknesses of the past national liberation movements, at the same time should educate the new generations of fighters on all the continents, on the brilliant examples of these movements. The names of outstanding revolutionary democrats, heroes of the liberation struggle against imperialism and colonialism in Latin America, Asia, and Africa have justly entered the annals of history and become the national pride of their peoples. Each new stage of progressive revolutionary movements, though negating the preceding one, preserves the best traditions of struggle of the previous generations and their liberation movement. Dialectical negation here also has the concrete historical content. The process of continuous development involves the emergence of the new, its flowering and extinction, the emergence of subsequent new moments in the infinite process. 149. Of development. In such motion each stage is the negation of the previous and simultaneously each concrete stage itself is negated by the further development. The present and the future are negation and traditions inevitably founded on the past. The new develops out of the old in the struggle with it, they coexist and are interwoven. This occurs as a result of the negation in the course of social progress of a number of the old standards, skills, habits, and the continuous accumulation of the new experience and values which are to be passed on to the new generations, with traditions playing a major part in this transmission. Traditions and social progress are the different moments of continuous social process, constantly interacting with each other, while traditions may either promote the social changes or act against them. After winning political independence, socialist-oriented countries are faced with an urgent task of appraising and selecting the positive and eliminating the reactionary and conservative traditions. Traditions are a powerful force which should be taken into account and regarded not as a whimsy but a vital necessity for both the revolutionary and reactionary classes. The revolutionary democrats draw from traditions their confidence not only in the lawfulness of their cause but also in their right for the present and future. Social progress in the countries of socialist orientation is realized in the conditions of complicated struggle between the classes and social groups when not all of them have yet clearly decided on their stand and consequently may take the side either of the progressive or reactionary forces. Here the traditions of anti-feudal, anti-imperialist struggle, collectivism, communal unity, synthesis of cultures, support of the class struggle in other countries and so on, are counterposed with the traditions of regionalism, sectionalism, individualism, obscurantism, and tribalism. The revolutionary democrats and socialists reject the conservative traditions expressing the viability of inertia, stagnation and routine inherent in people's prejudices, backward habits and biases. The assimilation and preservation of traditions should 150. Be a creative process and not a mechanical reproductions. Lenin stressed that to keep heritage does not mean to be confined to it. For this reason the anti-imperialist struggle solves the task of selecting and utilizing the revolutionary traditions aimed at doing away with all the obsolete, reactionary which bars the social progress. The progressive forces support also the traditions of national unity, the unity of all patriotic forces, people of all confessions, the anti-feudal, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist struggle, the struggle for radical socio-economic changes, social progress, secularism. At the same time, the progressive forces must disclose the untenability of religious and nationalistic traditions regarded by the reactionary forces as the decisive force of society. The correctly apprehended revolutionary tradition becomes not only a channel for the subsequent struggle but also a beacon which would elucidate the roads and goals of the struggle itself. It is apparent that the countries of socialist orientation should get rid of some traditions, above all, the traditions of clerical worldview, the apologetics of poverty and asceticism directed against the working people, the traditions encouraging private property and accumulation which ultimately lead to the negation of socialist road of development. Certain social forces in pursuit of their narrow political aims cling to the outdated traditions, trying to preserve them in modern society. These forces, expressing the interests of conservative, feudal, and aristocratic circles and religious communal reaction, call for retaining the spiritual traditions in their primordial purity, not allowing their desecration with the putrid principles of modern pragmatic civilization. This approach to traditions, on the one hand, idealizes the past, and, on the other, asserts the intolerance of the present on account of its degradation. The revival of the outdated traditions is used by the counter-revolutionary classes as an ideological weapon which is directed against any progressive changes, drawing not forward but backward. Such an approach is characterized by the extremely narrow-minded view, fanaticism, support of the tribal, feudal, and religious aristocracy, opposition to communism. 151. Worshipping violence and power, and so on. The ideological and political struggle on traditions requires that the principles of the theory of scientific socialism should be applied in strict conformity with realities. The many factors of history and national peculiarities should be taken into due account and, above all, the pro-aggressive traditions should be correctly appraised. Dialectical development is not dialectical negation and confined to a single act of stages of development negation, but is, in fact, a series of interconnected negations. The necessity of this chain of negations replacing one another is expressed by the law of the negation, an important law of development of nature, history, and thought whose operation is universal. The most essential thing about the law of the negation is the fact that every new stage of development is on a much higher level than the previous. Therefore, this law expresses not any motion but only progressive motion, development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher. In the process of ascendance from the simple to the complex, something is always repeated, but this recurrence is not simple, for it occurs at the new, much higher stage. The second negation is not a mere restoration of the old. It repeats only certain general features of the old in a transformed form, asserting the qualitatively new, much richer content and a higher form of development. The historical movement of forms of property may serve as a graphic illustration of the operation of the law of the negation. In its time, the development of the productive forces, the change of their level and character predetermined the domination of communal form of property. In the conditions of a class society, it was first negated by private property, which was to dominate in the antagonistic formations. We should note that the first negation of property did not lead to the destruction of the productive forces, i.e., the content of property. In its turn, the private property, dominant in antagonistic 152 formations, owing to the progress of the productive forces, inevitably leads to the second negation, the appearance of socialist public property. But domination of public property with the victory of socialism does not merely destroy the private form of property. The socialist public property is the dialectical synthesis of all previous development, which in a transformed, sublated, form retains the positive element of the initial point, first of all, the primary social character of the communal property, and also certain progressive moments of the private capitalist stage of development, that is, infrastructures, technological organization and management of production, its developed social character. So, the restoration of the old means, in fact, its overcoming and the appearance of the qualitatively new, which is simultaneously the point of departure for further development. Dialectical development is characterized by such features as continuity, progressive, ascending motion, recurrence. These features determine the manifestation of the law of the negation in the form of a spiral. The form of a spiral aptly conveys the basic features and directions of dialectical development, with its coils denoting various stages of development, the restoration of the old and the ascending direction of development. The spiral form of development is inherent not only in the objective dialectical processes but in the motion of scientific cognition. The development of knowledge begins with the general idea of the object of inquiry, its material qualities, then passes to the differentiation and study of its individual parts, to the analysis, and finally, is substantiated and synthesized in scientific hypotheses and theories. The scientific study of the manifestations of the law of the negation involves an important methodological problem pertaining to the stages of dialectical development. The essence of the process of development as a whole represents a dialectical cycle of three stages: the initial point, first negation and second negation, or the negation of the negation. The three-stepped character of development was discovered, as is known, by Hegel. 153. Who, however, ultimately reduced the whole development to the so-called triad. Though Hegel stressed that the triad is only the external form of the negation, his philosophical system and its component parts are founded on the principle, thesis-antithesis-synthesis. In contrast to Hegel, materialist dialectics proceeds from the premise that the nature of any object, the character of its concrete interconnections and conditions determine the number of stages of development, which is not necessarily confined to three stages. The bourgeois philosophy traditionally reduces the essence of Marx's dialectical method to Hegel's triad. In one of his first works, What Underscore the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Lenin exposed this bourgeois falsification. He stressed that Marx's dialectics is marked by the concrete historical approach to all phenomena but not by the artificial adjustment of reality to certain dialectical schemes, including the triad. In the other work he wrote, Arguments about Marxism being connected with Hegelianism, with belief in triads, in abstract dogmas and schemes that do not have to be proved by facts, turn out to be empty blather. Marxism sees its criterion in the formulation and theoretical explanation of the struggle between social classes and economic interests that is going on before our eyes. But even today the bourgeois falsifiers of dialectics speculate on the triad. They take pleasure in the hackneyed argument they believe to be irresistible: socialism also generates its opposite end, the appearance of the new synthesis. In actual fact, this argument is groundless, first, because it reduces dialectical development to the rigid triad, and, second, because it takes no account of the specific nature and development of socialism as a social object. Under socialism, alongside the negation and general regularities, the law of historical progress, the negation of the negation, operates in specific ways, linked primarily with the new social content of the processes of negation themselves in socialist society. In developed socialist society, the negation of the old and assertion of the new is not accompanied by a conflict between the antagonistic social forces, since the socio-class and national antagonisms have been eliminated. Moreover, the spontaneous process of overcoming the old, characteristic of pre-socialist formations, is replaced by the conscious and organized influence exerted by society upon the objective processes. This allows to put forward and solve the new social tasks in all the spheres of social life as the definite preconditions for that have been prepared, and to orient the masses to the new, much more timely replacement of the old by the new. Finally, the replacement of the old by the new in the various spheres of social life does not lead under socialism to the negation of the foundations and essence of the new social structure. Negation under developed socialism is the moment of resolving its non-antagonistic contradictions, which preserves the essence of socialism, develops and improves its social content. Bourgeois falsification of the law of the negation is especially felt in the questions pertaining to the progressive development of society. The ideologists of the modern bourgeoisie as the historically doomed class do not believe in social progress, Being scared of it, they question the theory of social progress, and from these positions reject the dialectical law of the negation of the negation. Instead of recognizing the progressive development of society, they put forward the tenet on the recurrence, cyclic character and regression in social development. The bourgeois cyclic theory, a typical metaphysical conception, absoluizes recurrence. This theory was maintained at the dawn of capitalism by the Italian philosopher Giovanni Vico, who regarded the history of society as a closed-circuit motion of recurrent cycles. The cyclic theory, modernized in the epoch of imperialism, has become clearly reactionary in character. One of the German ideologists, Oswald Spengler, in his book The Decline 155 of the West, which made quite a hit at the time of its appearance, asserted that the development of each society passes through the three stages: birth, efflorescence, and demise. The contemporary period of human history, according to Spengler, was the decline, when all the achievements of modern civilization should be destructed. The noted British historian Arnold Toynbee develops in the same vein the idea of historical equals. According to Toynbee, human history is the history of different isolated civilizations, each of which passes through the 5 stages and perishes without making any appreciable impact on one another and not contributing to the progress of history as a whole. The cyclic theory is complemented by the propagation of descending movement of society. Its advocates assert that society is regressing to the epoch of cave dwellers. The degradation of social life under imperialism they try to present as a sign of the inevitable degradation of all humanity, predicting the fall and destruction of world civilization, the cosmic death of the world. In addition to the numerous current sociological conceptions of social changes, the concept of historical progress is also denied or substituted in the conceptions of so-called modernism. A characteristic feature of these bourgeois sociological conceptions is that they isolate the laws of the functioning of the social organism or separate spheres of social life from the laws of dialectical development of the social whole. However, despite all the contrivances and falsifications, the ideologists of imperialist reaction are unable to eliminate, disregard, or refute the law-governed dialectics of historical progress. To sum up, the investigation of the basic laws of mate-realist dialectics demonstrates their vital importance both in scientific cognition and scientific substantiation of people's revolutionary transforming activity. The basic laws of dia __cu. A. In non-Marxian conceptions, civilization is often reduced to the technological development, the progress of the means for satisfying human needs. The concept of civilization in Marxist literature characterizes the historical level and stages of progress in social relationships. 156. Lectics, disclosing the essence, content, source, forms, driving forces and direction of the processes of development, outline thereby the real prospects of social progress and the road to a revolutionary restructuring of reality. For this reason, their profound study and creative concrete application in practice are an imperative in the successful and fruitful activity of the working class and revolutionary parties. The great theoretician and revolutionary Lenin stressed, our theoretical views are meant to guide us in our revolutionary activities. Our theoretical views can be tested best in the field of action. Consequently, a genuine test of a revolutionary is his understanding of how, where, and when to turn the theory of scientific socialism into action, which is prompted by the mastery of the dialectical laws and principles of scientific cognition and revolutionary action. The principles of scientific cognition and revolutionary action. The previous chapter has made it obvious that the effective application of Marxist-Leninist dialectics in social historical practice directly depends at least on 2 essential conditions. The first is the concrete knowledge of reality, facts, events, and their law-governed interrelationships. The other is the understanding of the specific features, forms and methods of scientific cognition and its correlation with practice. The problems of scientific cognition are important not only for the formation of world outlook and spiritual makeup, they acquire even greater significance in the context of the current revolutionary restructuring of the world. The growing role of science, Its interference in all spheres of life and in all types of practical activities make it imperative for the revolutionaries to ascertain their approach to scientific knowledge, theory, and practice, and to the choice of the mode of cognition and action. Notably, no activity can be successful without knowing what exactly is independent of man and what is in his power to change. In other words, the scientific approach to social development, and particularly, to the application of its laws means that we should learn to distinguish between the subjective and objective. The revolutionary practice requires a certain specification, order, and standpoint while analyzing the dialectics of people's cognitive activity. The prime importance here attaches to the socio-practical nature of consciousness, the interaction of the subject and object, the empirical and theoretical levels of knowledge. 1. The essence and levels of knowledge. The materialist solution to the basic question of philosophy implies not only the recognition of the primacy of matter, 158, but also the recognition of its knowability. Philosophy regards human cognition as a complex dialectical process, the essence of which lies in the reflection of objective reality in man's consciousness. The universal property of the practical nature reflection intrinsic in matter of knowledge manifests itself both in the practical interaction of man and things and phenomena, and in their imagery all reflection in men's sensations, representations, and concepts. The material property of reflection being the objective basis for the indissoluble unity of practice and knowledge determines the latter's practical nature. The difference between the material and ideal manifestations of the property of reflection shows itself in the interconnection of man's practical and cognitive activities. The inclusion of practice in the theory of knowledge and its dialectical treatment make up the fundamental distinction between the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge and the idealist and metaphysical conceptions. But practice is not merely a concept in the theory of knowledge, it is the most essential category of dialectical and historical materialism as a single philosophical theory. This principle acquires special importance because the modern opponents of the philosophy of scientific socialism falsify the principle of practice, opposing reflection to practice and divorcing its historical materialist aspects from its cognitive aspect. The opposition of practice to knowledge is absolutely groundless. The thing is that both the reflection of the world in man's consciousness and the reflection of man's social essence in the results of his material activity are realized in practice. In other words, man not only gets to know the world that surrounds him but utilizes this knowledge for its transformation. Man's practical activity always takes place in a certain society and acquires thereby a social character as regards its content, goals, and methods of realization. Philosophy regards practice as the totality of material and irrational activity of social individuals. 159. Designed to transform nature and society. The basic types of social historical practice are material production, socio-political and research and development activity. The specific feature of social historical practice incorporating the diverse forms of material activity is that it brings about the transformation of objects and phenomena of reality and of man himself, who acquires new skills, experience, and knowledge. As a result, new requirements of people arise which condition a search for possibilities and means of their satisfaction, stimulate knowledge and practical realization of goals set by people. Consequently, in its essence human cognition is of socio-practical nature, it is not an end in itself, but ultimately determined by the material requirements of practical transformation of the natural and social environment. The study of the socio-practical nature of knowledge and the content of social historical practice reveals the foundations of interaction and correlation of the subject and object. The subject, as it has been noted. The subject and object earlier, means man of cognition possessing consciousness and will, and actively realizing his ability to cognize and transform reality. In principle, mankind's cognitive potentials are unlimited. As for the individuals and human generations replacing one another, their knowledge has historical or individual limitations which depend on the historical level of science and practice, social conditions of the cognitive process and depend to a certain extent on the personal abilities of individuals. From the scientific point, any individual under favorable social conditions of upbringing, education, and development becomes subject of cognition and transformation of reality. The object in philosophy means that part of reality at which the subject's cognition and action are directed. As a part of reality, the object exists independently of the subject. Since it is the subject that chooses and identifies this part, and by his actions changes, transforms and humanizes it, philosophy always treats the subject and object in their unity. While reflecting by his practical and theoretical activity a certain object, man in his consciousness 160 reproduces a certain part of the content of objective reality. The abilities and potentials of man as the subject of cognition and action, his creative activity, are shaped and transformed by social historical practice. In contrast to the views widespread in ordinary consciousness, the subjective is not reducible to man's inner world, his mental state. In philosophy, the subjective means the reproduction of the content of objects in various forms of human activity. This interpretation of the subjective embraces the ideal images arising in man's consciousness, the goals people set before themselves, the methods and means applied to attain them, and the specific features of people's behavior and action. Though the subject is an active and creative force, nonetheless, the main direction and certain limits of its activity are conditioned by the content of the object. Major conclusions can be drawn by practical revolutionaries from these seemingly abstract philosophical propositions. First, depending on the type of activity, scope, and specific features of the object, one should identify man and mankind as the subject of cognition, the popular masses as the subject of historical process, history makers, and the classes and social groups engaged in the struggle as the subject of revolutionary action. For instance, in philosophical sense, the subjective factor of revolution is characterized by the consciousness, organization, readiness for resolute actions and self-sacrifice, by the existence of the vanguard, a revolutionary party capable not only of providing a scientifically grounded strategy and tactics but of securing the success of revolutionary actions and transformations. Second, the scientific understanding of the subject and object allows to resolve the problem of correlation between people's goals and possibilities for their attainment. Goals are set by people, take shape in dependence of the content of cognized objects, and are determined by the concrete historical requirements. People's goals may be solved only through the coordination of the activity of the subject with the cognized laws of motion of the object itself. Man's will and consciousness should reflect and take into account the objective. 1T0370161. Necessity of natural and social being. Thus, only basing themselves on the knowledge and utilization of the laws of social development, people can change the objective, concrete historical factors which are independent of their choice. The change of the environment leads to changes in people themselves, hence the supreme task of genuine revolutionaries is to humanize these vital social factors. Here lies the historical humanism of the philosophy of scientific socialism. But the humanistic and revolutionary restructuring of the world directly depends on the level of the cognition of its laws and should rest upon the progressive scientific knowledge. Cognition is not a single act but sensory and rational, a continuous process of the cognition reflection of reality in the subject's consciousness. This process presupposes the intensive creative activity on the part of the subject of cognition. Speaking otherwise, cognition is the object of inquiry in the form of subjective ideal images. The creative activity of the subject manifests itself in the goals set by the subject, in the selection of objects for study, and especially in his practical influence on the object and the change of its natural state. The sensory and the rational elements of human cognition interact in this constant motion. The sensory cognition reproduces mainly the external facets and connections of concrete objects and phenomena in the form of sensory ideal images expressed in elementary thinking. Living sensory contemplation, man's direct sensory experience is realized in such forms of cognition as sensation, perception, and representation. Man's sensations are treated by philosophers in different ways. In his work, Materialism and empirio-criticism. Lenin showed that sensation is the product of matter acting upon our sense organs, the conversion of the energy of external irritation into a fact of consciousness, the indicator of links existing between consciousness and the external world. The most essential, in terms of the process of cognition, character. 162. Characteristic of sensation is that it is the first subjective image of the objective world. In accordance with the specific features of man's sense organs, various irritants acquire the ideal form of visual, gustatory, auditory, olfactory, and tactile sensations, each reflecting certain features and properties of the stimulus or the object of inquiry. The totality of various sensations making up the graphic integrated image of the reflected object, which is directly interconnected with man, is called perception. Man's sensations and perceptions develop in the course of social labor activity and constitute the prime source of all his knowledge of the world. On their basis, thanks to the ability of the brain to retain and reproduce the traces of external influence, there arises a higher form of cognition, representation. Representation is the generalist and vivid image of the object with which the subject does not immediately interact at the given moment. The specific feature of man's representations is that these generalist and vivid images arise not only as a reminiscence of earlier sensorily perceived objects but also as a result of the generalist perception of speech, visual aids, and signs providing certain information about the world. In this sense, each word is perceived as a conditioned irritant on the basis of which the representation of a certain object is restored. The immediate sensory experience, sensation, perception, and representation is an essential but only the primary step in the process of cognition. The sensory cognition is confined to the superficial, external features of objects and phenomena, fixing their general and specific properties and the external manifestation of changes occurring within them. The empirical data, such as historical facts and events, provide extensive material which is necessary for a deeper scientific cognition. The cognition of the individual, the immediate, the external changes qualitatively with the transition to the rational cognition of the universal, mediated, internal. Theoretical cognition ideally reproduces the necessary intrinsic features, relationships, and laws of the investigated objects, their essence in the form of logical interconnection of concepts, judgments, and inferences. The first logical form of 163. Thought is the concept. The formation of a scientific concept results from an abstraction free of all the particular, inessential, and accidental, and therefore it provides a deeper and truer reproduction of the intrinsic attributes, connections, and particulars of the objects of inquiry. The generalization and abstraction inherent in concepts do not mean that they are divorced from reality. On the contrary, it is the main merit of abstract concepts that they help to discover the intrinsic objective laws, the knowledge of which is much more important for people's life and transforming activity than their individual experience. Concepts and other forms of abstract thinking take shape and change as social historical practice becomes more complicated and improved. Their function is to transfer information required for all types of human activity. The social practical nature of abstract thinking also shows itself in its constant motion, resulting in new, more profound knowledge. The concept singles out the general and essential aspects of objects and phenomena, which in their turn are connected with the essential aspects of other objects and phenomena. This fact accounts for a definite interconnection between concepts, or for a definite logic of thought, as it is termed in science. The form of thought which, proceeding from the logical connection of concepts, involves assertion or negation is called judgment. The linguistic form of judgment is usually a sentence revealing the content and connection of concepts. Depending on the degree of concepts' correspondence to the real interrelationships of the reflected objects and phenomena, a judgment may express either truth, or error, or lie. The third of basic logical forms of thought is the inference. It is the result of comparing several judgments. A mu conclusion drawn from their content. An inference based on the true concepts and judgments expresses the new, more profound knowledge. Concepts, judgments, and inferences fully manifest the social practical nature of scientific cognition and the anticipatory reflection of reality inherent in man. Theoretical cognition is not merely a reproduction of what exists in the world. Due to its creative and active character and basing on practical experience of transforming the existing. 164. Man is able to ideally anticipate reality, to predict the direction and results of future changes. Thus, the image of a building in the mind of the architect or construction worker arises before it has been erected. It is very important in revolutionary practice to take into account the specific features of the process of cognition, its dialectical character. The history of scientific cognition abounds in cases of its erroneous interpretation and appraisal. First, some of the philosophical schools in one way or another deny or narrow down the limits of cognitive potentials of man and mankind, for instance, numerous varieties of agnosticism. The past and present varieties of agnosticism are refuted by the development of science and material production, and practical realization of the knowledge acquired by humanity. Though the individual or a generation is historically limited in their knowledge, mankind as a whole infinitely develops and realizes its cognitive potentials, deepens and expands the scientific cognition of the world. Second, not only in the history of philosophy but even today you may come across the metaphysical isolation of empirical and theoretical knowledge. The philosophical schools which absolutize one of these levels of knowledge and oppose it to another, empiricism and rationalism, are characterized by the one-sided appraisal of the process of cognition, failure to understand its historical and dialectical character and, particularly, its social practical nature. It should be noted that exaggeration and absolutization of either the sensory or the rational level of cognition is encountered not only in philosophy but also in real life, including revolutionary practice. Scientific epistemology regards the forms and methods of cognition of reality as single and common for all mankind. It does not recognize any special modes of cognition characteristic of individual nations or races. It cannot agree with the assertions of those theorists who insist on the existence of a specific Asian, Latin American or African mode of cognition which, they allege, fundamentally differs from the European mode of cognition. 165. According to one of the theories currently spread in Africa, the African Negro supposedly inherited from his ancestors his own method of cognition based on a specific attitude to the world. It is asserted that in contrast to the European who masters the world primarily through reasoning, the African Negro's worldview and his attitude to nature are based on emotions. Thus, denying the African Negro's ability of scientific logical thinking, this theory proclaims emotions as his true reason while his reasoning is described as illogical. The exclusive right for scientific study of the world is entrusted with the white European who has a propensity for sciences and engineering and develops them. The lot of the Africans is soil cultivation, for they are allegedly not capable of anything else. It is easily observed that such theories, no matter what the subjective intentions of their authors may be, play into the hands of neocolonialism and racism. Many progressives rightly regard the assertions on the supposedly inborn specifics of other races' mentality as an attempt to justify the civilizing mission of colonialism and neocolonialism. Simultaneously, the young states are prompted to believe that nobody is guilty of their socio-economic and technical backwardness, for the root of all evils lies in their mental organization, in the specifics of the African or Latin American intellect. In point of fact, some revolutionaries indulge in the narrow-minded practicigme, ignore science and neglect scientific theory, depriving therewith the revolutionary movement of a reliable guide, the scientific substantiation of its policy, strategy, and tactics. On the other hand, there exists the opposite tendency, which is no less harmful for the revolutionary cause, to build abstract, lifeless schemes and constructions divorced from the social historical practice, from the world revolutionary experience. Consequently, the understanding of the fundamentals of the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge orientates the revolutionaries to the skillful and flexible combination of the accumulated experience of mass revolutionary action with the best achievements of 166. Social sciences, to the strict account and application of scientific truths. 2. Scientific truth and practice. In everyday life few ponder over the complexity and contradictoriness of the process of cognition, the correlation of its levels, stages, and forms. But there are many who often argue, and quite convincedly at that, about truth and falsehood, asserting or denying the truthfulness of certain conceptions, views, or theories. And it is quite natural, since the knowledge of truth regulates man's ideas, his behavior, and purposeful activity. The scientific theory of truth helps to take the correct standpoint in this eternal argument with other people and with the life itself. At each historical stage the concept of truth, general results of cognition are expressed by mankind in the form of truths, varying in the degree of accuracy and depth, and also in the form of errors and even false conceptions. The latter are most typical of the cognition of social phenomena, for here the class interests exert stronger influence on the course and outcome of the cognitive activity. It is not accidental that certain reactionary ideologists like the saying, "Truth is merely an often repeated lie." Actually, truth is the opposite of error and incompatible with any lie. In the ideological and political struggle it is vitally important to distinguish the true scientific knowledge from views, mistakes, errors, and falsities. Scientific knowledge cannot be regarded as the individual achievement of great thinkers, for it is the result of social practice, transforming and cognitive activities of the whole society, expressing in a concentrated form man's social potentials. The social function of scientific knowledge, which provides an ideal reproduction of the objective laws, is to substantiate and ensure the success of people's activity. Here lies the distinction of scientific knowledge from views, empirical. 167. Representations and appraisals of the changeability of external attributes of objects and phenomena. Individual and group distracts result from the incomplete and inaccurate knowledge, and in point of fact they are inevitable in human activity. Hence the popular wisdom mistakes teach. Mistakes are usually refuted and corrected by life, social historical practice. Error in cognition is of quite another nature. It is the distorted reflection of certain facts and events when the results of the knowledge of these facts or their separate aspects are unjustifiably exaggerated. More often than not, errors are conditioned by a certain limitedness of social historical practice. They come to stay in social consciousness and become a norm and form traditional superstitions. In their social function, errors reconcile people with the existing reality and, therefore, their overcoming demands practical changes in the social conditions under which they have emerged. Whereas errors primarily arise through misunderstanding, any falsity is invariably the conscious distortion of reality invented as a rule by individuals or social groups for their selfish aims. The truth means the correspondence of human knowledge to the concrete properties and specific features of the reflected objects. The theoretical proposition on the objectiveness of truth stems from the correspondence of man's knowledge to the object of his cognition. Any truth is always objective in the sense that its content does not depend either on the individual or on mankind as a whole, but is determined by the content of the object of cognition. The most widespread mistake in the understanding of objective truth is its identification with objective reality, i.e., with all the objects and phenomena existing independently of man. Such identification is erroneous because truth always exists only as the human form of the ideal reproduction of properties and specific features of the objective world. The empirical and theoretical mastery of reality is always realized by people, the subject of cognition, and in this sense the emerging ideal, sensory or logical images are always subjective. Moreover, truth exists in the form of scientific laws. 168. Theories and teachings on certain spheres of life or natural pain formulated by people. However, the content of these scientific theories is provided by the objective world, exists objectively and independently of the definitions and level of human knowledge of them. Thus, the essential laws of social development formulated in the theory of scientific socialism existed before their discovery but only with the appearance Of the theory they became the scientific truth and a guide to the revolutionary restructuring of society. The problems of true and objective content of our knowledge have always occupied a noticeable place in the history of philosophy, which records various approaches to the criteria of distinguishing truth from error. Empiricists, for instance, saw criteria of truth and the criterion of truth in the methods of its scientific alleged infallibility of cognition sensations. Rationalists define truth as the clarity of thought. Some subjective idealists advanced the idea of the logical non-contradictoriness of judgments, while objective idealism usually regards truth as the correspondence of objects to their ideal spiritual basis. Various idealist conceptions of truth have gained wide currency in the 20th century. According to one of them, truth represents socially organized experience and its criterion lies in its universality. But the identification of scientific truth with the viewpoint of the majority justifies mass-scale errors in ordinary consciousness which cannot serve as a means of verification of the truthfulness of human knowledge. They, reversely, impede the development and utilization of science. The colonizers, for instance, in some cases succeeded in inculcating the ideas of passivity, submissiveness, and blind subjugation among the oppressed masses. In the course of the struggle against the exploiters, the temporary errors in mass consciousness are dispelled and the masses' craving for the scientific revolutionary truth emerges. Another variety of the subjectivist understanding of truth is represented by pragmatism, which regards truth as the logical means for linking the subject's experiences, while the criterion of truth is seen in its usefulness. Pragmatists believe that truth is that which secures the success of actions, profit, personal benefits. In point of fact, by this criterion one may justify any misanthropic ideas such as racism or the neocolonialist expansion in Africa, Latin America, or Asia which is useful for international imperialism. The real criterion of truth, the determining means of verifying the correspondence of knowledge to actual facts, lies in social historical practice. In contrast to the mythical, far-fetched, or subjectivist distorted criteria, living human practice provides the objective criterion of truth. We should note that the complexities involved in the problem of criteria of truth result from the content of scientific theories. Scientific theory is characterized by such important factors as being a logically well-balanced theory, its premises corresponding to the final conclusions, its relative simplicity, etc. However, these characteristics play a secondary part while the real simplicity, utility, and applicability of scientific theory, and its truthfulness are proved by the material practice. Whether the accumulated knowledge, a certain scientific theory is true or false may be verified and proved only through the practical change of reality, production of the cognized object. By repeated practical actions in material production based on the achievements of natural sciences and the experience of previous generations, man secures his rule over nature. Thus, the international experience of social revolutions proves the objective truth inherent in the theory of scientific socialism and man's ever-growing domination over his social relationships. The best criterion of true social knowledge lies in the creative transforming activity of the masses, progressive revolutionary forces. Degree. Et. 1. Pragmatism is one of the trends in subjective idealism based on absolutization of sense experience and the individual's actions designed to attain certain ends. 170. At the same time, the dialectical understanding and recognition of practice as the objective criterion of the truth of scientific theories are incompatible with its absolutization and unjustifiable exaggeration of its role in cognition. The continual development of all types of human activity indicates a certain relativity of the criterion of practice, its concrete historical character. The criterion of practice is sufficiently definite to verify the true knowledge and refute the falsifications of idealism and subjectivism. The concrete historical relativity, certain limitedness of practice does not disaffirm but enhances the importance of the unity of cognition and action, scientific theory, and revolutionary practice. The general concept of practice as the objective criterion of truth may be concretized on the example of applying various modes, techniques, and means of scientific cognition, which include, for instance, analysis and synthesis, inductee and deduction. The natural and social sciences widely apply the material or idealized modeling, an artificial reproduction of model aspects and properties of the object of inquiry. The role of mathematical methods is increasingly growing, which allows to express the objects of study varying in their quality in abstract quantitative parameters. The scientific cognition of truth is also attained through the interconnection of the historical and the logical. The most widespread and often more accessible techniques of cognition are observation and experiment. Observation is the consistent contemplation and perception of the natural state of objects with a particular purpose in view. It is realized with the help of our sense organs and instruments and techniques, especially by sophisticated computers, for obtaining, processing and storing the huge amounts of scientific data, facts, and truths. As for experiment, it is the complete or partial reproduction of the investigated objects in the artificial conditions. The role of research and development, and social experiments as the component part of social historical practice has considerably grown today. Experiment is a means of gaining knowledge and an essential criterion of truth serving to prove or refute it. Whereas earlier experimentation was reduced to tests and observations conducted by individual researchers, nowadays its content and role have fundamentally changed. First, scientific experiment, as a rule, is conducted with the help of powerful technical devices by a team of highly qualified specialists and researchers. The essence of experiment is the artificial creation of new conditions under which the objects of inquiry reveal the properties and relationships hitherto unknown in science. The comprehensive application of methods and means of various sciences and of the sophisticated technical devices in scientific experiments testifies to the growing connection of modern science with material production. Beyond, within the production itself, especially under socialism, research and development experiments are widely practiced. The latter are designed to verify the truth of scientific theories and introduce scientific achievements into material production. On the other hand, the requirements of material production through research and development experiments determine the scientific quests and influence the rates of their progress and methods of application. Third, whereas the production experiment acts as mass-scale experimental research into the ways of using the laws of nature, as the means of testing new techniques and as the form of introducing scientific achievements into the production. 172. The social experiment today acquires even greater historical significance. The goal-oriented mass-scale revolutionary action may bring about the fundamentally new historical conditions leading to the changes in the scope, intensity, and manifestations of the laws of social development. In this sense, each social revolution is a social experiment in the course of which the aggregate social knowledge is tested, complemented and concretized. The invaluable experience of contemporary socialist revolutions, national liberation, and national democratic revolutions acquires historical significance for the development of social sciences and the practical restructuring of the world. Among the difficulties in and dogmatism and relativism, obstacles to the development of in cognition and practice true scientific knowledge and the creative transformation of the world, special mention should be made of such phenomena as dogmatism and relativism. The importance and influence of these problems in the theory of cognition are enhanced with the conversion of science into the mass-scale production of knowledge and the growing involvement of the masses in social creativity. In philosophy and science, dogmatism and relativism are directly linked with the contradictoriness inherent in the infinite process of accumulation of knowledge and with the extension and deepening of scientific truths. In the interpretation of truth as a result of the process of cognition, dogmatism and relativism occupy formally the opposite positions. Dogmatism insists on the immutability of concepts, on the eternity of the attained truths irrespective of the concrete circumstances, place, and time, the latest data of science and practice. Relativism, on the contrary, proceeds from the subjectivity of human knowledge, conditionality and relativity of any truth. But dogmatism and relativism are common in their metaphysical approach to and appraisal of the real contradictions inherent in the process of cognition. In point of fact, as Lenin stressed it in Materialism and Impenio Criticigmi, In the theory of knowledge as in every other sphere of science, we must think dialectically, that is, we must not regard our 173 knowledge as ready-made and unalterable, but must determine how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. The dialectical approach to truth as the final result of the process of cognition reveals the real contradiction between absolute and relative truths. In other words, the point is whether human representations can express objective truth immediately, entirely, unconditionally, and absolutely, or only approximately and relatively. Absolute truth implies the complete and ultimate knowledge of the law-governed relationships and properties of objects and phenomena, which cannot be refuted by the subsequent development of science and practice. Relative truth is particular and incomplete knowledge, historically limited by both the state of the object of cognition and the level of science, technology, and production. Relative truth means that the data on the objects and phenomena of inquiry are to be supplemented, specified and clarified with the development of knowledge. Absolute and relative truths are dialectically interconnected. Any relative truth comprises the elements of absolute knowledge. With their accumulation, relative truths approximate the absolute truth. Consequently, the absolute truth is made up of the sum total of relative truths. Moreover, most of the scientific truths are relative not only in the sense of the incompleteness of knowledge but also in their application to the concrete object of cognition. Any objective truth is limited by the definite object of cognition, its state, and conditions of development. What was the true for the previous state of the object of cognition may become the untrue as a result of the qualitative change of the object itself, its state and conditions of its existence. Let us take, for example, the question of the complete and final victory of socialism in a single country. Before the war against Nazi aggressors, the Soviet Union was the only socialist country in the world. In that period of history, due to conditions of capitalist encirclement, there was no guarantee against the restoration of capitalism by the external imperialist forces. That was the objective and relative truth. Nowadays it does not correspond to reality. 174. Since a radical change has taken place in the correlation of forces in favor of world socialism, the economic, military, technical, and political potential secures the revolutionary gains and the peaceful coexistence of the socialist countries with other social systems. This example shows that there is no such thing as abstract truth, for truth is always a concrete and real for a certain object and concrete historical conditions. The extension of truth beyond its limits of application and historical conditions may turn the truth into an absurdity. The concreteness of truth leads to the necessity to constantly specify and coordinate scientific concepts and theories with the changes in reality they reflect. The dialectical character of true knowledge manifests itself in the fact that any truth is simultaneously objective, concrete, and absolute or relative. The interpretation of absolute and relative truths abounds in errors. Some regard absolute truth only as applied to the world as a whole. Mankind is always striving to cognize the world, but the complete and absolute knowledge of it is unattainable, for it would mean the end of motion and development. From this it does not follow, however, that absolute truths do not exist. Indeed, science and practice dispose of several types of absolute truths. First, the complete, ultimate, and irrefutable knowledge of individual objects and events. Second, the absolute knowledge of certain finite material formations, the completed processes, for instance, the research and profound knowledge of the historical epoch of colonialism overthrown in a certain country. Third, the most complicated type of absolute truth, that is, the irrefutable knowledge, confirmed by historical practice, of the basic laws governing the still unfolding natural and social processes, for instance, the knowledge of the law-governed and inevitable replacement of exploiting socio-economic formations by socialist society. It is obvious that any of these absolute truths is W25. Simultaneously a relative truth in the sense that it is the sum total of relative knowledge containing the grains of the absolute, and that it deals not with the world as a whole but only with separate objects and processes. The cognitive roots of dogmatism and relativism lie in the erroneous interpretation of the dialectics of cognition, of the correlation of absolute and relative truth, the neglect of the principle of the concreteness of truth, and the elevation of absolute truths up to the level of eternal, immutable truths are characteristic of dogmatism not only in philosophy, science, and religion but also in politics. Insisting on the immutability of certain propositions, absolutizing them and failing to fill out the scientific principles with the new concrete historical content, dogmatism inevitably develops into subjectivism and sectarianism. In politics, this leads to the divorcement of certain conceptions from revolutionary practice, to the repudiation of creativity in social science or the revision of new theoretical tenets which correspond to the changed concrete historical conditions. Using the abstract formulas, dogmatists usually indulge in ultra-revolutionary phrase-mongering and in social demagogy, and in fact hamper the development of revolutionary thought and revolutionary movement. The cognitive basis of relativism is the absolutization of relativity, incompleteness, and conditionality of scientific knowledge. In philosophy and science, relativism acts as the modern variety of agnosticism, for it denies the objective content of truth and a possibility of obtaining absolute knowledge in the socio-political sphere. Idealist relativism in its extreme forms turns into the socio-political nihilism. Here we do not mean the revolutionary critical content of nihilism directed against the relationships of exploitation, domination, and subjection. In this case we have in mind the conservative and reactionary forms of nihilism which entirely reject the continuity of material and spiritual culture, all the existing spiritual and moral values and principles. Idealist relativism is also the philosophical basis of those opportunist conceptions which deny the international character of socialism, reject the general international laws. 176. Of socialist and anti-imperialist democratic revolution. Exaggerate the so-called national specifics and profess the plurality of models of National Socialism. Relativists exaggerate and absolutize the historical, racial, national, and regional distinctions, and the specific features of concrete social phenomena, which inevitably leads to the denial of general law-governed objective regularities, of the continuity and progressive character of social development. The opportunist sociological relativism thereby alienates the various detachments of the world revolutionary process and puts up artificial obstacles to the growing international unity of fighters for social and national liberation. Thus, the dialectics of people's cognitive activity cannot be understood outside its connection with practice. The interrelationship with concrete historical practice determine the character, direction, and rates of development of all sciences, including the social sciences. The emergence and development of each science is conditioned by social practice which historically and logically precedes scientific theories. Practice acts, first, as the goal of cognition, as a stimulus for the study of urgent problems of nature and society. Second, practice is the basis for cognizing natural and social phenomena. Third, practice acts as the criterion of the truth of obtained and accumulated knowledge. And, fourth, practice determines the possibilities, expediency, and limits of application of scientific achievements. In its turn, science plays a great role in the history of society, equipping practice with the knowledge of objective laws. Science finds out ways of using the objective laws of nature and society and subjugating nature. The true knowledge secures the scientific prediction of historical prospects and substantiates practical measures for revolutionary renewal of the world. 3. She Picanuas Laies Tode 4.8 Scientific Philosophical Method. While considering the categories of philosophical materialism and dialectics, we have outlined their ideological and cognitive significance. Now we can pass over to the general. 12-0370-177. Characteristic of materialist dialectics as a method. We shall remind that the distinguishing features philosophical method implies the of scientific dialectical totality of principles, ways and method means of cognition which allow to Substantiate the necessary actions to attain the cognitive or transforming goals. Such understanding does not reduce the genuinely scientific methodology to a description of various methods of research, but serves as a universal guide in all types of human activity. Materialist dialectics provides such a guide, representing simultaneously a scientific theory and the universal method of scientific cognition and social action. Materialist dialectics is the most essential aspect of philosophical world outlook. Its task is to formulate the most general categories and laws and also the concrete requirements and principles of scientific method, and rules of its application. The dialectical materialist method has its own distinguishing features, one of which lies in its universality, its applicability in all the spheres of scientific cognition. The philosophical method is the universal guide to and basis for empirical and theoretical methods of the concrete sciences. Without the knowledge of universal dialectical connections and laws of motion and development, it is impossible to ascertain and appraise the essence and specific features of concrete objects. Some scientific methods, for instance, physical, mathematical and cybernetical, applied in various spheres of cognition, have much in common. Thus, modeling and mathematical methods are widely practiced both in the natural and social sciences. Nevertheless, the community of such methods in the final analysis is reduced to either the form of motion, the type of interaction of structural elements, and to the level of organization of matter, or to a certain factor of reality, or to a specific relationship. For this reason, despite the growing significance of these scientific methods, their utility and necessity, they are unable to replace the 178 universal philosophical method. Another distinguishing feature of the dialectical materialist method lies in its effectiveness, an actively transforming character. Particular scientific methods also contain certain active elements, but primarily in the cognitive or applied, technical spheres. Problem-centered orientation, efficiency, reliability, and fruitfulness characterize to a greater or lesser extent various scientific methods. But only in materialist dialectics these characteristics acquire the socio-humanistic content being applied in practice by the revolutionary socialists, who are practical materialists, to use Marx's expression. These characteristics of the dialectical philosophical method determine its significance in terms of scientific cognition, methodology, and social practice. The profound understanding and skillful application of dialectical categories and laws, and the mastery of scientific method, philosophical culture, the art of scientific analysis and goal-oriented action have become today an imperative for a number of reasons. First, the great social upheaval of the contemporary epoch, the transition to socialism on the worldwide scale, signify the fundamentally new stage in man's growing rule over his social relationships. The revolutionary restructuring of social life is impossible without the scientific dialectical analysis of this complicated and contradictory process. Second, the rapid development of natural and social sciences as a result of the revolution in science and technology raised many topical problems, including the logic of scientific cognition, directions of scientific research, socially rational application of scientific discoveries and technical achievements, their theoretical interpretation. These essential problems also cannot be resolved without relying on the scientific philosophical method. Third, the development of the world revolutionary process, the achievements of social and natural sciences, the technological progress expand and enrich the content of the philosophy of scientific socialism. This entails the specification and concretization of its initial premises, principles, categories, and laws, i.e., the content of the philosophical AG method, which demands its thorough study and creative development. Fourth, the necessity to master the revolutionary dialectical method arises from the incompatibility of socialist and bourgeois ideologies. The numerous current trends in the imperialist ideology, either openly or in a disguised form, parasitize on individual facts of science, technology, or social motion, falsifying the true content of scientific cognition, revolutionary practice, and prospects of social progress. Only the skillful application of the scientific philosophical method can help to expose the scientific fallacy and reactionary political essence inherent in conceptions of the ideologists of modern imperialism and opportunists of various stripes. Let us consider a typical example of erroneous interpretation of method. In modern European and Latin American literature you encounter calls for the return to the revolutionary Marxism, and for repudiation of the traditional formula Marxism-Leninism. Significantly, the renunciation of Marxism-Leninism is accompanied by allegiances to the authentic spin of Leninism, to the Marxist method. Here is an attempt to isolate and oppose Marxism to Leninism, scientific theory to scientific method. Such isolation and opposition are groundless first of all from the scientific standpoint. Let us consider the content of the concepts theory and method, and their correlation. In contrast to everyday, practical, empirical knowledge, theory is a form of scientific knowledge, a system of interconnected statements and arguments describing the investigated phenomena. Theory formulates the scientific laws explaining these phenomena and provides the principles and methods of explaining and predicting new facts. No scientific theory can do without the adequate scientific method. And conversely, the scientific method follows from the scientific theory and guides people further in their cognitive and practical activity. The scientific method fulfills this function owing to the fact that it provides not only the principles but also the recommendations on how to attain the cognitive and practical goals set by people. 180. In characterizing the philosophical method, one can agree with the opinion expressed by the European philosopher Hegel, who believed that the character of method was determined by the nature of the object of inquiry, and that method was not the external manifestation but the soul and concept of the content. In other words, method is the internal law-governed motion of scientific thinking applied by people in their practical activity. Modern science regards method as the theory put in action, the practical application of theory. Undoubtedly, this is equally true of the Marxist-Leninist social science. The isolation and opposition of a scientific theory and the corresponding method of cognition and action are extremely harmful for practice. Any one-sidedness in the analysis of reality leads to erroneous appraisals and erroneous conceptions. The theoretical and methodological substantiation of revolutionary strategy and tactics involves the entire system of scientific knowledge, including individual and paired categories of dialectics. While considering the general laws, methodological function of dialectics and the specific dialectical categories features of the process of cognition, we have ascertained the various roles of philosophical categories, revealing certain general aspects and connections of being, acting as the stages of cognition and practice, and conveying part of the knowledge of the external world. These categories orientate people in their cognitive and practical activity and necessitate the application of concrete methods and means to attain the goals they set before themselves. Speaking otherwise, each philosophical category fulfills the methodological function representing one of the general principles of cognition and action. In the previous chapters we have demonstrated the methodological value of some essential individual categories, such as matter, consciousness, motion, space, time, law, and also contradiction, quality, quantity, negation, etc. Now we shall outline the methodological role of some correlated categories which have earlier been defined as the non-basic laws of dialectics. This group of categories considerably complements the basic laws of dialectics, which embrace, as it has already been shown, the foundation of any development process. They reflect other necessary and essential general connections, the diversity and richness of dialectical development. Like the basic laws of dialectics, these categories are of objective and universal nature. Their cognitive and methodological value grows as natural and social sciences deeper penetrate into the varieties of material structures, into the levels and types of the interaction of living and non-living matter. Modern science thereby fully confirms the philosophical thesis that reciprocal action is the true ultimate cause of all things. The correlative categories are especially important in the scientific analysis of social processes and phenomena in the course of social transforming activity and revolutionary practice. Certainly, we should therewith take into consideration the interconnection of the categories themselves, the changes in their content as a result of the motion and development of the objects of inquiry. Moreover, the application of philosophical categories renders most effective in the analysis of major and complex objects and processes, which is particularly important for revolutionary practice. Let us consider the application of certain paired categories in the analysis of, for instance, the capitalist mode of production. We shall remind that the mode of production in scientific socialism means the concrete historical unity of productive forces and the relations of production corresponding to their character and level of development. Each mode of production possesses numerous features, properties, aspects, and connections and may be studied from various angles, for example, from the standpoint of cause-effect interrelationships, content and form, essence and phenomenon. The scientific philosophical analysis incorporates the following elements: a. Specification of the scientific content of concepts, b. The concrete content of each category as applied to the given object of inquiry, c. The conclusion, commanding the corresponding actions and following from the dialectics of these categories. The categories of cause and effect express the simplest form of universal interaction and are significant only in relation to the given individual case, object or process. Here are neither causeless phenomena in the world nor the sole cause for each concrete phenomenon. Cause means such interaction of aspects or phenomena, which produces corresponding changes, new phenomena. In its turn, the result brought about by a cause is its effect. According to Engels, in the historical chain of universal interaction the cause and effect change places, so zero that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. Therefore, the analysis of cause-effect interrelationships is made with due account of the nature of an object, conditions, place, and time, starting usually with the effect, with the search for its causality. Thus, the crisis of capitalist production in its essence is caused by the contradiction between the social character of productive forces and the private form of appropriation. In its turn, this effect, that is, the crisis, is the cause of unemployment and some other phenomena. The methodological conclusion which may be drawn from the dialectics of cause and effect is that the objective law of causality should be taken into account and applied in practice, especially in the struggle for revolutionary transformation of the capitalist mode of production. WHE categories of content and form provide the general characteristic of the internal aspects of concrete objects. By content is meant the totality of all the internal elements and their interactions distinguishing the given object or phenomenon from others. The category of form includes the relatively stable structure of connections between the elements of content, its internal organization. Content is of primary importance in this pair of opposites, for it is the change and development of content that predetermine the form and its STDE. 7 FP. Engels, Anti-Diering, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 025. OES. But form also has its own content, and exerts considerable influence upon the changes in the object acting as a stimulus or a brake, depending on the correspondence of contradiction between content and form. Any mode of production has the historically definite content and form. The content of the capitalist mode of production are capitalist productive forces, i.e., the totality of material, technical and human elements and their interaction. Its form is shaped by the capitalist production relations of private property, exchange of activity and distribution, the relations of capitalist exploitation and oppression. Under socialism, on the contrary, the content is made up of the socialist productive forces based on the alliance of emancipated creative labor and scientific and technological progress. This content evokes a form that corresponds to its social nature and is made of the production relations of public socialist property, free exchange of activity and fair distribution. The methodological conclusions drawn by practical revolutionaries lie not only in the necessity of an accurate analysis of the capitalist mode of production and the basic contradiction it engenders, but also in setting the concrete goals and programs as to the development of national productive forces, revolutionary changes in the various elements of production relations, that is, the forms of property, utilization of national labor resources and distribution of material benefits in the interest of the masses. The categories of essence and phenomenon express the interaction of internal and external aspects of objects and processes. For this reason the categories of essence and content are very close in their meaning, but, nonetheless, they should not be identified. In contrast to content, since is its profound foundation, the totality of interdependent necessary aspects and connections characterizing the specific nature of an object. Phenomenon is the form of manifestation of this nature of the object, the interaction of its inherent aspects, the outward expression of essence. Phenomenon and essence are 184. Material, therefore essence is manifested and phenomenonsis essential. But their cognition and comprehension have their own distinguishing features. Phenomenon acting as the outward manifestation is richer than essence, for in its content it contains only a part of essence, its core, together with the other, often changeable, additions. Essence, on the contrary, is more stable, changes more slowly than phenomena and is not subject to immediate observation. At the same time the cognition of essence, of inherent and deep-going connections is realized through numerous phenomena. Some revolutionaries often confuse the various phenomena of capitalist society such as exploitation and private property with the essence of the dominant mode of production. In point of fact, private property and exploitation are inherent in other antagonistic societies. The mystery of capitalist production, its essence, was disclosed by Marx as lying in the production of surplus value. It is the discovery of this essence that exposes the seeming equality of the capitalist and the worker, the bourgeois pseudo-theories of the non-existence of capitalist exploitation, and reveals the nature and content of the capitalist's profit, the worker's wages, commodity prices, gambles, and the overflow of capital. As applied to the socialist mode of production, the category of essence expresses the production of socially necessary product to meet the material needs of citizens. Consequently, the phenomena of this mode of production, such as prices, wages, etc., are of a different social nature and have a different role to play in social development. Knowledge of the essence of things and its dialectical connection with phenomena helps to select the most rational and efficient actions in cognition and practice, and substantiates the social transforming and revolutionary activity. Even greater methodological importance attaches to the general basic principles of materialist dialectics. Essential principles. The philosophical principles are of dialectical method reflected in the fundamental ideas characterizing man's worldview at a given level of cognition and social historical practice. The principles of materialist dialectics follow from its content as the science of the universal connection and development and as the universal method of cognition. They embrace and express the unity of the objective dialectics of nature and society, the dialectics of cognition and thought, and also the dialectics of people's practical activity. In his works Philosophical Notebooks and Q&Ce again on the trade unions, Lenin formulated a number of the essential dialectical principles of the logic of thinking and social action. Of particular significance for revolutionary practice are the principles of objective treatment of things and processes, the universal connection, development, the concrete historical approach to phenomena, and the basic link in the chain of historical events. The principle of objectivity. This requisite of material-ist dialectics is due to the fact that objects, phenomena, and processes and their interrelationships exist objectively, independently of the subject, the knower. Therefore, man's representations and concepts, and his actions should be coordinated with the objective nature of things and processes, with their dialectical connection, motion, and development. The objective treatment of the world fundamentally distinguishes the method of materialist dialectics from subjectivism and voluntarism, on the one hand, and from bourgeois objectivism on the other. We should stress that the neglect of the principle of objectivity is fraught with serious errors in the analysis of reality and in the appraisal of one's own activities. In the theoretical field, exaggeration of the role of consciousness and actions of the individual engenders subjectivism and voluntarism, and the ignoring of the objective conditions and laws, In social and practical work, the results of individual and group activities are unjustifiably exaggerated, the subjectivist decisions and methods emerge therefrom, inevitably leading to gross errors. 186. Subjectivism and voluntarism, firmly rooted in the social conditions of the exploiting society, manifest themselves in the individualistic manner of thinking, action, and behavior typical of representatives of the exploiting classes. Individualism is imposed on the bourgeois mode of life as a whole. And, conversely, the social conditions of socialist society are essentially alien to subjectivism and voluntarism. The ruling parties of socialist countries, denouncing in their documents the volitional decisions, i.e., subjectivism and voluntarism, always underline the necessity for the objective approach, which consists in due consideration of the role of the subjective factor and its skillful combination with the realistic analysis and application of objective economic and sociological laws of socialist society. In the conditions of conscious orientation towards socialism and the process of its construction, the principle of objectivity acquires particular significance. In contrast to the spontaneous development of pre-socialist formations, the new society is built on the scientific basis, with the role of the subjective factor growing as a result of deep knowledge and application of objective laws, the accumulation of experience in organizing the masses, and promoting their creative effort. The principle of objectivity in these conditions allows to get rid of the illusion of full freedom, the alleged independence of the activity of individuals and social groups and classes of the objective conditions and laws. From this it follows that the objective treatment of things and processes is not only of theoretical significance. In practice it acts as a scientific standard of activity and, as a principle of behavior, is linked with the moral standard of collectivism. The application of the principle of objectivity means the scientific analysis of reality and the account of numerous social phenomena, including the place and role of the activity of people themselves. The dialectical materialist principle of objectivity is incompatible with bourgeois objectivism, which clearly shows itself not only in the anti-socialist literature and daily bourgeois propaganda carried on by the mass media, but often in papers presented as scientific research. As a rule, bourgeois 187. Objectivist approach confines itself to the statement of individual facts, various aspects and events which are in the foreground of social life. Its adherents repudiate class-based theoretical analysis, the interference into the internal nature of phenomena, and practical revolutionary conclusions. Bourgeois objectivism thereby justifies the existing social injustice, which means that the method of bourgeois objectivism is not only unscientific but may lead to the fall from Marxism down to opportunism. Indeed, we know of some members of communist and socialist parties who, pretending to the positions of critical Marxism, actually lose the class-based approach in appraising social phenomena and slide down to bourgeois objectivism. They speculate on the difficulties encountered during the transition to socialism or in socialist construction, or revolutionary democratic transformations, and absolutist individual drawbacks and negative phenomena in social life in socialist and socialist-oriented countries. They refuse to acknowledge that these individual drawbacks are explained by the degree of historical maturity of socialism or by the specific conditions of revolutionary transformations. Overemphasizing the mistakes and slips in the activity of some ruling communist, revolutionary socialist and democratic parties, these ideologists usually slide down to the anti-Soviet, anti-socialist, and anti-communist positions. Consequently, the neglect of the principle of objectivity may also lead to political apostasy. In contrast to bourgeois objectivism, materialist dialectics carries the scientific research through to the knowledge of the internal nature of phenomena. It clarifies all the contradictions inherent in dry facts, discloses the real logic and prospects of development of various processes, and in doing so substantiates the practical revolutionary conclusions and actions. The principle of universal connection, the dialectical materialist interpretation of universal connection, holds the essential place in the dialectical method. Lenin characterized this principle as the prime and basic rule of scientific research in general and of Marxist dialectics, in particular. 188. Anything and any phenomenon possess an infinite number of properties, aspects, and relationships with the outside world. Dialectics demands the all-round consideration of these relationships, for to know the object we should embrace and study all its aspects and connections. The requirement of comprehensive approach in the study of things and phenomena is one of the basic requisites of dialectics. It is practically impossible to take into account all the complex and multifarious forms of connection, but the efforts in this direction protect science and practice from errors, stagnation, and one-sidedness. In this respect, the method of materialist dialectics opposes any one-sidedness, any eclecticism, and sophism. Eclecticism allows of the inconsistent and unprincipled combination of heterogeneous, often mutually exclusive views, substituting the formal scheme of connections in general, the mechanical combination of heterogeneous elements for the dialectical analysis. Sophism represents the false inference based on deceptive and ambiguous conclusions. It ignores the most essential in phenomena, singles out some aspects and connections and transfers them onto the other phenomena, impeding therewith the elucidation of their law-governed essence. In his pamphlet The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koski, Lenin stressed the antithesis of dialectics, on the one hand, and eclecticism and sophism, on the other, writing that dialectics is concrete and revolutionary, while the eclecticism and sophism of the opportunists from the Second International slurred over all the concrete and precise in the class struggle to please the bourgeoisie. It is equally relevant of the contemporary social reformists who try to reconcile the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In their social conceptions they mechanically combine the heterogeneous and even opposite phenomena and artificially isolate and distort the real connections and law-governed relationships. Thus, the reformist conceptions regard the state monopoly capital as a new formation within whose production relations elements of socialism allegedly arise. It is often asserted that this new society is designed to replace 189. The old capitalism and existing socialism. This is in fact the reformist essence of the conception of democratic, self-governing socialism and the so-called Eurocommunism. Such conceptions reveal the fundamental difference between revolutionaries and reformists. By juggling off the idea of the deproletarianization of the working class, some opportunists deny the historic mission of the proletariat. They absolutize the social role of the intelligentsia, students, middle classes, and profess the conception of peaceful, democratic pluralist socialism. It is obvious that the opportunist and reformist conceptions have nothing in common with the real class connections and relationships, with the dialectics of anti-imperialist struggle of the working class, the countries of world socialism, and young states subjected to the neocolonialist expansion of international imperialism. The principle of dialectical development. In his philosophical notebooks, Lenin remarked that in the 20th century I'll agree with the principle of development. Science and revolutionary practice force this recognition, but the mere acknowledgement of this fact does not yet mean the correct scientific understanding of development. There exist two basic approaches, two conceptions of development, that is, the metaphysical and dialectical. Their fundamental difference was fully revealed by Lenin in his On Dialectics. It is impossible to explain the emergence of the new from the positions of the metaphysical theory of development, which interprets it as a mere change and circular motion, free of the struggle of opposites. Metaphysics is unable to explain how the actual development proceeds, and even less to define man's place and role, forms and methods of the transforming activity. In contrast to the metaphysical interpretation, the dialectical conception is the key to understanding the processes involved in the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. It regards development as a leap-like revolutionary process, marked not by a circular or straight line but a spiral motion and characterized by the transition from quantity 190 to quality, and breaks in gradualness. As we have stressed earlier, the basic feature of dialectics lies in its revealing the inner source of motion and development and serving as a correct guide to scientific cognition and social activity. The adequate scientific explanation of reality and discovery of the objective laws inevitably leading to a new, higher social system are in the vital interests of the working class. The basic interests and goals of the working class and all working people coincide with the historically necessary results of social development. And, conversely, the doomed social classes, the exploiter classes, fearing for their historical destiny and their future, try by all means to draw a veil over reality, distort its laws, hide all the contradictions of the exploiting society and above all misrepresent the character of its development. This in the final analysis explains the opposite interpretation of the processes of development in the socialist and the bourgeois ideologies. One of the characteristic features of historical development is the irresistibility of the new. Whatever divergences and deviations it may witness, the general tendency is such that the new, qualitatively higher, progressive inevitably wins over and comes to replace the old. While defining the new, we should take into consideration that it implies the necessary outcome of the progressive tendency of development which follows from the internal nature of individual processes. The new is in fact what has the future, for in the long run it always wins over the obsolete. For this reason materialist dialectics teaches to be orientated towards the new, to look forward and act in accordance with the onward development. This principle of materialist dialectics of discerning and supporting the new in social development acquires particular significance in the present revolutionary epoch, characterized by the two clearly manifested lines of the world's zero-chale process. The leading tendency in the historical development of mankind is the movement towards socialism. World socialism is a factor which is increasingly determining the character and prospects of the historical development, representing the new in the development of modern society. 191. The second line of social process today is imperialism, which embodies the conservative, descending, regressive trend in world history. The dialectics of history is such that it moves in zigzags, especially during revolutions and social upheavals, when the advance and gains of the progressive forces in one sphere are accompanied by partial failures and even partial defeats in the other. But individual failures of progressive forces are unable to hold the onward motion of history for long. The purposeful and conscious struggle of the working people and the social energy of the masses speed up the victory of the new over the obsolete, the old. The energy and activity of the anti-imperialist forces guided by the revolutionary vanguard can prevent the offensive of the reactionary forces or disrupt it, and accelerate the progressive historical transformations. Consequently, the principle of development and, namely, the orientation to the new, protects science and revolutionary practice from pessimism, stagnation, and passivity. The principle of the concrete historical approach to Fepamina. This principle of materialist dialectics demands that a concrete historical approach is taken in the interpretation of natural and social phenomena, which means that any phenomenon should be analyzed in view of concrete conditions, place, time, and the stage of development. Concrete analysis of a concrete situation was regarded by Lenin as a sine qua non of the dialectical approach to the phenomena of reality. He wrote, "The whole spirit of Marxism, its whole system, demands that each proposition should be considered only historically, only in connection with others, only in connection with the concrete experience of history." Lenin emphasized the antithesis of materialist dialectics and empty idealist abstractions divorced from life, the metaphysical, anti-historical approach to reality. The works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and the resolutions of communist, workers, and revolutionary democratic parties provide the conclusions drawn from the analysis of the concrete political situations. By political situation is meant the alignment of forces between the social classes, parties, various social layers, groups, movements, politicians, etc., which may remain the game on the international scene, within one country, a region, or a political institution for a certain period of time. Masterful analysis of political situations is given in the works by Marx and Engels, The Class Struggles in France, The Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, The Civil War in France, and their extensive correspondence. Lenin often made use of this concept while analyzing the political developments of different historical periods in his works. For instance, in his work Q and Boycott, Lenin remarks that the opportunists always exercise a routine approach to all cases, while the revolutionary Social Democrats proceed primarily from the careful consideration of the concrete political situation. In another work, Lenin stressed that to uphold the old resolutions of Marxism means to follow the letter but not the spirit of the teaching, to repeat the memorized past conclusions. The inability to apply the Marxist methods of research in the analysis of the new political situation. The analysis of each political situation graphically reveals the collision of not only classes, political parties, institutions, large social groups, but also the struggle of factions within a party, small social strata, and the strivings of leaders of various parties and factions for their own specific interests. According to Lenin, the correct orientation in a given political situation means not only the understanding of the initial and fundamental class contradictions of the interacting sides, but also the account of the fact that the temporary coincidence of their interests and the urgency of certain political problems and contradictions depend on the concrete correlation of forces in the concrete situation. The loss of touch with concrete political reality, empty abstractions, and anti-historicism are characteristic of many bourgeois ideologists and often act as the methodological 1 CVI. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 11, pages 141-42. 13-0370-493. Basis of anti-Marxist views. The contemporary right opportunists develop their non-class and non-historical conceptions of humane socialism to criticize and repudiate the existing socialism, with no account of the concrete conditions, place, time, stage, and prospects of development of existing socialism. Repudiating the revolutionary principle of the concrete historical approach, the opportunists slide down to rejecting the necessity of socialist revolution, spreading thereby the bourgeois reformist ideology within the socialist movement. The violation of the principle of the concrete historical approach is also characteristic of dogmatism and left opportunism. Dogmatists and sectarians fail to see and study the concrete changes in the alignment of forces on the international scene in favor of socialism. They prefer to disregard the basic changes in the class structure of socialist society and hold forth on the class struggle in the USSR, for instance. The leftists regard the better material standards of the working people not as the result of the class struggle under capitalism or the progress of socialism, but as the bourgeois degeneration of the working class. Refuting the provisions of creative scientific socialism which generalize from the concrete historical conditions of the class struggle, dogmatists in fact become the left revisionists in theory. In practice, the violation of the principle of the concrete historical approach to reality by dogmatists and sectarians leads either to passivity or adventurist, pseudo-revolutionary, anti-socialist actions. Such positions and actions are particularly dangerous when combined with chauvinistic and hegemony-seeking tendencies. Leftist, sectarian distortions of the socialist theory, as well as the pseudo-Marxist ultra-revolutionist conceptions, are disastrous for the revolutionary cause, for they impede the creative development and application of the great principles of scientific socialism, its enrichment with new provisions reflecting the concrete historical peculiarities of the world revolutionary process. The Principian link in the in of historic events. The tenet of materialist dialectics on the main link in the chain of historical events follows from the universal connection and development of social phenomena. It implies the 194 most essential key task of the given stage in people's revolutionary transforming activity in a certain sphere of social life. The ascertainment of the main link means, a. the identification, out of the numerous objective interrelationships, of the internal connection which secures the course of events following a certain direction, b. the definition of the degree to which the course of events coincides with the people's revolutionary transforming goals, c. the definition of the main link as the key task of revolutionary action in the given sphere of social life. In his work What is to be Done? Lenin wrote that the art of a politician consists in his ability to find out and hold firmly that link in the chain which is the least likely to be snatched, which is the most essential at the given moment and the best guarantee of mastering the whole chain. Lenin's theoretical, political, and organizational preparation of socialist revolution in Russia is a remarkable example of the ability to find out and define the most essential tasks of the day during the various periods and to mobilize and organize the revolutionary forces for their realization. The proposition on the main link in the chain of historical events is the major principle of the activity of revolutionary parties. The main links, that is, the key tasks confronting a party as a whole and its activities in particular fields are brought about by the concrete conditions of struggle for some parties and revolutionary movements. The main link are certain aspects of the organizational work, including the formation of the vanguard party of scientific socialism, foundation or restoration of the primary party organizations, the numerical growth of party membership, the change of its social composition, the training of party functionaries of various levels, the enhancement of its influence among the mass organizations of the working people, and the like. In other cases, the most topical task of a party may be its theoretical work, elaboration and substantiation of programs, political documents, the analysis of the national socio-economic and political development and its prospects. The revolutionary parties have proved their ability to 95. Provide the political guidance of the masses, as evidenced by more than centenary experience of the socialist working class movement. The consistent, clear, and concrete current key tasks advanced by the revolutionary vanguard secure the optimal success of the working class and its allies in their struggle against the exploiters, imperialism and colonialism. The ability to identify the main link, the most important task at a given stage, has great significance today in the acti-vites of communist parties of the socialist countries. 2. In the historical chain of internal economic, social, and cultural tasks facing, for instance, the USSR, the decisive link today is creation of the material and technical base of communism. The solution of this key task will ensure the realization of a number of other essential tasks of communist construction, above all, the development and improvement of socialist production relations, the intensification, high quality and efficiency of production, and the all-round development of the individual of communist society. It is apparent that the main links in the chain of historical events arise not only in the activities of individual revolutionary parties but also within the socialist working class movement, the anti-imperialist movement, and within the world revolutionary process as a whole. They are recorded in the party documents as the priority tasks of a given stage of the revolutionary struggle in the theoretical, political, and organizational fields. Thus, the principles of materialist dialectics serve as the methodological basis for the genuine scientific cognition of nature and society. At the same time, they arm the revolutionary socialist parties and the working people at large with the science-based method of anti-imperialist struggle and building a new, free world. 196. 3. The dialectics of social structure and political relations. Chapter 6. Class relations and class approach. The study of materialist dialectics and its laws and the principles of cognitive and transforming activities of people makes it possible to go on to the questions of the structure of society, which is made up of interconnected parts and law-governed relations between them. It has already been noted in the chapter about the crucial laws of mankind's history that Marxist philosophical science regards society as a system having, just as any other system, a structure of its own. All questions about relations between people are also social questions. The inner organization of any society, or its social structure, consists of various communities of people. It has been shown earlier that economic community and the economic social relations between people form the economic structure of society. Other elements of the social structure include family, professional, socio-ethnic and other communities and the social relations corresponding to them. According to Marx, man's essence is a sum total of social relations. It is precisely the social interaction of people that explains real historical epochs and the motive forces and prospects of social development. The point of departure for understanding modern social relations is the scientific theory of classes and class struggle. Lenin emphasized in his time that people had always been, and always would be, the foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics, until they learn to see the interests of some or other classes behind any ethical, religious, political, and social phrases, statements and promises. The philosophy of scientific socialism discloses the historical dynamics of the social structure and inevitability of turning a class society into a classless one, that is, a society of social equality. 1. Classes and class struggle in exploiter society. The scientific theory of class relations was first elaborated by Marx and Engels. They discovered and substantiated the laws of the emergence, development, and withering away of classes, the role of class struggle as the motive force of the antagonistic social systems and historical inevitability of a classless society. The existence of classes in scientific concept and the modern society, their struggle essence of classes between themselves were discovered before Marx. What was most important and new in his theory consisted in proving the three crucial premises. First, the existence of classes is linked only to particular historical phases in the development of production. Secondly, class struggle in capitalist society inevitably leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thirdly, the dictatorship of the proletariat itself is only a means of going over to the abolition of all classes, to a classless society. Scientific understanding of classes disproved the widespread delusion that society is a simple aggregation of individuals. The social nature, position, interests, and actions of the individuals are determined by their inclusion in the objective relations and actions of social groups. Thereby, the jet se, t of th, et plus t social systems was discovered in class relations. Definition of classes. As is known, a scientific definition of any phenomenon includes a formulation of all of its basic features. In his article A Great Beginning, Lenin gave a scientific definition of classes. It singles out four essential interrelated features of a class. They are, 1. Its place in a historically determined system of social production. 2. Relation to the means of production. 3. Its role in the social organization of labor. 4. The mode of acquiring incomes and their size. The first feature shows the historical character of classes, their being determined by a definite system of social production and their place. The crucial cause of distinctions between classes is disclosed in another of their features: relation to the means of production. Under any economic system, the distribution of the means of production can be seen in property relations. In primitive communal society, as we have seen, all its members were in an equal position regarding the means of production, and that was why there was no economic foundation for the existence of classes. Historically, classes emerge at such a development level of the productive forces when not only necessary, but also surplus product is regularly produced. But such productivity is inevitably linked with the development of the social division of labor. It is the appearance of surplus product and the social division of labor that had become the objective requisites for the emergence of private property and classes. The division of society into the main antagonistic classes corresponds to the slave-owning form of private property. Relation to property is the most important feature of classes. It shows the foundations of their emergence, existence, and inevitable disappearance after social ownership of the instruments and means of production has firmly been established. Besides, relation to property also tells on the role of classes in the social organi. Size in antagonistic societies, the owners of the means of production are, directly or indirectly, the organizers and captains of production. While the direct producers of material benefits, often deprived of the means of production, are removed from managing them. As for incomes, their source for any exploiter class is appropriation of surplus product. The exploited classes are made to get along, within certain limits, with necessary product. Scientific understanding of the origin and essence of classes is a major reference point in revolutionary practice. Providing a scientific substantiation to the law-governed regularities of class relations and the development of class struggle, it opposes bourgeois falsifications and unscientific theories of social structure. Bourgeois apologetic conceptions represent different, sometimes opposite views. They fluctuate from the myth about the eternal character of the class structure of society to the assertion that the concept social class has become obsolete. The ideology of fascism and racism, for instance, claims that class distinctions are eternal due to biological reasons and belonging to a definite race or an inferior nation. Other ideologists explain classes by a definite type of upbringing and education, cultural level, or homogeneity of world outlook, mode of life and professional activity. Non-Marxist literature widely publicizes the so-called distributive theory of classes. According to that theory, class distinction is determined by the forms of the incomes obtained. Modern adherents of distributive theory are using the size of income to substantiate the erroneous concept of a uniform middle class. In some versions of this theory, income and prestige are advanced as the main indicator of class distinctions. In another instance, the distribution of social roles and functions is used as a feature of class division. In the bourgeois theories of social stratification and social mobility, emphasis is laid on the withering away of classes and class boundaries. Instead of class 200 differences, they speak about a change in the position of individuals and the opportunities of their free transition from one social stratum to another. Evidently, EA11 such conceptions are opposed to the scientific theory of classes and class struggle. This can be seen especially clearly in modern interpretations of the theory of violence. It explains the emergence and existence of classes by the use of force and by conquests. In actual fact, pure political, military or physical violence can only replace property owners, but cannot create property as such and produce material benefits. Violence is only able to maintain the domination of classes, and its very emergence and existence are conditioned by objective economic reasons. All these objective reasons and features are formulated in Lenin's definition of classes. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor and, consequently, by the mode and dimensions of acquiring the share of socia, wealth of which they disposes. Lenin also pointed out the socio-economic foundation of the relation of domination and subordination. He said that classes were such groups of people, one of which could appropriate the labor of another due to their different places in a definite structure of social economy. The sum total of features formulated by Lenin in the definition of classes has a great methodological importance. It makes it possible to analyze the objective position and state of classes in all antagonistic systems and transition societies. Moreover, Lenin's definition of classes retains its principal significance for studying the classes and class structure of the socialist society. Finally, this scientific definition can be also used for the study of social strata within classes, as well as social groups and strata occupying intermediate or borderline position. Basic classes, social. The basic classes are those groups and strata social classes which are inevitably born of the mode of production predominating in a given society. Slaves and slave owners, peasants and landlords, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie comprise the basic classes in corresponding antagonistic societies. Along with them, there exist non-basic classes in a social structure. They emerge and exist due to the coexistence of the predominating mode of production with various other economic structures. Remnants of obsolete or rudiments of emerging economic forms and relations serve as the basis of transition classes and social groups. Examples of such non-basic classes are provided by artisans and free peasants under the slave-owning system, and handicraftsmen and the emerging bourgeoisie and proletariat under feudalism. In many capitalist countries there are the outgoing class of landlords and the non-basic class of the petty bourgeoisie in town and country. This non-basic class is characterized by an intermediate position between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. On the one hand, representatives of that class are petty private owners and entrepreneurs. On the other, they personally are taking part in labor activity, are oppressed and exploited by big capital. It is this dual, intermediate position that is taken by small entrepreneurs in the sphere of service, petty traders and landlords, handicraftsmen and farmers in capitalist countries. Other intermediate groups and social strata which do not have all features typical of a class, occupy a relatively independent place in the social structure. Among them are professional people and some categories of hired office workers. The intelligentsia under capitalism is a definite social stratum among the basic classes. The intelligentsia includes professionals engaged in intellectual pursuits who, as a rule, are not owners of the means of material production. The intelligentsia under capitalism is comprised of people of various class origin. Despite an increase in the number of intellectuals and the rapid growth rates of the intelligentsia in modern capitalist society, there are no grounds to consider it a class. The intelligentsia does not have the sum total of the features of a class, it cannot be class homogeneous either by its origin, or by its composition, or by its social functions. One of the consequences of the scientific and technological revolution is the rapid growth of the scientific and engineering intelligentsia. In the industrially developed countries there is a tendency of drawing closer the engineering, technical personnel and certain groups of office employees to the position of the working class. Other groups of the intelligentsia, literary and art workers, for example, or doctors and lawyers, by their position, activity, and mode of life represent typical petty bourgeois middle strata. Moreover, a certain part of the bourgeois intelligentsia is drawing closer and merging with the dominating exploiter class. They perform the social function of exploitation, oppression, and supervision of workers, which turns them into the hired officers of capital. The heterogeneity of class origin, composition, and social functions shows certain specific features of the intelligentsia as a social stratum among the classes of bourgeois society. Along with other specificity-ties, these features give rise to various anti-Marxist conceptions of the social structure of capitalism. For one, conceptions distorting the place and role of the intelligentsia and employees, and the working class. It is important for the scientific analysis to perceive and consider the dynamics of social structure and a change in the correlation of classes, social groups, and strata. With a high level of capitalist development, important tendencies can be seen in the position, composition, and state of classes and social groups. First of all, one should note the curtailment in the numerical strength of the exploiter class of the bourgeoisie. A powerful group of monopolists isolates itself not only from hired workers, but also from the non-monopolistic middle and petty bourgeoisie, ruins it and reduces it numerically. Socially, monopolies increasingly display their anti-popular. On the contrary, the number of hired workers has sharply increased. In the above-mentioned countries they comprise an overwhelming majority of the population. Naturally, the number of these workers is increasing mainly due to the ruining and decrease of the numerical strength of the non-basic peasant class and some petty bourgeois middle strata of the urban bourgeoisie. However, the trend towards the proletarization of the petty bourgeoisie and the middle strata does not at all mean that these groups can disappear under capitalism. The state monopoly capitalism, while ruining and differentiating the petty bourgeoisie, at the same time reproduces a considerable number of small entrepreneurs both in the sphere of material production and in the service sphere. As we have already noted, the scientific and technological revolution has engulfed not only the objects of labor, machines and implements and production technology. It has definitely influenced the human element of the productive forces. An important social consequence of the scientific and technological revolution is a quantitative growth and change in the composition of the working class. An increase in the proportion of skilled workers and a decrease in auxiliary personnel and unskilled workers has become a general tendency. The working class as a whole, as predicted by Marx and Lenin, become the in element of the social structure in the industrially developed capitalist countries. Changes are taking place in the inner structure of the working class, in which the central place is occupied by the industrial proletariat. Anti-Marxist and opportunistic conceptions in the industrial capitalist countries are distinguished by identification of the working class and all hired workers as a unified middle class. To prove deproletarization and the emergence of a new middle class in place of the proletariat, the adherents of these conceptions cite the narrowing gap in the scale of incomes, the level of consumption, possession of durables, etc. In this light, facts are also cited testifying 204 to the drawing closer of certain groups of the intelligentsia and office employees to the status of the working class. However, both scientifically and politically it would be wrong to identify the working class proper with the modern army of hired labor. Receiving payment by the manager of a capitalist enterprise or a gendarme, for that matter, is far from being enough for them to be included in the working class. Bourgeois ideologists often oppose the concepts proletariat and the working class. In the proletariat they include only those doing physical work. The use of modern technique and technology, naturally, reduces the proportion of unskilled workers doing mainly physical work. It does not follow from this that it is correct to isolate the concept proletariat and oppose it to the concept working class. From Marxist point of view, the proletariat includes hired laborers selling their labor and receiving wages, deprived of the instruments and means of production and using their skill and energy for productive labor. Such labor activity, in its social function, should not be an element and means of capitalist exploitation and oppression. It can be said in this context that the modern working class in the industrially developed capitalist countries forms the nucleus of the army of hired laborers and therefore is objectively the center of struggle against monopolies and the system of capitalist exploitation as a whole. Hence, the modern working class in the objective place it occupies in the capitalist system retains its historical role as the principal revolutionary force. Opposition of the socio-economic. The class struggle position, requirements, and in of the proletariat theorists of the basic classes inevitably engenders class struggle in antagonistic societies. Class struggle had been the driving force of history even before capitalism. According to Marx and Engels, the oppressor and the oppressed have always been in the state of eternal antagonism, waging an irreconcilable, open, or disguised, struggle, which always ended in a revolutionary transformation of the entire social edifice or the mutual destruction of the fighting classes. The interaction of classes in general, and the constant struggle between antagonistic classes in particular make for substantial changes in the state of the entire social organism, including the changes of classes themselves. Class struggle directly influences the development of the productive forces and the improvement of the instruments of labor, machines, and implements and production technology. The impact of class struggle can also be seen in the changes of the elements of production relations, especially the forms and size of distribution. An improvement in the material and social position of the modern working class can be won in an active and relentless class struggle. Within the framework of capitalist society, with the historical development of the proletariat, the main forms of its class struggle are taking shape. Among them, above all, is economic struggle for the improvement of the material conditions of the workers. Economic struggle can result only in a temporary improvement of the economic position of the proletariat, but it alone is unable to liquidate capitalist exploitation. Political and ideological theoretical struggle is waged by the working class when it unites on a nationwide scale. The success of the political and ideological theoretical forms of class struggle is directly connected with the existence of a militant party, a highest form of proletarian class organization. The economic, political, and ideological struggle of the modern working class essentially changes the life of the capitalist society. The mature form of economic and ideological struggle embracing the entire class inevitably acquires a political character. Such a struggle is an action of the working class against the domination of the exploiters as a whole. Recognition by the working class of the opposite character of its interests and those of the exploiters is a sine qua non. For transition to a higher and decisive form of struggle, a struggle for the establishment of the political domination of the working class and a radical transformation of society along the socialist lines. The countries of developed capitalism are at present characterized by the drawing closer and intertwining of the economic, political, and ideological theoretical struggle of the working class. All these forms display the anti-monopoly essence of class struggle and its nationwide and international character. The working class in the industrially developed capitalist countries has not only comprised a majority of the gainfully employed population, but also become the main protagonist of national democratic interests. Genuine national interests, the interests of the working and exploited people, coincide with the international positions of the proletariat. The international working class fulfills its historical socialist mission within the concrete national state framework. National struggle against the domination of monopolies is at the same time the class struggle of the proletariat against the domination of international capital. The historical perspectives of the struggle of the modern working class are substantiated in the Marxist-Leninist theory and confirmed by the practical experience of class relations under socialism. 2. Class relations in young national states. Modern anti-Marxist and opportunist conceptions distort not only the theoretical questions of the origin and essence of classes, class struggle, and the dynamics of social structure. The ideologists of imperialism are even more zealous in their attempts to falsify the experience and practices of the countries of real socialism and socialist orientation. Suffice it to recall an imperialist version of denying real socialism. It comprises two false statements. First, socialism, allegedly according to Marx, is only a classless society, inasmuch as there are classes in the really existing socialist. Il. The category of interest is of a special importance as it reflects the vital needs of the people. In the class society, the interests of classes play the leading role, as compared to various other interests. 207. Countries, it is not socialism. Successful struggle against such falsifications of the theory and practice of scientific socialism requires the study of the specific features of class structure and class struggle in young national states and countries of socialist orientation, of the experience of the transformation of classes in the course of socialist revolution and socialist construction. The social structure of young specificity of social states which have freed themselves from colonial dependence. Represents, as a rule, a complex, multi-stage system of obsolete and new elements and relations. It also includes such historically shaped forms of community as gens, family, tribe, clan, caste, rural community, as well as elements of modern social differentiation of the class basis - social strata, groups, classes, national communities. The transformation of obsolete elements and relations of social structures in developing countries is one of the most crucial general democratic tasks. An example of countries of socialist orientation confirms that the trend and intensity of the changes in social structure being effected depend on the socio-political orientation of the given country and the activity and energy of the social forces and political regimes implementing these transformations. Industrial capitalism, as a rule, considerably simplifies social structure, transforms and often destroys old socio-historical communities. Compared with metropolitan countries, monopoly capital, on the contrary, maintained and preserved many obsolete socio-historical communities in colonial and dependent countries. Many years of colonial domination, imperialist deformation of national economies, multi-structural character, and a single crop system with all its consequences have considerably complicated the social structure in the former colonial and dependent countries. A distinctive feature of that complex social structure is the multiformity and contradictory character of the existing economic relations. Sometimes there exists up to a dozen economic forms in the young states that have gained political independence. Among them are pre-capitalist economic structures. 208. Natural patriarchal, traditional semi-natural peasant, small commodity rural and urban, and feudal. The direct bad heritage of the colonialists is represented by small-scale and middle capitalism, foreign capital, the state capitalist structure and the capitalist forms of cooperation. There are also various versions of the intertwining of these forms and mixed enterprises. In some countries of socialist orientation, the public sector and cooperative forms In industry, agriculture, and trade become strong points of future socialist production relations. These distinctive features of the economic basis of social development determine the complex character and specificity of social structure. In a most general form, this specificity is expressed in the preservation of obsolete forms of socio-historical communities and the incomplete character of the processes of the class differentiation and national consolidation of society. The two basic classes of capitalist society, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, are still rather weak in many young states. Theoretically and practically, it would be appropriate to single out new aspects of the emergence and consolidation of the bourgeoisie and the working class in some Afro-Asian and Latin American countries. The formation of capitalism within European feudal society is a classical example in the world history. In that society, the trading, industrial and then agricultural bourgeoisie and the corresponding detachments of the working class emerged in succession. The process of class formation in the former colonial and dependent countries has changed considerably. Strata of the local bourgeoisie and detachments of the working class often come into being in a different historical order. In some countries of Asia, Africa, and even Latin America there was virtually no local industrial bourgeoisie. The system of colonial capitalism included not only large property of international monopolies, but also private capitalist enterprises in industry, trade, and agriculture belonging to the foreign bourgeoisie from the metropolitan and other countries. As for comparatively more developed strata of the local trading, and especially bureaucratic bourgeoisie, they were, economically and politically, an appendage to international monopolies and the apparatus of the colonial administration. Thus, the strata of the local comprador bourgeoisie together with the clan tribal and feudal upper crust and part of the apparatus of the colonial administration represent the main class support of international imperialism and neocolonialism. The emergence and consolidation of the proletariat are distinguished by a still greater variety, as compared with the bourgeoisie. In some of the former colonial and dependent countries, due to the penetration of foreign monopolies there, detachments of the working class made their appearance first in the mining industry or even in agriculture, at foreign monopolistic plantations and capitalist farms of the colonialist bourgeoisie. In these instances groups and detachments of the mining and agricultural proletariat could emerge before the corresponding sections of the local bourgeoisie, or even with their absence. In pre-revolutionary years, the proletariat of the manufacturing industry began to develop in some countries. International monopolies found it profitable to build and exploit enterprises with up-to-date equipment and technology, using the cheaper labor of the colonial working class. The construction of military objects, electric power stations, motor highways and railways, means of communications, seaports and other installations led to the formation of corresponding detachments of construction workers and also those of automobile, marine, and railway transport and the fishing industry. Monopolies and the colonialists artificially supported the isolation of skilled workers and specialists from the bulk of unskilled manual workers. This was done, for example, by importing part of skilled workers from metropolitan and other countries, as well as the forced departure of part of local citizens to other countries in search of work. All this caused the extreme heterogeneity of the working class and a difference in the class maturity of its detachments. In a number of countries the overwhelming majority of workers consisted of migrants and semi-proletarians maintaining close 210 ties with the patriarchal rural milieu. The bulk of the workers was illiterate or semi-literate manual laborers. In some countries that have chosen socialist orientation after the victory of the anti-colonial revolution, the working class emerged at numerous small enterprises and in the sphere of trade and services, it was not sufficiently concentrated, which had an adverse impact on its organization and class consciousness. A major social task facing the dynamics of classes countries of socialist orientation is the rapid growth of the national working class, an increase of its share in the gainfully employed population and the qualitative transformation of the old and development of the new detachments of the proletariat. The point is to raise the general skill of the working people, the mastering of modern technique and technology by workers, especially young ones, and an increase in the number of skilled workers. Detachments of experienced workers are formed for whom hired work becomes the permanent and principal source of livelihood. The construction of large industrial and agricultural enterprises in developing countries, especially with the assistance of the socialist states, lead to the formation of qualitatively new detachments of the working class, the production and territorial concentration of the workforce, which is of great importance for its growing organization and social activity. While growing numerically and changing qualitatively, the working class is increasingly becoming the leading force with regard to those social strata which replenish the ranks of the national proletariat. In the countries of socialist orientation, for one, the natural ally and reserve of the working class is the peasantry. In contrast to the classical development of capitalism in Western Europe, the peasantry in some former colonial and dependent countries before the revolution has not turned petty-bourgeois. The bulk of it had no private ownership of land. In some Asian and African countries, for example, the peasantry was united by clan tribal or communal property and corresponding economic structures. Such peasant masses are not, objectively, carriers of capitalist relations and, consequently, bourgeois ideology. Their psychology is dominated by patriarchal anti-colonial, anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist sentiments, inasmuch as capitalist for them was embodied in the colonialists. In the conflict between the interests of independent economic development and dependence on international monopolies, the majority of peasants yield to revolutionary democratic and naive socialist positions, despite their increasing differentiation. For these broad peasant masses, the way out of age-old backwardness and poverty and solution of the problem of national rejuvenation were connected with doing away with any exploitation. The African rural community, for example, along with such social communities as an extended family, clan, and tribe, embraces a majority of the population in some countries of the continent. The historical destinies of the peasant class are connected with a reasonable transformation of the traditional, semi-natural peasant economy, small commodity production in the countryside, the liquidation of private capitalist exploitation and consistent cooperation. The anti-colonial revolution stepped up, to some extent, the differentiation of the peasantry and migration of the population of a number of rural communities. The degree of proletarization, the industrialization and urbanization processes of a country also tell on the position of the peasant masses. From them, just as from urban social groups, socially indefinite strata frequently emerge. They are distinguished by the loss of traditional social ties, social and property status, and by a consumer mode of life. Some of them do not immediately take to new types of activity and enter new socio-class relations. Such strata and groups are usually termed marginal in sociological literature, which emphasizes that they are outside the main socio-historical process. Their great numerical strength can be explained by the low industrial development level, overpopulation of rural areas, a shortage of jobs for a considerable part of inhabitants, high growth rates of the population, urbanization, food and housing shortages, and other reasons leading to pauperization of the rather broad 212 masses of the population. The possibilities of providing jobs for migrants from rural areas are very limited in town, and this is a major reason for the formation of urban marginal strata. Great density, poverty, and unemployment leave an imprint on the psychology of the inhabitants of marginal living quarters. They are liable to succumb to social demagogy and tend to support extremist movements, both ultra-right and ultra-left. Déclassade and criminal elements have always been used by reactionaries in the struggle against the revolutionary, patriotic, and democratic forces. Integration of marginal groups and strata, their active inclusion into socio-historical activity, are a major task in the progressive transformations of social structure. An increasing share of the middle strata has become a noticeable phenomenon in the social structure of young Asian and African states. It has been noted earlier that the middle strata are those which occupy an intermediate position between the basic classes of a given society. The destruction of the colonial social structure requires a certain attention to these social strata and groups. The problem is rendered more complicated also by the fact that, depending on the socio-economic development level, the degree of dependence and national self-determination, there can coexist old and new middle strata of a petty bourgeois type, although far from all of them can be considered the petty bourgeoisie as such. The middle strata include small entrepreneurs in the sphere of trade and services, artisans, intellectuals, office workers, regular soldiers, and junior officers of the army and the police. At present the middle strata increase mostly due to the expansion of the sphere of services, and also due to the growing number of the intellectuals and office employees. Part of intellectuals and office employees, in their mode of life, social status, interests, and aspirations have before the revolution come out as allies, supporters or followers of the colonialists. Another part of the middle strata, including technicians, teachers, petty officials, found itself in 213. Growing isolation from the colonial upper crust, and in its objective position, the way of life and social convictions, was drawing closer to the working class. The dual nature of the objective place of the middle strata of a petty bourgeois type increases the need of the influence of the working class and revolutionary parties on them and the drawing of the working midi strata to an active, organized struggle against imperialism and its internal reactionary agents. Thus, in the social structure of the young states, including the Afro-Asian and Latin American countries of socialist orientation, one can trace both general and particular features of social structure, the dynamics of class composition and class struggle. The objective features of the quantitative and qualitative composition of the proletariat's class allies and the proletariat itself, its concentration, the degree of its organization and consciousness should in each country be an object of a detailed study and should be strictly taken into account in revolutionary practice. This is all the more necessary in order to overcome pseudo-Marxist conceptions about the allegedly existing principal distinction of the proletariat in the former colonies from the working class in the metropolitan countries. In an attempt to disprove the Marxist theory about the leading role of the proletariat in revolutionary transformations, bourgeois scholars have advanced the concept about the allegedly privileged position of the Asian, African, and Latin American proletariat. The concept of privileged position is upheld by many bourgeois sociologists and economists, certain theorists of African socialism and the followers of Frantz Fanon from among the New Left. Some ideologists of African and Asian socialism are using the thesis about the privileged position of urban workers to demand that the latter abandon their struggle for a rise in wages, thereby pursuing a course in the interests of industrialists. In turn, leftist theorists are out to prove that inasmuch as the emerging African proletariat is a privileged class, the working aristocracy, it is unable, in contrast to the European working class, to act energetically and in a revolutionary way with the aim of transforming society. Moreover, 214. It is an ally of international monopolies, a guarantor of neocolonialism. The future of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is connected by these theorists exclusively with the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, rejecting the very possibility of the leading role of the working class in a revolutionary alliance of the forces coming out against imperialism and neocolonialism. However, facts show that the living standards of the majority of urban workers in Asian, African, and Latin American countries differ but very little from those of the peasants. Besides, it would be utterly wrong to ascertain the revolutionary sentiments and revolutionary potential of workers and peasants on the basis of comparison of their living standards. Finally, in analyzing the role of the Afro-Asian and Latin American working class, one cannot but take into account the fact that the specificity of its formation in different countries and regions does not remove its class nature, objective place, and historical role. The pseudo-Marxists' conceptions interpret the very concept class in an extremely subjectivist manner. The pride of place in this concept is taken by the attitude of groups of the population to one or another ideology, and the ideological and political unity of all poor people. With such an approach, all poorest sections of society are artificially included in the proletariat, the masses of the poor peasantry, the marginal lower sections of towns, déclassé elements, etc. In contrast to pseudo-Marxism, philosophical science in analyzing social structures, bases itself on the objective features of class formulated by Lenin. Any specific distinctions of national origin, the consolidation and composition of the working class do not annul its historical mission as the executor of the socialist mode of production. This conditions the unbreakable connection of historical prospects, the destinies of socialism in each country with the socialist working class movement and with world socialism. Three classes and socialism. After gaining political power as a result of a socialist revolution, the basic elements of the social structure, and 215. Essence and forms of class struggle considerably change. During the transitional period. Class struggle during from capitalism to socialism. The transitional period class struggle is centered around the implementation of the objective laws of the dying out of old and the establishment of new, specialist forms of social life. It is impossible to establish the socialist mode of production, which is implemented by the working class, without its political domination. The latter, the dictatorship of the working class, is necessary to suppress the resistance of the overthrown, but not yet destroyed, expurgator classes. This is the most important and necessary form of class struggle, inasmuch as the overthrown exploiter classes, as is shown by the experience of all revolutions, always put up stiff resistance to socialist transformations. This form inevitably solves the political problem who will win, and asserts the victory of the proletariat and its allies. Under certain conditions, the overthrown exploiter classes can unleash, during the transitional period, a civil war as a form of class struggle. This form is not desirable for the popular masses because it is connected with the senseless loss of material and cultural values and people's lives. Contrary to the views of pseudo-revolutionary extremists, civil war is far from inevitable even after the political victory of anti-colonial revolution. Responsibility for such war is borne by the international and internal reactionary forces. It was racists and reactionaries who vainly tried to turn the separatist nationalistic manifestations and conspiracies in Angola, Mozambique, Ethiopia, the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen and elsewhere into civil wars. Ideologists of imperialism and internal oligarchy are raising hue and cry about revolutionary violence and destruction, in an attempt to scare the common people by the allegedly excessively high price of revolution. As a pretext for such falsifications of socialism, they sometimes use pseudo-Marxist conceptions expressed in the formula "politics the commanding force." The adherents of this formula obviously neglect objective economic laws and exaggerate the 216 role of politics, providing ground for voluntarism and subjectivism on the basis of the idealistic theory of violence. Reorganization of socio-economic and political relations in the transitional period is far from boiling down to a violent, destructive aspect. The creative aspect of a revolution is manifested, above all, in such form of the proletariat's class struggle during the transitional period as neutrally ion petty bourgeoisie, especially the peasantry. Neutralization is actually a struggle for drawing to the side of socialism of petty bourgeois sections. Historical necessity and the obligatory character of this form of struggle follow from the dual nature of the petty bourgeoisie. For one, the peasant due account of the specificity of the class struggle for winning non-proletarian groups and straighted to the side of the revolution is of special importance in preparing conditions for going over to socialist transformations. A predominantly creative character is inherent in the struggle of the proletariat for the utilization and development of the accumulated experience of science and culture and for the drawing of specialists, intellectuals to socialist construction, a careful attitude to advanced material and spiritual culture, its creative development, concern for people's education, the liquidation of material foundations for delusions and distortions in social consciousness proceed in an acute class struggle, and forms the essence of a genuine cultural revolutions. The transitional period from capitalism to socialism is necessarily accompanied by the radical transformation of the working class itself. Not only does it turn from an oppressed and exploited class into the dominating one. The working class should get rid of habits, morals, thinking and behavior born of the past influences of the antagonistic society. A new attitude to work, to property, fostering of socialist discipline and realization of the community of public and personal interests. This is the essence of this, also creative form of class struggle. The acute forms of the class struggle of the proletariat during the transitional period from capitalism to socialism are caused by the fact that they bring solution to class antagonisms inherent in the past exploiter society. In multinational states they are complemented by the unsolved national question, by national antagonisms. However, it does not follow from this that the leftist conclusion about the inevitable exacerbation of internal class struggle after the victory of socialism is correct. Finally, we shall emphasize several principal theoretical and political conclusions. First, the forms of the class struggle of the proletariat we have examined manifested themselves in a most vivid manner in the concrete conditions of the first socialist revolution in Russia. Secondly, the experience of subsequent socialist revolutions under other conditions has confirmed that some of these forms are universal, while others either acquire a new concrete essence or do not manifest themselves at all. Thirdly, theory has generalized the continuity, content, and correlation of the forms of the class struggle of the proletariat in the course of a #Victorious Socialist Revolution, although history knows of the sad experience, worthy of our attention, of the defeat of the proletariat and its allies during the transitional period. Fourthly, it is important to distinguish between the stages of modern social revolutions. It would be wrong to identify with, or to oppose, for that matter, the period of transition from capitalism to socialism to the period of transition to the construction of socialism from pre-capitalist formations. Despite outward resemblance of some forms and even essential elements, class struggle during these different his 218 historical periods radically differs by concrete conditions and tasks, political domination and composition of class alliances, by their immediate and ultimate aims, by the material and subjective requisites of socialism. The wisdom and competence of the political leadership of class struggle are manifested precisely in that they should preclude the subjectivist forestalling of events in isolation from the real state of affairs, but also unjustified passiveness and lagging behind the mature requirements of revolutionary transformations. The transitional period ends with the dynamics of classes, the creation of the socialist under socialism basis, the radical transformation of old economic structures and the transfer of the economy on a socialist footing. During that period a new socialist superstructure is taking shape. The establishment of the domination of the socialist forms of the economy and the socialist socio-political system is accompanied by the organization of the entire social, class structure, and class relations. The socialist working class becomes at the same time not only the main producer of material benefits, but also a collective owner. Embodying the progressive forms of ownership and production, ideological political maturity, and the new mode of life, the socialist working class is duty-bound to fulfill the leading social role. Under socialism the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeois strata undergo radical transformations. The cooperative forms of public property and the socialist cooperation of labor turn the peasantry into a collective owner and the principal producer in the sphere of agriculture. Domination of socialist production relations, changes in the character of labor and in the cultural and technical level of the countryside lead to a complete social reorganization of agriculture. The radical change of the conditions of labor and everyday life does away with, figuratively speaking, idiocy of rural life and eliminates the age-old antithesis between town and country, between industrial and agricultural labor. The victory of socialism brings about radical changes in the social composition, interests, the moral political makeup, and role in social life of representatives of the intelligentsia. The people's intelligentsia is formed by persons of worker and peasant origin. This intelligentsia fully shares with them the aims and tasks of socialist transformations. A sharp rise of the general educational, cultural, and technical level of workers and peasants and broad opportunities to get an access to the great achievements of science and culture testify to the liquidation of the antagonistic contradiction between mental and manual labor engendered by the exploiters. Thus, mature socialism demonstrates the leading trends of socio-class structure. The numerical strength and social role of the working class are growing. It becomes the most numerous class of the working people. With the growing maturity of socialist social relations, the socio-political and ideological unity of the two basic classes of socialist society and the people's intelligentsia is consolidating. Instead of class antagonisms that have been done away with, a new type of class relations has come into being and is developing relations of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual assistance. A new, socialist way of life has firmly taken root. The historical development of the forms of socialist property is the economic foundation of the drawing of all classes and social groups closer together and the gradual disappearance of classes. The drawing closer of the cooperative forms of property with the socialist property of the entire people ensures the principal condition for the gradual overcoming of class distinctions. The emerging and strengthening trend towards social homogeneity makes it possible to assume that the formation of a classless structure of society will take place, in the main, within the historical framework of developed socialism. This gigantic world historic stride towards complete social homogeneity is expressed in the 220 creative concept of developed socialism. The long process of the withering away of class distinctions includes the overcoming of differences between industrial and agricultural labor, between mental and manual work, as well as the still existing distinctions in the mode of life and culture of the working people in town and country. Economic development was responsible, in its time, for the emergence and existence of a class social structure. As far as future is concerned, at a higher stage of the development of socialist society, it will inevitably lead to the withering away and disappearance of classes. This presupposes such a high stage of the development of production at which appropriation by a special social class of the means of production and products, and along with them political domination, monopoly on education and intellectual leadership, becomes superfluous. Moreover, it becomes an obstacle for the economic, political, and intellectual development of each society member. From this follows that a high development level of the productive forces and even the simple destruction of private ownership of the means of production are not enough for the withering away of classes. The theory and experience of scientific socialism convincingly show the insolvency of bourgeois and opportunist falsifications of class relations under socialism and the historical prospects of a classless communist society. Four-class approach in the struggle for socialism. The principle of scientific comprehension of the class approach, origin and essence of classes and class struggle includes the important principle of a_class_ approach to social phenomena. It unites the historical conditionality of the character of the social structure, the indispensable ties between all social phenomena and the relations and struggle of classes. The principle of a class approach is opposed, above all, to bourgeois objectivism, which either rejects or attempts to conceal the class nature of social ties. On the other hand, it is opposed to vulgar pseudo-Marxism, which does not take 221 into account the specificity of some or other social phenomena and concrete manifestations of class influence. The point is that the class aspect as an effective influence of classes and their impact on various spheres of social life always acquire special forms. They can be divided into three main types. There are, first, such elements of social structure which have a class character by nature; secondly, some social phenomena in one or another form acquire a class character in antagonistic social systems. Thirdly, there are such phenomena in society whose nature and social functions have no class character. These phenomena also undergo class influence or are used in class purposes, but that does not change their social nature. The socialist class approach makes it possible to analyze, on the scientific basis, the motives and aspirations, aims and actions of various people and social strata. It discloses class requisites, requirements and interests behind individual and small group phenomena. This, in turn, calls for a special attitude to some or other social phenomena and problems, their clear-cut assessment and definite class position. The multifarious and contradictory essence of modern class struggle frequently misleads representatives of the revolutionary forces. More often than not, bourgeois ideology manages to find points of contact with opportunist trends distorting the genuine revolutionary aims, prospects, means and forms of revolutionary struggle. International revolutionary. The concept of opportunism experience emphasizes the need and its forms for revolutionaries, while consistently upholding their principles, to work for the triumph of scientific socialism. This means to fight, in accordance with concrete conditions, against the reformism of the right-wing and left opportunists distorting theory and policy, as well as revisionism, dogmatism, and left sectarian adventurism. The question about the psychology of opportunism merits close attention on the part 222 of the vanguard parties. Propagandizing consumer psychology, the opportunists lead the popular masses away from the problems of the purport of life and, consequently, from its revolutionary transformation. They are trying to substitute the question of the living standard for the vital interests and aims of the working people, reducing the matters to mercantilism and temporary material security at any political cost. Such propaganda is nothing more than an ideological political subversion against the growing revolutionary consciousness of the popular masses. The theory of scientific socialism regards opportunism by its essence, its concrete historical content, varieties, and manifestations. By its essence, opportunism can be defined as a socio-political trend which either deviates from or opposes the leading revolutionary tendency of the given epoch. From the definition of opportunism as an antipode of and deviation from the leading revolutionary trend follows that it always has a concrete historical content. Some or other varieties and forms of opportunism can be traced in all past class battles and social revolutions. Opportunist trends and forms are also present in modern revolutionary liberation movements. In mass struggle for social and national emancipation, there are such groups and trends which can be considered opportunist with regard to the leading anti-imperialist trend of the movement. Such opportunism could be traced, for example, in some Asian and African national liberation revolutions in the form of separatist, reactionary nationalistic conceptions and actions. However, this is opportunism of a special type, different from that in the workers' socialist movement. To distinguish between the con-opportunism in the concrete historical content of the workers' movement forms of opportunism in one or another social movement is of practical and political significance for all detachments of the world revolutionary process. Inasmuch as the workers' socialist movement embodies the leading socialist trend of the present epoch, it is only natural to devote particular attention to the varieties and forms of opportunism existing in it. Opportunism in the workers' movement is a group or a political trend fighting for temporary, egoistic, selfish aims of some part of the working people to the detriment of the radical class interests and aims of the proletariat. According to Lenin, the essence of opportunism is sacrificing the fundamental interests of the masses to the temporary interests of an insignificant minority of the workers, or, in other words, an alliance between a section of the workers and the bourgeoisie, directed against the mass of the proletariat. In one or another form, this essence is inherent in any type of opportunism in the workers' socialist movement. Right-wing opportunism in the workers' movement has definite historical traditions, and it has taken shape as modern social reformism in capitalist countries. It has long since become an open opponent of the theory and practice of scientific socialism and an instrument of disseminating bourgeois ideology in the workers' movement. In some capitalist countries, social reformists have been, are now, in power, in others they are members of coalition governments. However, in a majority of cases their program, ideology, and policy at a government level testify to the bourgeois degeneration of social reformist leaders. Their transfer to the positions of anti-communism make these leaders prisoners of the monopoly bourgeoisie. While pursuing a bourgeois policy in the workers' question, leaders of some European social reformists prevent the national and international unity of the working class, cooperation of the revolutionary forces and joint actions in the struggle for peace, democracy, and social progress. Social reformism is distinguished by internal contradictions of ideological and organizational political character. In their historical origin and sometimes in their composition and ideological political influence, the social reformist parties are workers' parties. The pro-imperialist programs, ideology, and policies of right-wing social democratic leaders are an obstacle for the revolutionary movement of the working class. This confirms the characteristic of social reformist parties as bourgeois labor parties. Lenin emphasized that unless a determined and relentless struggle is waged all along the line against these parties or groups, trends, etc., it is all the same, there can be no question of a struggle against imperialism, or of Marxism, or of a socialist labor movement. Asterisk. Evidently, a resolute struggle against the compromising, treacherous positions of the top of the right-wing social democracy is at the same time a struggle for the rank-and-file social democrats, for joint actions with them, for the unity of the revolutionary workers' movement. The anti-Marxist positions of the leaders of social reformism express their ideological and organizational rupture with the theory and practice of scientific socialism. Consequently, social reformism in the modern epoch cannot be considered revisionism with regard to scientific socialism. On the other hand, one cannot but see ideological and political affinity between social reformism and revisionism. Revisionism emerges within the socialist movement _ sums out as a reflection of bourgeois ideology in it. Modern revisionism is distinguished by its betrayal of the basic principles of scientific socialism, revision, and in actual fact, renunciation of these principles under the guise of the new, the national specific and even the regional specific. Rejecting real socialism and coming out against the basic premises of scientific socialist theory, revisionism obstructs its genuine creative and revolutionary development. The dialectics of the 20th century history are such that theoretical and practical triumph of scientific socialism forces its enemies to pose as Marxists. Decayed liberalism, Lenin pointed out, tries to revive itself in the form of socialist opportunism. Under present conditions, the interconnections of bourgeois ideology and socialist opportunism cause no doubts. They can clearly be traced in the interpenetration of the theories of post-industrial and technotronic society, the conceptions of Marxist pluralism, etc. Among new aspects, one should note the growing influence of social reformism in the European metropolitan countries on the ideological positions of some national revolutionary democrats. This influence sometimes engenders social democratic deviations in young national states and countries of socialist orientation. It would be more expedient to causes of opportunism regard the foundations of opportunism in a broader sense as a sum total of objective and subjective reasons conditioning the emergence and evolution of opportunism in the workers' and national liberation movements. The social diagnostics of political vacillations in the revolutionary movement brings out several groups of objective reasons explaining the emergence of opportunism. The first group of these reasons lies in the general state of the socio-class structure in the non-socialist world. Among them, the degree of maturity and the polarization of the main classes of the given society, the correlation of the class and national aspects of the social structure, the presence of a petty bourgeois medium, changes in the composition and status of the old and new middle strata. The second group of reasons is connected with the objective historical changes of the composition, welfare, and the social position of various detachments of the working class. The development of working class organizations leads to the emergence of trade union bureaucracy, trade union bosses who, along with the old and new workers' aristocracy, are frequently used by the bourgeoisie for disorganizing and disuniting the revolutionary forces of the working class. The comparatively high material standards of some detachments of the working class, especially in industrially developed capitalist countries, give rise to illusions that the need for revolutionary transformations exists no more. The contradictory process of turning the working class into a bourgeois apologetic theories stating that the present and the future of industrial countries are determined by modern technology and technique. 226. Majority of the population, the expansion of its composition and the emergence of new detachments objectively help recreate the social basis of opportunism. Already in the epoch of imperialism, a narrow section of workers' aristocracy was taking shape, which was bribed by monopolies primarily at the expense of colonial plunder. Today, due to the crumbling of the colonial system of imperialism, the situation has changed. Old possibilities and privileges have disappeared. The desire to survive or preserve the privileged position of some new sections of the working class in industrial countries has become a new social phenomenon in the conditions of mass unemployment. We have in mind, above all, highly skilled workers, those groups of technical intelligentsia and office workers who, in actual fact, have come close to the position of the working class or have virtually been included in it, but are trying to preserve their group privileges, the petty bourgeois way of thinking and mode of life. It can be said that these groups often represent a new workers' aristocracy, which is a social base of opportunism. The third group is closely connected with the contradictory, zigzag character of the world and national revolutionary movements. Organizational or ideological political weakness of individual detachments of the liberation movements or their revolutionary vanguards, ups and downs in the revolutionary movement in a given country and the world, the temporary successes of the counter-revolutionaries contribute to partial slumps of revolutionary activity and sliding down into the quagmire of opportunism. Some sections of the working class and working people in general retreat to opportunist positions, unable to evaluate correctly the changes in the strategy and tactics of the ruling classes. Fourthly, temporary opportunistic vacillations, differences, and doubts are connected with the growth of the working class movement itself. The drawing of new sections of the working masses should inevitably be accompanied by vacillation in the field of theory and tactics, repetitions of old errors, and temporary return to obsolete views and methods. On the other hand, the growth of the working class movement shows historical inevitability of liberation struggle, and the unity of the anti-imperialist forces represents an objective law of revolutionary transition to socialism. Opportunistic phenomena come into being also due to ideological reasons. There are hesitations in the consciousness of the working class caused, for example, by the impact of the imperialist mass media or bourgeois ideological counteroffensives. In these conditions, individual sections of the working class and its allies often subordinate or adapt themselves to the ideology of the exploiter classes. Such opportunistic adaptation often finds its expression in the degree of the social activity of the popular masses, and in the attitude of some social groups to their historical role and revolutionary duty. Modern opportunists have especially vividly displayed their metaphysical approach to reality in the theories of so-called democratic or humane socialism. In recent years, such conceptions of Marxist pluralism and regionalism of the type of Eurocommunism have made their appearance, which deny the international character and universal laws of socialist revolution and the possibilities of constructing socialism. The lack of proletarian class positions is manifested in all opportunist concepts. The opportunists are coming out, for example, for a genuine, integral, superclass democracy, against centralism in economic, state and party leadership in socialist countries and in countries of socialist orientation. Opportunists are well known for their noisy protests against violence, centralism, and the dictatorship of the party. However, Lenin justly pointed out that it is not possible to talk about dictatorship in general, about democracy in general, and about violence in general. To speak about all this without analyzing the conditions that distinguish the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie from the dictatorship of the proletariat, bourgeois democracy from anti-imperialist and socialist democracy, reactionary violence from revolutionary violence, means to renounce the cause of revolution, become a Philistine, or simply deceive oneself and others with sophistry. Left opportunism in the form pseudo-revolutionary dis of dogmatism and sectarianism. Toward ions in class struggle. The socialist and liberation movements. The epithet left usually denotes the claim to super-revolutionism inherent in dogmatism and sectarianism. This claim is accompanied by rejection of new creative premises of the theory of scientific socialism in the present epoch, and their revision and renunciation under the false pretext of defending the purity of Marxism, or genuine Leninism. Revision of creative scientific socialism by the so-called left elements. This is what unites them with the right-wing revisionists. Dogmatism and sectarianism can also be regarded as a reaction of definite groups in the socialist movement to the pressure of bourgeois ideology, and the domination and power of contemporary imperialism, which cause despair and skepticism. As far as the real revolutionary potentialities of the working class are concerned, no less one-sided and directly petty bourgeois response to the domination of bourgeois ideology and politics is such forms of left opportunism as anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism and modern ultra-revolutionism. The new forms of leftist adventurism demonstrate the substitution or the loss of proletarian class perspective, the spontaneity of protest and struggle, the unstable character and vacillations and pessimism and despair inherent in petty bourgeois radicalism, extremism, and terrorism, by their demagogic actions and schemes, actually deny the social role and revolutionary spirit of the working class struggle. Truly dangerous are leftist actions, especially pseudo-revolutionary speculations on the romantic sentiments of the youth and the demagogic slogans of the revolution of the young. The vanguard parties of scientific socialism warn young people against their false friends who distract them from a serious revolutionary education by empty, pseudo-revolutionary phrase-mongering. 229. Consistently class revolutionary positions allow to correctly assess the social role and political danger of pseudo-revolutionary distortions in the liberation movements and the varieties and forms of opportunism, and provide a guarantee of its ideological and organizational overcoming. The militant path of national liberation revolutions, the experience of the class struggle of the Latin American, African and Asian peoples against imperialism, neocolonialism, and racism confirm incompatibility of scientific socialism with right-wing and pseudo-left extremism, terrorism and opportunism. The Socialist Party spirit and the proletarian class positions continue to be the most efficient instrument in the Leninist ideological arsenal. After the experience both of Europe and Asia, anyone who speaks of non-class politics and non-class socialism ought simply to be put in a cage and exhibited alongside the Australian kangaroo or something like that. 1 vi. Lenin, The Historical Destiny of the Doctrine of Karl Marx, Collected Works, Volume 18, p. 585. 230. Chapter 7. National Relations and Nationalism. In the tumultuous modern social movements, questions connected with national relations and nationalism hold a place of prominence. The words national and nationalist are widely used in documents of continental and regional organizations and political parties, in speeches of statesmen and public figures, and in newspapers, magazines, and books. Quite often, these words convey different, sometimes opposite, meaning. This is due not only to an extremely complex and delicate nature of national relations, but also to the fact that the latter are being made more complex and distorted by the ideologists of the imperialists and the local oligarchy. 1 Jashins, Billeti IAA aided après SOC. Material Foundations of the Theory of Scientific Development of National Socialism explains the historical relations forms of people's community by concrete material reasons. Various forms of community, clan, tribe, nationality, nation take shape, in the final analysis, under the impact of the production and reproduction of the material conditions of life and the objective requirements of social development. Marx and Engels noted in the German ideology that the relations of different nations among themselves depend upon the extent to which each has developed its productive forces, the division of labor and internal intercourse. But not only the relation of one nation to others, but also the whole internal structure of nation itself depends on the stage of development reached by its production and its internal and external intercourse. In a broad sense, national relations include specific social connections emerging in the course of the historical motion of socio-ethnic communities. They also include not only connections between socio-ethnic communities, but also the attitude of individuals and groups to these or other tribes, nationalities, and nations. Development of socio-ethnic communities, Clan tribal community was the first form of socio-ethnic community in world history. Clan is a consanguine community, its members having a common ancestor and rallied together by collective property and labor, the joint defense of common interests and the community of the language, morals, and traditions. There was no social inequality within a clan, inasmuch as there was no private property. Several clans united into tribes. That was a higher form of people's community, which had a name of its own, a common language and territory. Of definite significance was also such a distinctive feature of tribe as consanguinity. At the later stages of the primitive communal system and at the time of its disintegration, tribal unions began to emerge. Due to the unequal political, economic, and social development of various peoples, remnants of clan-tribal relations can be met with in modern society, too. When capitalism began to develop in Europe, clan-tribal relations continued to exist in Africa, Australia, and in many regions of Asia and America. Their existence considerably facilitated colonial expansion by more advanced feudal and bourgeois states. The peoples that were more backward due to historical conditions, were unable to put up serious resistance to the colonialists. Colonialism brought incalculable sufferings to these peoples. Many tribes were totally exterminated while others were driven to barren areas unfit for life, and eked out a miserable existence there. But the gravest crime of the colonial regime was that it opposed the natural historical progress of the peoples it enslaved. The point was not only that the colonialists were rapaciously plundering the natural riches of those lands, but that their national productive forces developed extremely one-sidedly. Many of the enslaved peoples were forced to 232. Manage their economies, backward as they were, in a very primitive way. The economies of the colonies were subordinated to a narrow specialization, and became single crop or single productive. Supporting the outdated forms of the economy and the obsolete forms of social relations, the colonialists thereby obstructed social progress in the countries they had conquered. Scientific socialism rejects both the barbarous methods of destroying clan-tribal community practiced by the colonialists, and its idealization and the attempts at its artificial preservation. On the contrary, the point is to create economic and social conditions promoting the development of national relations and the transfer to higher forms of socio-ethnic communities. History furnishes instructive examples of solution of this problem in socialist countries. In the Soviet Union, for instance, out of 130 big and small peoples, a considerable part was at various stages of clan-tribal relations. Revolutionary transformations have led to the complete equality of all Soviet peoples thanks to assistance on the part of more advanced peoples. The peoples living in the conditions of clan-tribal relations overcame their historical backwardness. In the course of socialist construction they developed into higher forms of community nationalities or nations. The emergence of nationalities in world history was a prolonged and complex process. It was determined by the appearance of private property, antagonistic classes, the breaking of clan-tribal ties, violation of the community of interests within a clan or tribe and intertwining of class and ethnic oppression. The growth of the productive forces, the social division of labor and considerable migration of the population resulted in the gradual mixing of tribes. Nationalities were being formed in this manner within the framework of class antagonistic relations. They represented a more developed and closely knit linguistic, territorial, economic, and cultural community of people. A distinctive feature of this process in some Asian and African countries lies in the fact that quite frequently it 233 proceeded in the conditions of resistance to foreign invaders or in an anti-imperialist liberation struggle. Despite unstable economic ties, and, frequently, lack of a common language and of territorial integrity, the formation of nationalities proceeded. One of the decisive factors contributing to the merging of tribes into nationalities within the framework of individual Latin American, Asian and African countries was their participation in the prolonged anti-imperialist liberation movement. Due to this fact, strengthening of internal economic ties and consolidation of the cultural and linguistic community of existing nationalities have acquired a special importance. in many young African and Asian states. The highest and final form of the socio-ethnic community of people in history is nation. Nation is a higher and more stable form of community of people. The distinctive features of nation are a stable community of territory, economic life, language, and certain features of culture and social psychology. Such a combination of ethnic and determining, social features emerged, for the first time in world history, during the period of the disintegration of feudalism and the formation of capitalist society. That was why the first nations came into being as bourgeois nations. Capitalism gave rise not only to class, but also to national antagonisms. Relations within capitalist states between the ruling bourgeois nations and oppressed socio-ethnic groups acquired an antagonistic character. Antagonisms between the dominating nations of imperialist metropolitan countries and the peoples of colonial and dependent countries became more aggravated. The antagonistic character of the formation and development of bourgeois nations manifested itself especially vividly in American countries. In some of them the settlers' nations were being formed out of people of European origin and those from other continents, of black and colored slaves brought there by force, and of the local Indian tribes whose originality was brutally suppressed, and they had been subjected to compulsory assimilation or physical annihilation. The formation of the nationalities and nations of the Caribbean and Latin America under the impact of European. 234. Colonialists had a similar character. There, the Spanish and Portuguese colonialists had deformed the logical socio-ethnic development, had introduced their languages and many features of their material and spiritual culture. Although the majority of the Latin American peoples has, for more than 150 years, been developing along the capitalist path, their socio-ethnic advancement is influenced by earlier colonial conquests and deformed by imperialism, and by foreign, especially North American, monopolies. Nevertheless, the process of the foxmation of bourgeois nations has been completed, or is nearing completion, in a majority of Latin American countries. However, each European and American bourgeois state displays its own combination of class and national, external and internal antagonisms, and a specific content of the national question. The main socio-political content. National question of national relations in ex and exploiter society. Ploiter society is concentrated in the national question. That is why the theory and practice of its solution is pivotal for comprehending the perspectives of national ties and their place in the social life today. In scientific socialism, solution of the national question is indissolubly linked with the class character of the revolutionary process. Its essence lies in liquidating national oppression and national discrimination, in liberating the oppressed peoples and establishing social, that is, economic and political equality of all nations. Only on that basis is it possible to establish and preserve the relations of friendly cooperation and mutual assistance between the working people of all nations. It is impossible to solve completely the national question in exploiter structures. This is shown by the national traits in social relations and class struggle, a sharp exacerbation of national antagonisms and the emergence of relatively independent national movements even in developed capitalist countries. Revolutionary practice. 235. Confirmed the conclusion of the founders of scientific socialism that the abolition of national oppression and inequality is only possible as a result of the liquidation of the capitalist system and its consequences. The exploitation of one nation by another and hostile relations between nations will disappear when antagonisms between classes within nations are done away with as a result of a socialist revolution. This idea of Marx was further elaborated by Lenin as a consistent theory on national colonial revolutions in the epoch of imperialism. It disclosed the connection between the national colonial question and the question of the overthrow of imperialism and showed that the national colonial question was a component part of the general question, that of a socialist revolution. The revolutionary process of the destruction of the imperialist colonial system corroborated these scientific forecasts of Marx and Lenin. At the time, the imperialist redivision of the world and seizure of new territories in Asia, Africa, and Latin America turned old bourgeois national states into multinational imperialist metropolitan countries. Besides, In the epoch of imperialism, under monopoly's pressure, the struggle for expanding state frontiers and colonial possessions became more intensive. The national question was thus enlarged and it merged with the general question about colonies. National oppression from an intrastate question was thus turned into an interstate one. A question of the struggle of great imperialist powers for the subjugation of weaker, unequal nationalities. Under capitalism, the socio-political significance of the national question has become a worldwide problem embracing two objective historical trends. The first trend is expressed in the desire to form national states, to consolidate nationalities into nations and to win national independence, and is manifested in the national liberation struggle against oppression. The second trend prevails during the epoch of imperialism. It is expressed in the capitalist breaking of national barriers effected by monopolies through subjugating and forceful unification of peoples in the colonies and dependent countries. Imperialism lent the contradiction between these trends an 236 antagonistic character, and therefore its solution is necessarily connected with the struggle for the abolition of capitalism and for a revolutionary solution of the external and internal aspects of the national question. 2. National question in former colonies and dependent countries. Specificity of the national question in the question in Asia and Africa. Revolutionary practice of the historically young Caribbean, Asian and African states deserves special attention. The unevenness of mankind's historical development has led to the fact that in the present epoch practically all types of historical communities coexist, from clan tribal to nationalities and nations. According to the modern demographic data, there are about 2,000 various socio-ethnic communities. Many African and Asian countries are distinguished by a great variety of socio-ethnic communities. The colonialists, acting by divide and rule principle, erected artificial barriers between peoples and divided them. They fanned intertribal discord and provoked antagonisms and conflicts between ethnic communities in order to prevent the emergence of the national unity. The many-year domination of the colonialists and dependence on imperialism seriously violated the natural process of socio-ethnic development. The imperialist powers carried out the territorial division of the world, disregarding the historical, economic, ethnic, or geographical distinctions of colonial countries. Some 44% of the frontiers of more than 40 young sovereign African states were drawn by the imperialists along meridians and parallels. 30% were just straight lines and only 20% were drawn along natural boundaries. Generally speaking, the consequences of the colonial yoke can be seen in the undeveloped character of the social division and cooperation of labor, single crop and single product nature of the economy, the weakness or absence of close intranational economic ties, of a national market, and the protracted or distorted formation of the working class. 237. Intelligentsia and other social groups. Colonialism exerted influence on the territorial location of tribes and nationalities, the natural migration of the population and its age structure. Nationalities and ethnic groups speaking common language or its dialects and historically connected with one another found themselves, after liberation from colonialism, incorporated into states with different social systems, socio-economic and foreign policy orientation, ideology, and religion. This cannot but prevent their drawing closer together and quite frequently even contributes to their disunity. It is the case when attempts at rectifying historical injustice lead to interstate conflicts aimed at revising state frontiers that have taken shape before liberation. In Africa, inside the very countries which replaced the colonies, despite the comparatively small territory of many of them, the ethnic composition of population is extremely variable and there are some difficulties in the processes of ethnic consolidation and achievement of national unity. Imperialism uses the motley ethno-linguistic character of young African states to its advantage, fans intertribal dissension and puts obstacles in the way of the process of nation formation and the emergence and growth of national self-awareness, which it regards as a threat to its neo-colonialist interests. Imperialism is using most varied methods to achieve its aims, right up to forcible division of nationalities and tribes that have lived side by side for a very long time. For instance, the policy of Bantustanization pursued by the racist authorities of the RSA towards the indigenous population of unlawfully occupied Namibia serves the aim of ethnic dissociation. It is being introduced in order not to allow the formation of a single Namibian nation in which the white colonialists and the tribal upper crust see a threat to the occupation regime which ensures their privileges. Here, too, colonialism is true to its traditional policy of oppression and exploitation. Leaders of revolutionary democratic parties clearly 238 realize the danger of tribalism. In a number of countries in tropical Africa, tribal consciousness is opposed with state patriotism, inasmuch as in the conditions when states have already been formed, but nations have not yet taken shape, only single citizenship can serve as a uniting idea to be understood by the broad popular masses. State patriotism as an alternative to ethnic disunity has officially been proclaimed in a number of African countries. In many African countries, measures against persons guilty of fanning tribal enmity and discord have been legally adopted. However, problems stemming from the ethnic heterogeneity of African states cannot be solved in a short space of time. Ethnic heterogeneity should be faced as a reality, ethnic groups should not be ignored, they cannot be done away with, banned or resettled within the bounds of state formations in which they happened to find themselves when African countries had acquired national independence. Revision of frontiers according to a narrow ethnic principle would lead to a prolonged conflict between African states, would be fraught with at war on an all-African scale, and would ultimately result in the loss of their national independence. This is why, in contrast to tribal patriotism, constitutions of some African states advance the slogan of unity of the people living within the bounds of a given state. The Constitution of the Republic of Mali proclaims, one people, one aim, one faith. The task of the formation of multi-ethnic communities is envisaged by official and party documents of other African countries, too. An example of a complex national relations in Arab theoretical nature and practical countries and their significance is provided by the Perspectives National Question in Arab Countries. N.A. Frivolism is an ideology of tribal isolation, tribal patriotism, tribal patriarchal customs and traditions. It deifies the clan tribal aristocratic upper crust which allegedly connects rank and file clan or tribe members with the spirits of ancestors. It demands blind obedience to the power and authority of the chief and his entourage and their worship as the patrons and mentors of a clan or a tribe. 239. Fey countries inhabited by the Arabs are situated on a vast territory stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Atlantic Ocean. The Arabs consist of a great number of socio-ethnic groups. They are united, to some degree, by common language, though comprising dialects, and by many common cultural features. These countries are characterized by the presence of different structures not only within the framework of the Arab region as a whole, but within the bounds of each individual country. There are countries with considerably developed capitalist relations and countries of socialist orientation. In many Arab countries, feudal and even primitive communal relations still exist. The problem of tribes, which still exists in all Arab countries, though in a different degree, has a definite significance. The tribal system still remains a serious disintegrating factor in the life of many Arab states. The level of national self-awareness under the clan tribal system is extremely low, which increases the influence of particularism on social processes. Along with the Arabs, the territory of Arab countries is inhabited by other ethnic groups, Kurds in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, Copts in Egypt, Armenians in Syria and Lebanon, Assyrians, Tajiks, and Turkmen in Iraq. Moreover, representatives of different races live in individual Arab countries. Sudan is a case in point. Its south is inhabited by African Nilotic tribes. Throughout the entire period of dependent development, the colonialists were striving to perpetuate socio-ethnic differences between various population groups in Arab countries and turn these differences into antagonisms. Inasmuch as the process of the formation of nationalities and nations in many African and Asian countries is going on in the conditions of the historical decline of capitalism, the prospect of the formation of a bourgeois nation here ceased to be inevitable and progressive. This is why Latin American, African and Asian revolutionaries who have chosen socialist orientation or have taken the socialist development road are called upon to deliver their peoples from the sad experience of capitalism in the sphere of national relations. The creation 240 of socio-economic and political requisites for the gradual transformation of the existing socio-ethnic communities into socialist nationalities and nations seem to be most progressive. One of the first necessary conditions along this road is a consistent solution of the national question at all levels. We have in mind the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist aspects, the external aspects of the question connected with the historical necessity of self-determination, unity of peoples living in different state formations, a consistent and just domestic policy aimed at implementing the right of each people for state and national self-determination. The complex and contradictory character of socio-ethnic and national ties in Arab, Asian, and African countries demands the class approach. The point of departure and the most characteristic feature of the bourgeois approach to national relations is the assertion of their superclass nature. Bourgeois ideologists may retain, as a general rule, that an individual's consciousness and his activity are determined by his nation. They are trying to implant an illusion that it is not class, but socio-ethnic and national connections that determine the content of the social structure and its perspectives in Asian, Middle East, and African countries. In contrast to scientific socialism, the ideologists of monopolies propagate in every way possible the conception about the immutable nature of the national character, about a special national soul and the psychological foundations of a national unity. The attempt to divide peoples into proletarian, poor nations and rich, bourgeois ones distorts the class content of the anti-neocolonialist revolutionary struggle. This conception is aimed against the socialist experience of the solution of the national question and against the socialist option of historical development. 3. National relations under socialism. The socialist revolution in Russia and the Soviet experience of the transformation of exploiter society into a socialist one were the first example of a genuine solution of 16-0370-241. The national question. Soviet experience complemented socialist experience of by the experience of national solving. The national transformations in other socialist question countries can be regarded as a qualitatively new stage of development and solution of the national question, which has a great historical significance. The national question is one of the most critical fields of the ideological and political struggle between capitalism and socialism. Naturally, a successful development of the socialist nations, the world historic significance of the solution of the complex national question under socialism and the great victory of the multinational Soviet people and their allies over Hitler's National Socialism are constantly falsified by the bourgeoisie. More than the 50-year experience of the existence and development of the Union of Socialist Nations and Nationalities is a real embodiment of a scientific theory of development and historical perspectives of national relations. Strictly scientific character and high political responsibility can be traced in the documents and acts written by Lenin which form the basis of the Soviet nationalities policy. Already the first decree of Soviet power, the decree on peace, formalized the principle of self-determination of ions up to secession and the sovereign right of each nation to settle the question about the democratic basis and forms of its state system. A whole set of legal acts endorsed the principle of equality of big and small nations, dropped all claims of former Russian imperialism to domination over non-Russian nations and nationalities, and abolished national and class privileges. Among these documents mention should be made of the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, decrees on self-determination of the Ukraine, Finland, Poland, Armenia, and other important historical documents whose ideas were formalized and introduced in the present Constitution of the USSR and the constitutions of the Union Republics. A special place in Lenin's nationalities policy is held by the question about the national state system of non-Russian. 242. Peoples. Erroneous national nihilistic views were discarded in an acute ideological and political struggle, and a policy of establishing sovereign national republics was elaborated and carried out. At the same time, Lenin connected the prospects of the world's first country of socialism and the historical destinies of smaller nations with a military, political and economic union of Soviet republics. That union was a federation of equal socialist states based on voluntary association, fraternal cooperation, and mutual assistance. Naturally, the historical social experiment of the revival of nations and their socialist transformation is a prolonged and complex process. However, despite difficulties and individual errors in the implementation of the Leninist nationalities policy, the latter resulted in the viability and flourishing of the Union of Equal Soviet Republics. This has been proved by the historical experience of development and especially the successful struggle against foreign interventionists and fascist invaders. This main result, confirmed by numerous facts, shows the futility of concoctions circulated by bourgeois politicians and falsifiers. Reality has demonstrated the vain nature of their hopes for nationalist manifestations which could have led to undermining the strategic and economic position of the USSR. National relations under socialism should be considered in close connection with the level of the socialist social transformations. The social content of intra- and international relations is determined under socialism, too, by the economic and class structure. The consolidation of social homogeneity within nations and socio-ethnic groups in Soviet society was preceded by a long, persistent struggle against the survivals of national oppression and colonial slavery and the liquidation of the heavy heritage of the old regime in the form of economic, political, and cultural inequality of peoples. The position was aggravated by the fact that many peoples of old Russia were at different stages of socio-economic development. Some peoples lived under patriarchal clan system, others under capitalism, with a considerable part of the population being engaged in backward, pre-capitalist forms of the economy. In these conditions an efficient and prolonged assistance was required from the Russian proletariat to the backward peoples of the Soviet Union in economic and cultural construction. The first steps on that road were the liquidation of mass illiteracy, the ensuring of the equality of women and their involvement in social activity, the development of transport, industry, and construction projects, and the training of national cadres of workers, office employees and intellectuals. The unification of formerly backward peoples with more advanced nations into a single socialist state brought a historic success. It made possible for each republic to create modern industry and mechanized agriculture, and train numerous national personnel. On that basis factual inequality was overcome by way of evening out the economic and cultural levels of all nations. In the course of socialist cooperation and new specialization of the national economies of the republics and autonomous regions, the social inequality of nations was done away with. Of course, some historically explained economic and cultural differences still persist. But they do not at all give the ground to anti-Soviet ideologues to assert that the national question has not been solved in the USSR and that there are national antagonisms and national discrimination in the country. The creation of a single material and technical base of socialism does not imply any unification ordered from above in the development of non-Russian republics. It is well known that some socialist nations have emerged from old ones that formed long ago. Others were formed due to consolidation of nationalities and tribes that have bypassed capitalism or the phase of developed capitalism. A number of socialist nations consolidated from small tribes and nationalities which retained patriarchal clan relations. Evidently, these peoples have not yet overcome definite distinctions in the development levels of their economies and cultures as compared with the higher forms of maturity of socio-ethnic communities. A most important result. Flourishing and drawing closer of the transformation of nations' socio-ethnic communities under socialism is not only the abolition of antagonistic classes within them, but also 244. The liquidation of the socio-economic and class roots of their hostile attitude to other nations. National salvation or revival of a socio-ethnic community, its transformation along socialist lines, tumultuous economic and cultural development and maximum realization of material and spiritual national potentialities. This is the trend of the flourishing of nations. This progressive trend characterizes mainly the direction and a result of international self-development under socialism. Another progressive trend of drawing closer together shows the character of the relations of the given socio-ethnic community with other communities, both within the framework of a multinational socialist state and with regard to other socialist nations. This trend stems from the nature and essence of socialism, which facilitates and greatly accelerates the drawing of nations closer together. Moreover, Lenin emphasized that the aim of socialism is not only the drawing closer of nations, but also their merging. Of course, this will be a prolonged historical process. We shall note that these two trends are distorted by enemies of scientific socialism. They are often presented as mutually excluding opposites. On the basis of this thesis, imperialist ideologists are trying to find allegedly insoluble contradictions in both scientific theory and the practice of socialist national relations. For instance, the flourishing of culture national in form, the growth of the new intelligentsia, and even the greater numerical strength of small nationalities are represented in the anti-socialist press as nationalism of a new type and a conflict in ethnic relations. Meanwhile, history provides quite a few examples of how the periods of the tumultuous development of individual peoples were not a result of isolation from and opposition to other civilizations. On the contrary, these periods were largely determined by imbibing, dissemination and processing of the highest achievements of the material and spiritual cultures of other peoples. Such, in general, is the natural process of the mutual enrichment of earlier civilizations and cultures, which was violated by the selfish class aspirations of the dominating social groups. This is why there is nothing surprising in the 245 nationalization of the cultural life of the Soviet people and the intensive drawing closer of the Soviet nations. These processes are greatly facilitated by the internationalist character of material production and the assertion of the uniform socialist economic basis of life. An embodiment of Lenin's theory of the drawing closer of nations in the course of socialist construction, as is shown by the materials of the CPSU congresses, is a pure historical community of Pional the Soviet people. It is necessary to properly understand this comparatively new concept, all the more so since it is subjected to bourgeois falsifications. Among them is the notorious lie about forcible Russification, about the USSR as an unitary Russian state, the denationalization of autonomous and union republics, and even about Soviet colonialism. As a historically new community of people, the multinational Soviet people is characterized by social unity which arose from the community and unity of basic economic, political, national, and ideological interests. The citizens of the USSR, a country of developed socialism, are equal workers, free from exploitation, and active proponents of socialist social relations. Nationally, the Soviet people are a state unity of nations and nationalities on a socialist foundation. This presupposes the unity and optimum combination of international and national interests, the political consolidation of peoples and socialist integration of their economic life. They have a common language of international intercourse which contributes to the mutual enrichment of the developing socialist cultures of the nations and nationalities of the Soviet Union and the formation of the culture of the entire Soviet people. The above considerations make it possible to characterize this new social phenomenon and its place in the historical process. The Soviet people is a new historical form of a social and international community of people. It has taken shape within the territorial bounds of the Soviet Union on the basis of socialist production relations, the socialist mode of life, and the ideological, political, cultural, and moral and psychological unity of the classes and social groups, nations, nationalities and national minorities comprising it. This form of community is an important historical stage of the process of the all-round drawing closer of nations and nationalities, the overcoming of class distinctions and the strengthening of social homogeneity. From a theoretical point of view, the Soviet people represent a transitional historical form of a social community of people. Evidently, the internationalization of mankind's material and cultural life is realized through the drawing closer and merging of nations and will give rise to new forms of social and international community of people in the future classless society. Political speculations of imperialist ideologues on the present internal national distinctions and non-antagonistic contradictions between nations in socialist countries are refuted by the practice of socialist transformations. Their scientific analysis makes it possible to draw several important conclusions. Firstly, in contrast to capitalism, developed socialism has already proved the principal possibility to solve the national question as the political problem of liquidating national oppression and national discrimination and establishing actual equality of socialist nations, nationalities, and national minorities. Secondly, the experience accumulated in the construction of socialism confirms the direct dependence of the flourishing and drawing closer of nations on the revolutionary transformations of society on a socialist basis. Thirdly, the new form of a socio-historical community of people - the Soviet people, born of the practice of the world's first country of developed socialism, shows, in the main, possible models, and stages of the historical process of the drawing closer of nations. Such forms and stages, with some or other modifications, will be passed by all mankind. Fourthly, the peoples of the world have weighty arguments to make their choice. One solution is to remain in the sphere of isolation and enmity between nations, in the world of 247. National oppression and discrimination. Another is to choose the socialist alternative instead of all and sundry forms and varieties of social and national slavery, to choose a world of fraternity, friendship, equality, and mutual assistance of all people, irrespective of their nationality or race. It is important to ascertain the historical prospects of national relations also, because a solution of the national question under socialism does not necessarily mean the abolition of national ties. The national aspect of the social structure has not lost its significance in the social life of socialist countries. National and national state distinctions between peoples and countries will persist for quite a long time, even after the triumph of a socialist revolution on a worldwide scale. The long objective process of the drawing closer of nations and their merging preconditions the existence of national relations with a new concrete historical content after the national question has been solved in a revolutionary socialist way. Hence, in the present-day socialist countries and, all the more so, in the young states of socialist orientation, there are objective and subjective reasons for the appearance of erroneous views and assessments of national and international interests and national and international relations. In the socialist countries they are seen in deviations from the prevailing internationalist ideology and policy. The experience of the USSR and other socialist countries shows the necessity of a resolute struggle against such manifestations alien to the nature of socialism as chauvinism or nationalism. Respect for the national sentiments and national dignity of each person calls for a struggle against any nationalist deviations, be it anti-Semitism or Zionism. In non-socialist countries, national antagonisms and the unresolved national question condition the existence and development of varieties and forms of modern nationalism. The complex character and urgency of the national question. In non-socialist countries, and deeply seated prejudices and biased attitude in the sphere of national relations put special 248 demands to ideological, theoretical and political struggle on these matters. It is no secret, for example, that some revolutionaries, socialists, and communists proudly call themselves nationalists. Others, on the contrary, regard a person calling himself nationalist as their worst enemy. The reason of such discrepancy in views often lies in the fact that the concept nationalism has a most different, sometimes even opposite, content. It is only natural that world literature, especially books, pamphlets, and articles in Latin American, African and Asian countries, continues heated discussions and ideological struggle on this question. In order to exclude the possibly the concept of nationalism lighty of falsification and sundry erroneous interpretations of the most urgent question of nationalism, let us examine the initial premises of the theory of scientific socialism on this problem. First, revolutionary socialists are the most consistent fighters for the common national interests of the working people. They stand at the head of the struggle for the emancipation, self-determination and revival of nations, for national and state sovereignty and equality. Secondly, in this struggle it is necessary to make a distinction between the concepts of the national and nationalism. Let us take, for example, the assertion of one prominent African leader that nationalism of the 20th century is the African and Asian versions of the worldwide demand for equality between people. This statement implies that the demand for national equality is tantamount to nationalism. Let us examine another example of typical demands advanced in the course of an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial revolution. Among these demands there is one to complete national revolution, create the national armed forces and national government, do away with the survivals of colonialism, achieve international recognition, suppress separatist tendencies and rally the people into a single nation. Bourgeois literature often qualifies these demands as nationalism. Meanwhile, from the Marxist point of view, the national and nationalism do not coincide. The theory of scientific socialism regards the national as a sum total of the material. 249. And cultural values created by the labor of several generations of a given socio-ethnic community. The above mentioned examples expressed national interests, problems, and tasks from this point of view. As for nationalism, it is understood as such a use and distortion of the national, which, ultimately, serves the class-selfish aims of the exploiters. In revolutionary practice in some or other varieties of nationalism one should make a distinction between their conservative or reactionary essence and concrete historical content, display a class and historical approach and take into account the dialectic of the international and the national. The international and the national, revolutionaries sometimes consider manifestations of fraternal solidarity for the revolutionary activities of other peoples and parties and all possible assistance to them as the only manifestation of internationalism. There are people calling themselves Marxists who maintain that the international is something external, something existing outside a given country. In turn, the national for them is everything that exists and ends within the national state bounds. These examples show the importance of understanding the real essence of scientifically backed political concepts. Indeed, the international and the national are dialectically correlated. First, the national is the international as a specific, particular form of the realization of general laws of the historical process. These laws themselves exist and are manifested only through the activities of men united in historically varying forms of social communities. Secondly, the national is the international, inasmuch as it always contains assimilated achievements of world material and spiritual culture. There is practically no nationality or nation which would be absolutely isolated from other peoples. Thirdly, the national, a sum total of the material and cultural values created by a given people, is a contribution to the international, a definite part of the international wealth of mankind. The dialectic of the international and the national not only does not exclude national specificities, but, on the contrary, profoundly discloses their place and socio-historical role. To ascertain the dialectic of the international and the 250 national enables one to pass over to analyzing present-day nationalism. One comes across numerous internationalism as a social predations, definitions, and phenomenon classifications of nationalism in non-Marxist literature. More often than not, love for one's own ethnic community, race, land, language, and historical culture is regarded as nationalism. In other instances, loyalty of a person to the national state, natural and spontaneous solidarity between representatives of a given nation, concern for its prestige, etc. are emphasized. The basis of these interpretations of nationalism are phenomena of human psychology, culture, language, consanguineal ties, and territorial and state community. Substitution of the subjective foundations of nationalism for its objective ones, an idealistic and non-historical approach and neglect of its class essence are common features of such understanding of nationalism. Its scientific insolvency lies in, first, identification of the national with the nationalist, secondly, in reducing nationalism to feelings and moods of individuals, thirdly, in a conscious or involuntary distortion of the ideological political, class essence of nationalism. Nationalism as a social phenomenon consists of the psychological and ideological elements of consciousness, of policy as a means of the realization of nationalist aims. It also includes definite aspects of social practice concentrating the results of nationalist activity. Nationalism as a historical phenomenon is formed, above all, under the impact of socio-political factors. Economic, social, and cultural distinctions between socio-ethnic communities come out as the social foundation of the turning of the national into the nationalistic. This is often facilitated by the radical qualitative transformations of socio-ethnic communities. The conservative continuity of the historical traditions, mode of life, customs, and religious cults of one or another social community also has an impact on the origin of nationalism. Besides, the preservation and consolidation of nationalist prejudices, habits and views. 251. Take place in especially acute social situations, including an armed struggle against the oppressors, or military clashes between peoples. The national turns into the nationalist when national interests are used by definite social strata, classes, and political groups for attaining their own specific aims in foreign and domestic policies. Nationalism camouflages the selfish interests of the ruling class with the interests of the entire nation and conceals the irreconcilable character of class contradictions within a nation. By its historical roots and social nature, nationalism has, above all, been borne by and served the interests of the exploiter classes, leads to the weakening of the revolutionary forces belonging to different socio-ethnic communities. Any nationalism by its a characteristic of any variety. Varieties and form of nationalism according of nationalism to its class essence is a basis of a historical classification. Historical varieties of nationalism reflect the specificities of national and class relations in corresponding antagonistic societies. The processes of the transformation of nationalities into nations during the disintegration of the feudal system have been expressed in the three forms of pre-bourgeois nationalism. A characteristic feature of ethnic nationalism was opposition of various peoples to one another on the basis of their ethnic origin and specific racial, physical, and psychological features. Feudal clerical nationalism opposed various peoples to one another predominantly by their religious views. Feudal monarchic nationalism isolated and opposed peoples living in the territories of different feudal empires, kingdoms, and principalities. As a historical variety, bourgeois nationalism as such emerges along with the strengthening of the economic and political positions of the bourgeoisie in its struggle against feudalism. Its essence has two aspects. The first expresses 252. The progressive tendencies of the rising bourgeoisie, and the second is connected with the use of national relations for camouflaging by the bourgeoisie its class interests. The latter aspect becomes the main content of bourgeois nationalism as the bourgeoisie is losing its historically progressive role. It should be mentioned that nationalist trends in young states' former colonies are taking shape during another historical epoch. New concrete historical conditions considerably influence the essence of nationalist tendencies, and this is why they should not be identified with classical bourgeois nationalism. Modern capitalism is characterized by nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie and by petty bourgeois nationalism. The ruling bourgeoisie wishes to pass its narrow class selfish interests for the interests of the whole nation and conceal intranational class contradictions. Bourgeois nationalism always has a concrete historical content and various forms of manifestation. Its most widespread form is great power chauvinism. It has the aim to justify the domination of bourgeois nations over national minorities within the country, and also over dependent peoples. An example is provided by white chauvinism in such countries of state monopoly capitalism as the USA and Britain towards people of colonial origin and national minorities. Naturally, nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie is manifested not only in the form of white, but also black and colored chauvinism. A specific type of chauvinism of the big Jewish bourgeoisie is Zionism, which has become state ideology in Israel. The concrete forms and manifestations of nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie are greatly determined by historical epochs of capitalist development. In its time the bourgeoisie did much to spread racism, which was used as an instrument of internal and external colonialism and neocolonialism. The use by the imperialist monopolies of national and racial elements to camouflage their economic and political expansion has repercussions in different forms of black or colored racism in dependent countries. In the 20th century, the hegemonistic concepts of National Socialism became an ideological expression of the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisies. 253. Most aggressive circles. Imperialism has revived and lent a new social content to such form of nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie as cosmopolitanism. Despite the fact that outwardly cosmopolitanism comes out as an antipode of nationalism, it is used by the imperialist bourgeoisie of the advanced capitalist countries for the achievement of its selfish interests. The imperialist cosmopolitans are little worried by the fact that their activity brings harm to the genuine national interests of their own nation, or to the interests of other peoples and nations. Under present conditions, cosmopolitanism is a distorted reflection of the objective trend of the internationalization of economy and culture in the interests of monopolies. Cosmopolitan rejection of the national traditions, mainly of other peoples, of their national cultures and sovereignty, serves the interests of transnational monopolies and the big bourgeoisie of industrialist capitalist countries. It is not accidental that an acute ideological and political struggle on these questions is going on within the European Economic Community, the so-called Atlantic Military Political Alliance, and also within the framework of the Tripartite Commission. The cosmopolitan form of bourgeois nationalism is opposed to an objective reflection of the processes of the internationalization of public life in proletarian, socialist internationalism. All forms of nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie express its class interests. Bourgeois nationalism and proletarian internationalism, Lenin wrote, these are two irreconcilably hostile slogans that correspond to the two great class camps throughout the capitalist world, and express the two policies in the national question. Lenin's idea about the irreconcilability of bourgeois nationalism and proletarian internationalism provides the key to understanding and evaluating the essence of these or other ideological-political positions. It is indicative that the desire of monopolies to unite Europe, the West economically, politically and militarily under the cosmopolitan slogans of Europeism and Atlantism is propagandized and supported not only by the ideologists and politicians of monopolies, but also some national reactionaries. Petty bourgeois nationalism also testifies to the irreconcilability of nationalism and internationalism. Petty bourgeois nationalism predominantly expresses the interests of the middle sections, who are distinguished by a petty bourgeois mode of life, behavior, activity, and world outlook. Their dual social position determines their contradictory attitude to national ties and problems. On the one hand, the petty bourgeoisie is susceptible to the ideas of national unity, and the defense of national interests is often regarded by it as a way to overcoming the instability and duality of its social being. On the other hand, it is equally susceptible to nationalistic sentiments and propagates the nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie, providing a favorable social ground for it. The specificity of petty bourgeois ownership and types of activity determines the narrowness of the class outlook of the petty bourgeoisie and its national egoism and national narrow-mindedness. In analyzing petty bourgeois nationalism and its numerous contradictory manifestations, one should take into account the historical place and role of the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie, and also the correlation between old and new sections. For instance, during the period of the consolidation of bourgeois nation, the democratic elements in petty bourgeois nationalist trends were anti-feudal in their content. In the present conditions, these democratic elements can acquire an anti-monopolistic trend. It is these anti-monopolistic and anti-imperialist tendencies that often draw closer together petty bourgeois nationalism and the sentiments and ideology of the broad popular masses, and account for its infiltration into and influence on the worker, socialist and national liberation movements. The manifestations of nationalism. Nationalism and prospects of socialism. In the countries that have recently gained national and state independence largely differ from the varieties and forms of 255. Bourgeois nationalism. In these countries some nationalistic phenomena grew from the colonial past, others were engendered by the opposition of the oppressed peoples to the colonial and neo-colonial activities of imperialism. Certain nationalist trends have appeared comparatively recently, in the course of social transformations after these countries have gained independence. One of the forms of nationalism that has emerged in connection with the national liberation movement is conservative protective nationalism of the local oligarchy. The latter is represented in various countries either by the tribal elite or feudals, big landlords, the comprador bourgeoisie and the bureaucratic apparatus of the former colonial administration. Another form encouraged in every way by imperialist monopolies is tribalism, intertribal dissension, and hostilities. In Afro-Asian countries various forms of religious nationalism are widespread, black, yellow, or Goloyard racism and varieties of the so-called continental Jewishnalism. All these forms of nationalism are being used by international monopolies and local oligarchies to preserve or restore their positions and weaken the national liberation movements. At the same time one cannot but see that nationalism in a distorted form reflects the social protest against colonialism and neo-colonialism, against discrimination and inequality. That is why in their ideological political struggle the revolutionaries have to solve the question about attitude to nationalism as a political problem.